Chapter 850 More humans. One cruiser full of super-heavy mecha arrived to take over the duties of guarding the anomaly, and one cutter in the new pattern that Absolution used for all her mecha battalions arrived with Nico's designed team full of Inu. All that was left of their defensive duty was a welcoming party hosted by the Kaleska to greet the 100 new pilots. They were all supposed to be up to the Phalanx class standard for piloting, which meant they were all Kepler descendants, which was sure to annoy the Cygnus destroyers, but the ship they were on was Cygnus built and staffed. That should be enough to mollify them. Everyone arriving, even the Inu, had taken the time to fully familiarize themselves with the Kaleska language program that Nico and Max had compiled to prevent early misunderstandings between the groups as they transitioned to a full force on defense, and the pilots were always up for a party, as well as the chance to meet a new species. In the traditional Kaleska way, they had scheduled the party for 10 hours after the ship arrived, just enough time to sleep and get ready for the event. The Kaleska rarely planned these things for multiple days in the future. They just made an outline of the event and then scheduled it for half a day after whatever event they thought would trigger it. That was fine by the pilots. After reading their minds, many of them were pulled from active military service to the special training program, and they hadn't done anything but fight and train for most of a year. Partying with a bunch of aliens, even if they weren't the sort of aliens that you could take back to your room for a little fun, was better than more training. As the commanders who were handing over the position to the new arrivals, it was up to Max and Nico to put on the formal front and play the part of somewhat serious military officers, giving a good impression of the Terminus Trading Company. As such, they both went for military uniform coats for the first time in ages, but the fancy dress uniforms, which were more like the Kepler version of a business suit, paired with bright red shirts and pistols on their waists, secured by black silk scarves worn as a belt. It was a common take on formality used by the Reavers and had been in prominent view at the wedding of General Yakov. "All right, Sergeant, you have the night off, so go have fun with your friends, and we will be back by the morning," Max instructed Sergeant Khalil as the time for the party drew near. "Much appreciated, Commander. Formal events with a bunch of colonels and generals, plus foreign dignitaries, isn't really my thing." Khalil laughed, but he was already on his way to the bay door, intending to get out before Max could change his mind about giving him a day off and not a huge homework assignment based on the last round of VR testing. Max was sure that the man had the wrong impression of him. It was Nico who gave out all of the excessively large homework assignments. Max only gave out the same tactical report assignment every mission because he knew that Nico would assign everything else. Once the sergeant was gone, Max and Nico headed to the shuttle and made their way to the station to greet the new troops and explain in person to Commander Yuri what was going on. "I think you should take a look at." He had been kept up to date on the arrival of the additional forces and that Max and Nico would be remaining in the system for some time as they worked on new technologies, but he hadn't been told much more than that. The cruiser and the shuttle were docked on opposite sides of the station, so the first person that Max saw when the airlock doors opened was Commander Yuri, along with a small honor guard, come to welcome them to the station for what might be the last time, and thank them for the help. The pilots among the Kaleska were understandably sad that the humans had been blocked from intervening in the past few weeks' battles, but they understood to some degree, and it was better to have these small skirmishes than to have the Arisen show up here in full force to exterminate the planet even with the humans' assistance. "I hope that all has been well with you since we last met." Commander Yuri greeted them at the door. "It has. How have things been down on the surface? You should have the first fresh batch of pilots from the new academies by now, right?" Max replied, "We have. They were first deployed in the last battle, and it was incredible. They fought as well as the more experienced soldiers from the last batch who had used the learning machines. This new training regimen that you came up with for them has changed everything for our combat groups. They are being deployed all over the Empire, and they're beginning to give skills training to the others around them. They're so far ahead of the pilots trained using the old method that they fight like the old veterans, with the lowest casualty rates and best coordination." Yuri agreed. "How about the overhaul to society? On the assumption that the better you fight back, the more likely the Arisen army is going to be to leave you alone?" Nico asked. "It was only moderately successful. They have instituted military-level skills training for the police forces and are sending them upgraded equipment, and they have provided all of the farmers with heavy weapons on the orders of the agriculture minister. We will have to see what happens during the next invasion of a planet, but the general sentiment is that the armed farmers are going to make a big difference since they're all over the planet and can slow the Arisen advance until reinforcements arrive." That was a bit optimistic, but it was better than nothing. It's good to hear that they followed the most optimistic of projections. I hope that they never have to find out how well it works. Max replied, and the commander gave them a slight bow before leading them to the event room where the party would be held. Chapter 851 Culture Clash. Though the newly arrived pilots had some training in dealing with the Kaleska and the Kaleska on the station had some experience dealing with Max and Nico, the atmosphere when Commander Yuri led their group into the ballroom where the event was being held was tense, to say the very least. Good to see you all made it here. Welcome to the Kaleska Empire, everyone. This is Commander Yuri, the station commander and our host here. It looks like there are still a few aspects of our varied cultures that everyone isn't used to yet, so if you have questions about etiquette, feel free to ask me or Subcommander Nico. Max greeted the room, drawing everyone's attention. Before anyone could give the usual responses, one of the Kaleska blurted out the question that was on all of their minds. How are we supposed to tell them apart? Are they all at the same rank? Did they bring nothing but system governors? The adjutant asked before he could stop himself. Nico laughed but gestured for Max to answer. A lot of them are near the same rank, but you can tell the ranks by the markings on their clothing. I have sent you all a list of Cygnus military insignia. They use the markings to tell the rank and wear identical uniforms to show solidarity as a group. Max informed him. Nico sent the ranking marks to all of the Kaleska while he was talking, much to everyone's relief, and Max searched for other obvious things that he should mention. It should have all been in the tutorial materials. But with species so different, it was easy to think that certain things were obvious and skim over them, only to get a shock when you actually met. For example, the Kaleska considered their chitin as good as clothing and only wore enough to show their rank. But that left many of them wearing little more than strips of cloth over their shoulders, and their bodies somewhat resembled a textured latex bodysuit over a human form, and the heads were so much like human skulls that the first impression that the Cygnus pilots had gotten was that this was a group of undead bondage enthusiasts. The Kaleska began to relax once they understood who was in charge and what the extra markings for flight staff, unit commanders and such meant. The impression that the Cygnus group had gotten hadn't changed, though. Max turned to the nearest wing leader and motioned for him to speak. Just spit it out. Everyone is thinking nearly the same thing, so you might as well say it. The man gave a rueful chuckle and rubbed his nose before speaking. Well, you see, the chitin looks like the outfits worn by people into a certain sexual kink in our society, so a collection of Kaleska looks a lot like a fetish orgy. We were warned that the Kaleska, being exoskeletal, didn't wear a lot of clothes, but somehow, I had expected pants. His Kaleska was somewhat broken, and he had used some human standard words, but the Kaleska managed to follow well enough to look around embarrassed and then burst into laughter, with their spines vibrating against their shells. It's like meeting the Nolan. They cover their whole bodies in cloth, and they refuse to speak with us unless we do the same, calling it shameful and exhibitionist. Commander Yuri laughed. I think you should take a look at the last word was not in Kaleska. They didn't have a word that correlated to exhibitionism. The closest they had was a word that meant, slumming it, by wearing minimal clothing to go pick up dates from lower class areas without being called out for being outside your own social circle. The humans laughed and nodded while Nico smirked. It's like that, except with the implication that your species has a great enjoyment for more aggressive and mildly violent breeding practices. With that, the tension in the room was clearly broken, and the groups began to mingle, with the Kaleska going to search out their social peers now that they knew who they were. A few minutes passed as the waiters brought drinks around, and one of the pilots moved close to Max, intending to ask him a question but unaware that he could read minds. Yes, I suppose it is a shame, but I will warn you that the Kaleska would view casual ass slapping as an aggressive mating ritual, so no matter how good the ass looks, you can't spank it. Max whispered to the pilot. I know, but it's a shame, really. To have an ass like that, and it's covered in a hard shell. The pilot sighed, then walked away with his curiosity shelved. Human soldiers were much more physical with each other than the Kaleska were, and Max could tell that some of the locals were a bit panicked at the level of friendliness that the new pilots showed. Grabbing and hanging off each other was more intimate to them, and these were strangers. But the humans were determined to teach the Kaleska to dance since there was music playing. This is complete chaos, Commander Yuri whispered to Max when he made his way back to where the human leaders were standing. I think it's going well, though. I don't sense any violent intentions, and nobody has gotten overly offended yet. Once they have time to get used to each other's culture, I think that they will develop some strong friendships. Max shrugged. True, But do the humans know that the Arisen has been forcing them to stand down while we fight? I think that they aren't going to be as accepting of the situation as you are. Yuri asked. I'm sure it's part of why they're so friendly today. They know that they won't be fighting unless the Arisen fleet actually attacks the planet or the station, and they don't want your crew to think that they don't care. Standing back and not fighting when your allies are is considered about as unacceptable of behavior as is possible in our society, so it's going to be a tough adjustment for them. Max agreed. Hopefully, these calm days would continue, though, and they wouldn't have to see it constantly. Chapter 852 Leaders led together. The Kaleska adapted quickly to the human version of dancing, instead of their preference to hum the harmony along with the band. They did consider it a bit wild and overly physical, but once they saw that the new arrivals were having so much fun, they slowly began to join in and give it a try. The tables were set for the formal part of the dinner according to rank and position, an attempt by the Kaleska to get the groups to mingle. Before the party started, they weren't sure how it was going to go, but by the time the food was served, Commander Yuri was already planning to put the medical bay on speed dial just for the pilots who were too enthusiastic in their acceptance of human culture and would be suffering from hangovers and exhaustion tomorrow during training. Do humans recover that much faster than we do? I know many species have incredible healing powers. Yuri asked Nico, who was seated at the second seat on his left, next to his own subcommander. Not at all. They will be suffering through their entire training program tomorrow. But they view the chance for socialization to be worth the trade-off, and we have some medicines that help keep them going well enough to finish their duties for the day. Nico chuckled. The station subcommander laughed and nudged Yuri in the side. See, maybe the old stories were the true way. The other humans at the table looked a bit confused, while the Kaleska dignitaries looked a bit embarrassed at his words. Max scanned his thoughts and found the reference that he was talking about. The Kaleska used to be both much more physically intimate and sexually open in their distant past, but it had led to overpopulation, and so changes were made at the social level. They're referring to the species hippie era, Max informed the other human leaders, who all turned to smirk at the subcommander. Don't worry about it, son. Our species didn't just have an era like that. Some of our people liked it so much that they splintered off from society to keep living that way. They're generally harmless and certainly friendly, so we never saw a good reason to make them stop. The battalion commander for the new forces joked. He didn't understand the Kaleska need to know things before he spoke, but once the barrage of questions about how that worked and how the groups functioned side by side began, Max could tell that he regretted sympathizing with the subcommander. It wasn't for creative purposes. They just felt an intense need to understand how a society could function like that so that they could fit it within their understanding of society as a whole. Nico thought that it was a bit like meeting giants with the personality of the Innu. They wanted to know everything about everything, but not for some creative purpose, just so that they could record it in their notes. After the meal, everyone lingered around the tables, and some of the larger groups pulled them together to create a larger group with similar interests while the command group and the dignitaries retired to a second room. Just like at home, the troops are more relaxed when the boss isn't there breathing over their shoulder. Now that we're gone, they can really begin to relax. It's Kaleska tradition that the commanders don't go back into the main party after this point unless there is a complaint or call to duty. Max explained to the other human leaders. I like it. We always did it so that we could get into the good liquor without the rank and file getting jealous. The battalion commander laughed. I think you should take a look at the ministers hummed in approval, and glass decanters were brought out by the staff, along with naturally grown crystal glasses. Some things our species feel very similarly about. The defense minister laughed as the first round of drinks was poured. The rest of the night was spent on basic niceties as the new battalion's leaders got to know the Kaleska dignitaries and the way that things had been going here. For the most part, it was all mundane, but there was some good news tucked in there as well. Since there had been fewer attacks on the station's crew and the planet after the Arisen decided that Nico and Max should be barred from combat, they had managed to send almost an entire planet's graduating class for the month to other battlefronts, getting more highly trained troops into combat, and improving the situation everywhere. If they could keep that up, the Kaleska government had hoped that they could fight the Arisen to a stalemate and force them to retreat and find another target. That might suck for whoever got the brunt of the Arisen army's wrath after they decided to leave the Kaleska alone, but so far, nobody had managed to stand against the mysterious fleet of seemingly immortal beings. Without any way to tell them apart, and with all of their forces vanishing after the battle, the persistent rumor that they were actually an energy-based species made temporarily corporeal persisted all throughout the region, along with the fearful suggestion that they might not ever actually die and that you might be fighting the same force the entire war. The thought was terrifying to many species in the region, and that terror had made into an urban legend of sorts. Once they got past the disturbing parts of the situation, the human leadership had a great idea that they thought the Kaleska would like. They had a lot of avid gamers on their ships, so if they linked the systems between them and the academy, they could hold live tournaments and PvP battles to help train the students. The VR simulation was good but predictable to some degree because of the set difficulty. But facing random live opponents could cause huge swings in difficulty and tactics, which would help the students once they got to the real world. Plus, the VR and training systems were made by Nico, so they were directly compatible with the systems on the Cygnus ships. Chapter 853 Doctoral students. After the welcoming ceremony was beginning to wind down, Max and Nico made their excuses to head out and left the new crew to get acquainted with the Kaleska on their own. Max had done enough to get them started, and now the rest of it was on them. If they were needed, the two Reavers would still intervene, but with 100 super heavy mecha in the area, all designed specifically to fight the Arisen army, there was no reason that they should be called on for anything less than a catastrophe. So, they made their way back to the destroyer and began to pack up their gear into the shuttle in preparation for their move to the cutter full of researchers which had been sent to them. Max looked up the details as they worked, and these were all new researchers who had recently come from the Innu worlds on the references of the other researchers who were employed aboard Absolution. That was a good enough reference for him, and it meant that they weren't greatly affecting the main research and development team of the Terminus Trading Company. If their new products were affected by the transfer, it could be an issue for everyone, as the world ship had started importing all sorts of Alliance goodies for sale in the shops, and the wages of the staff were paid in Alliance credits. Not that the company was broke. The income just from the terraforming arrays that they had made this year was enough to support the ship for decades, but Max knew that the bookkeeping team would begin to panic and the Alliance would become concerned if the quality of their new developments fell off. Sergeant Khalil came in while they were packing and looked around at the nearly empty room with a sad expression. "I guess that means it's the end of my easy duty as a test pilot, doesn't it?" He sighed. "Not quite yet. We will be working on the cutter, but we will be bringing test units here when the new line mecha is closer to completion. We can't have our team do all the testing since it's mostly the two of us and a bunch of Innu." Nico explained. Khalil laughed. "Yeah, that wouldn't really make for much of a real-world test. We don't have any on this ship, but we had one at my last posting, working with the engineers to overhaul the warp drives. Their skills with technology are incredible, and they would make excellent pilots if they were inclined toward war. They probably would, but that would break so many Alliance laws and treaties that it wasn't even funny. A single combat engagement would bury Max in paperwork for the rest of his natural life, trying to explain why the Innu had been in a human combat zone. It didn't take long for the three of them to get everything packed up and ready to go. Santa Maria was ready to launch before the rest of the team got back from the party, so Max saved them all a long and proper farewell. They weren't really going anywhere, just to another ship that was being used as a laboratory, so they just said their farewells to Sergeant Khalil and called for clearance to depart the hangar. "You are clear to depart Santa Maria. Good luck with your future endeavors," the traffic controller replied, allowing Nico to move out of the destroyer as soon as the message was sent. They were greeted at the cutter by a whole crew of very excited young Innu girls, and Max smiled at Nico. "I think you should take a look at, you're going to love these ones. They're college students, doing work experience between earning their master's degrees and writing their doctoral thesis. They'll be down for anything new, even more so than the average Innu. If you've got new systems that you want to test, they're all in for it. You'll have to talk to them to find out what their thesis is on, but I know without asking that they're all going to be new technology related, some attempt to find a groundbreaking theory or practical application that will revolutionize an industry." Max told her. "Oh, that's incredible news. We have so many new things to try that I am certain we can keep them all busy for the rest of their deployment." "How long is the work experience?" Nico asked. "From what I can tell, the phase extends from the point when they get their final degree until they finish their thesis, even if it takes a decade or more. Some will go into seclusion to finish the theory work, but you know how an Innu does in isolation. It's not really in their nature." Max shrugged. Once the ship was settled onto the latches, which would lock it in place without relying on the magnetic locks, Max and Nico headed out to meet their new crew. Greetings, Commander and lead researcher. The Innu greeted them at once. In their minds, lead researcher was on par with a commander, so it outranked subcommander, and therefore it took precedence when you were addressing someone by their rank. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the warm welcome. As I'm sure you know, we're working on a new personal mecha for the lead researcher, but we also have a number of new systems to work on, and many of them will be entirely new designs, using new theories in an attempt to make it a superior unit to anything that currently exists. Max greeted them. It took the better part of 10 minutes for the applause to end and the enthusiastic hugs to be finished, but they did eventually make it to the floor and off the loading ramp of Santa Maria. We can unload tomorrow during regular lab hours. For tonight, prepare a short presentation of what you hope to design or learn for your research project, and you can present them to lead researcher Nico in the morning. Just 5 pages, so you will have to do a fine job summarizing the basis of your ideas. Simplicity and clarity are valuable parts of the design process, so this presentation is the first assignment we will give you. Now, I will see you all in the morning, so get some rest and be ready to go in the morning. Chapter 854 Energetic Mornings. The research teams back aboard Absolution must have informed the new team of their usual schedule, because when Max and Nico got up at 6 in the morning for breakfast, the entire team was ready to go. They weren't the only ones aboard the vessel, though. Max could sense that there were 4 people on duty on the bridge and 8 more who were asleep, making 3 shifts of bridge crew for a full rotation. None of the bridge crew were Innu, but most of them were not humans either. The captain of the watch who was on duty right now was a giant, as were the other 2, while each shift had a Valkyria on duty as a weapons officer, which amused Max. The Valkyria were always drawn to law enforcement and other combat-related positions, though they had sworn off interplanetary conflicts centuries ago. The other crew members were a mix of humans and other species, which Max was startled to see included a dryad. He hadn't expected to see one of them volunteer to come out here to the middle of nowhere aboard a ship without a forest of any sort. But this one was the ship's medical officer, specializing in treatments that were beyond the capabilities of the Alliance-developed medical bays and handheld healing devices that the ship was stocked with. They were also a doctoral student, and working on a thesis involving convergent evolution, the theory that all intelligent life gravitated toward a certain set of common denominators, which would always be the best possible option for an aspect of every species' evolution. It was a fascinating theory, and it might actually have some basis in reality, from what Max had seen. It also explained why they had come out here. There were brand new, never seen before species and a wealth of new knowledge to be had on this side of the anomaly. If there were anywhere in the universe which could verify their theory, it would be here. The Dryad's ambition didn't stop there, though. They wanted to not only prove the theory but identify at least one of the aspects that all species were evolving toward. If they could manage that, they would be legends in the field of genetic medicine for millennia to come. It was ambitious, but that was a good thing out here in the far reaches of space. The entire research team was waiting for them in the dining room when they arrived. They were all in their lab coats and eager to get going, though some of them had clearly spent almost all night working on the perfect presentation for Nico. I guess I should have clarified that you didn't have to get the presentation done before the start of your shift. Any time today would have been fine. Max greeted them, earning some long suffering groans from the students. He's like that, imprecise with time schedules. He does it to motivate the lazier crew members. Nico added. The researchers laughed, and Max could sense that they were convinced that the moniker of lazy could never apply to an Innu in a research team. It was literally the best job they could possibly imagine, and just the thought of going to work energized their minds. I have picked a special first meal for us all, one of the students informed Max, then brought over 2 covered plates to set in front of him and Nico. It's a tradition of our university. One of the others explained. I think you should take a look at. They uncovered the plates of raspberry stuffed waffles, covered in more fruits and whipped cream with chocolate sprinkles. If that's a tradition, it's a new one. Max laughed. Both raspberries and chocolate had come to them from the humans, so they had only known about them for a year or so. Well, we might have changed the flavors a bit since raspberry and chocolate are so much better than the pit berries that we used to use. But the first day, stuffed waffles with whipped cream is the traditional first meal of students and teachers at the university. It's supposed to be good luck. The girl who set the plates down giggled. She was telling the truth, and her hair tentacles were wriggling in excitement as she sat down at her own meal and poured another cup of coffee from the carafe on the table. If you're going to do raspberry waffles, you'll have to go easy on the coffee, or you'll end up drunk for your first day at work. Max reminded them. Oh, shoot, we forgot about that. Well, 1 cup won't hurt. But we should go get some juice. One of the Innu girls, an especially tall one with skin in such a light pink that it was almost white, announced before running to the replicator. Breakfast got lively very quickly as they all started to talk to Nico about the projects that they hoped to work on in the near future. They were all somewhat relevant to the work at hand, with some of them wanting to create sensory technology and a few others wanting to work on warp drive theories. They all had a different portion of the functions that they were interested in, but most of their theories could be either verified or disproven by the operation of a specifically designed advanced warp drive. Since it was all theoretical, there wouldn't be any patent issues. Nobody else had made them work in the real world, after all. Even finding out that they would be putting the finishing touches on a nearly finished line mecha design to start out their work here wasn't enough to dampen the enthusiasm they held for this new position. They had all sorts of ideas for how to perfect the final issues with the mecha, and they had even been studying the humans who didn't have the system nanobots, so that they could account for their differences when they were doing the design work. It was an impressive level of preparation for working with the Terminus Trading Company, more than Max had expected new employees to put in. Alright, let's get to it. I think that we can have everything set up before lunch, and then we've got half the day to work on the existing design. Nico announced as she got to her feet. They're loaded up with raspberries and coffee. You might want to take the morning to greet the rest of the crew. Nico though, looking directly at Max before she left with the researchers. She was right, their excitement was already becoming a constant buzz in his head as their thoughts went crazy. Chapter 855. The new crew. Max took a leisurely stroll down the hallways of the cutter, giving the bridge crew time to notice that he was coming. There were internal monitors everywhere, the same as on every other ship, and they should be watching what was going on in the occupied areas unless there was some threat outside that had drawn their full attention. Max hadn't made it far when they noticed that he had left the hangar bay and was coming their way, and he chuckled to himself as they panicked and hurried to clean the bridge before he got there. In their nervousness, they had forgotten that he had the ability to read minds, so there was no need to hide the issue of exercises in logic and mathematics monthly in the storage box of the captain's side table. They sent all the food wrappers and dishes to the recycler and activated an auto-clean cycle that they calculated should finish just before Max entered. He walked faster than that, and he would be there near the middle of the cycle, so he made a detour and checked out the side corridors of the cutter to see if the designers had changed anything for the purpose. It didn't look like it. The ship was set up to bunk a full battalion of mecha pilots, plus support staff, and even the maintenance technician quarters, which linked to the hangar through their own dedicated entrance, were intact and fully staffed for the purpose. That was where the research team had chosen to stay, though, so it made sense to have them stocked. The next corridors, where the pilots would usually stay, were completely abandoned, though, with most of the surfaces still having the new construction protective film on them. Max timed his entrance so that he would arrive 3 seconds after the cleaning process had finished, giving everyone just enough time to get halfway to their stations from the side room they had moved to so the cleaner could work properly. The door opened automatically as he approached, and Max walked in with a smile. Not a bad attempt, but pilots walk fast. It's in our nature after that much training to scramble for missions. Max greeted the bridge crew, who were all coming his way after seeing the door open. The giant facepalmed and sighed. We forgot that you're a human illithid, didn't we? Well, at least it's clean for your arrival. Welcome to the cutter Shinjitsu no Hikari. I know it's not human tradition, but there were only Innu and one Dryad present when it was time to name the new vessel, and they decided to name it Light of Truth in one of the ancient languages. It's got a nice ring to it. I'm sure that they won't mind if we just call it the Light of Truth, though. Expecting everyone else to understand and correctly relay the ancient language name is a bit much when we're dealing with so many species. So, tell me, how has your time aboard the Light of Truth been treating you, and how has the new crew been getting along? Max replied, it has been an interesting voyage for sure. You'll realize soon enough that the 3 giants were sent by the Alliance central government so that we can keep reporting on the new developments of the humans. There is some suspicion that you came to this region specifically because your top research team needed an unsupervised chance to create weapons which would break the treaties between Alliance species. Max shrugged. They were bound to send someone to keep an eye on us. I assume that you're all competent captains as well. If you're not, I can shuffle the crew designations and put the Valkyria in charge of the ship. I think you should take a look at we are all experienced captains, as well as members of the intelligence corps. We're not here to undermine you in any way, only to ensure that you don't intend to provide Alliance species with the means to commit war crimes. There have been some concerns after the recent developments with the hunters. They came under intense attack by the species on the other side of the anomaly that they were sent to guard, a species known as Krollo. They're intensely hostile and carnivorous. They tried to eat the hunters who went to talk to them, and the hunters decided that they were a game species, and now it's a huge diplomatic mess over there. Max laughed at the man's phrasing. Yes, I suppose it would be a mess for diplomacy if the other party tried to eat anyone you sent to them. The giant nodded and continued his story, missing Max's sarcastic tone and amusement. Other than that, your new crew is adjusting well to being together, though the Innu researchers have chosen to eat separately in their own mess hall. That was an interesting tidbit. Are they not getting along well with the rest of the crew? The giant shook his head. That's not the problem. They spend a large amount of time socializing with the other crew members, and they have modified some of the VR gaming pods for the Valkyria to play their favorite games, but there was an incident involving talk of rationing raspberry lattes the same as alcoholic beverages while on duty, and it did not end in unanimous agreement. I suspect that the reason they are eating separately is because they decided not to reduce their morning intake to a level that didn't leave them bouncing off the walls. Max smiled at the shift captain. You are exactly correct. I came here straight away because their hyperactive minds were giving me a headache from being in such close proximity. I will talk to them about moderation and diminishing returns once I have finished meeting the crew here and getting a full overview of the ship's systems. Diminishing returns, the shift engineer, another Innu, asked with a hint of trepidation in their voice. Yes, if you drink too much of it, your body becomes desensitized, and then you need to increase your intake or lose the benefits of the raspberry latte. So, either frequency or volume needs to be moderated for maximum efficiency. Max agreed. The engineer was typing his words into her console as he spoke and brought up a load of data on the subject in an instant. How horrific. All right, we will have a meeting about it. They're all college students and have been going a bit wild now that they're free to make their own choices for the first time in their lives. Thank you, and not just for the reduction in my headache. Chapter 856 Light of Truth. With the talk of the research team out of the way, they got down to the technical details of the new vessel. The engineer brought up the ship's schematic as a 3D projection and began her speech. Light of Truth, in the common language, is built on the standard monomolecular hull design created by lead researcher Nico, and it is outfitted in the standard manner for a full mecha battalion, plus support crew. However, the sensors have been upgraded from the last generation, with the information that has been relayed back to the Terminus Trading Company about the capabilities of the species in this sector. It should be more capable of detecting the Arisen Army's arrivals than even Santa Maria, and it has both long-range sensors and probes for finding specific materials. The determination was that they would be needed both when searching for survivors and evidence after an attack and for restocking the vessel with the most efficient materials possible. With limited volume available for storage, it is to our benefit to find the densest possible material for the replicator systems. In addition to that, we have an optimized biomatter generation and recycling facility on board. It is fully self-contained and uses nanotechnology maintenance bots, a new development from the Terminus Trading Company. Not that nanotech is new to anyone, but these are specifically designed to maintain our biomatter systems and have been granted a patent by the Alliance, so we can market the full systems as a premium product. Max looked over the design with approval. It always sucked for sanitation to repair sewer systems, so the nanobots would be a welcome addition to any ship. Have these also been deployed aboard Absolution? He asked. Not yet. They are waiting for our test results, as this is the first real-world test outside the lab. If we have no issues with them here, they will be deployed to the full company and distributed to the other Reavers with similar systems on board their ships. The giant explained before the engineer could get into a long and detailed explanation of the sewage system of the world ship. The Innu nodded. As he said, we're the first, but others will be equipped with them soon. Next up is the shielding system. It's an all-new design, forwarded by the lead researcher only a few weeks ago. According to the data, it should be over 300% more effective against the weapons of the Arisen than the old design. It is also segmented into 6 generators which can be expanded to overlap, which was a last-minute addition that was credited to you personally. She added, they were planning to do that with the Mecha as well, so if it was deemed an improvement for the ship, it was a good sign that they were on the right track with their Mecha development. The bridge staff wouldn't be kept up to date with the exact details as a precaution to avoid leaks of data, but Max still knew where the design had originated and that the reason it was considered was because of the high volume of fire from multiple directions that they were expecting to come under at that time. Next up is the weapons system. We have the usual assortment of Reaver ship weapons, including 6 fast-charging orbital lances, 12 warp torpedo bays, and 64 defensive lasers for blocking incoming hard projectiles and light mecha. I think you should take a look at that. Was a lot of firepower, but basically the same as the other cutters on Absolution, so there wouldn't have been any suspicions raised about the purpose of this ship while it was being created. It's a shame that we couldn't bring the androids here with us. They have been doing such an amazing job on Absolution, especially under the guidance of Felicity, who has determined that simply piloting wasn't enough of a skill set for them, so they have been cross-trained to maintain and repair their own units lately. They work alongside the human techs as assistants, and they've been getting really good at developing the sort of problem-solving logic that will let them diagnose issues without a clear cause. The engineer sighed. Hopefully, the AI hadn't found a loophole in her limitations to have the androids develop in an unwanted direction, but repair seemed like an appropriate task to have them help with since there were already androids on the repair team. There are some small quality of life changes as well. The temperature control system has been improved to the standard that was used aboard Terminus in Absolution, making the ship truly multi-species friendly instead of maintaining a constant human optimal temperature and humidity everywhere. We have also added all the new options from various species to the replicators, and with permission, I will add the new ones from Santa Maria to our options. With that done, we should be better able to host foreign visitors. We wanted to add gravity slides, but they were deemed inappropriate for a warship, so that option never panned out. We did modify the flooring, though. Many of our staff prefer to go barefoot, so the floor surface is softer but just as durable. Boots won't damage it, but it won't be painful to run barefoot on. She added. The giant nodded and gestured toward the crew quarters, where the rest were either sleeping or enjoying their time off. The Dryad was the first to suggest it, but the humans also approved of the measure. They said that they could keep their boots in their flat space, and with the auto laces, they could throw them on faster than a buttoned shirt if they were called to duty. We also added some relaxation areas to the unused spaces. The secondary gym is now a sand-floored space with loungers for tanning and a large hot tub. There is also a large atrium full of jungle plants that have been popular both as a training space for melee combat and relaxation for the Dryad. The engineer informed them, pointing it out on the map for Max. That should have been a spare mecha bay for excess equipment and recovered materials after a battle. It was best to keep the remnants of the destroyed mecha away from the active duty personnel, so they were put in their own bay while being repaired. That wasn't a concern here, so they had repurposed it into a multi-level obstacle course and training area full of huge trees. Good work, everyone. It looks like you've made it properly comfortable for yourselves. Max congratulated them, and the crew finally began to relax in his presence. Chapter 857 Modular Engineering. After the first hour at work with Nico, the effects of the morning coffee had faded, and the researchers' minds were a bit easier for Max to be around, so he made his way back to the lab and left the flight crew to do their work. Welcome back, Commander. We got your message about the coffee, and we apologize. The first taste of freedom was too sweet, and we might have gone overboard. The researcher nearest to the door greeted Max as he walked back in. I'm glad you all understand. Now, how was the first hour with lead researcher Nico? He asked. It's amazing. Everything that we could have asked for and more. We're fine-tuning the mecha design for the line mecha prototype, and we think that it will be ready to send to Uncle Lou by the end of the day. The lead researcher plans to have some of them sent to the destroyers for testing, but the moon base will release the final version once they have that data. Excellent news. Is there anything I can do at the moment? Max asked. You can watch those sensor readings there. Do you have a research-related system function like Miss Nico? The student asked. In a way, I have a system function for making things work in the most efficient or optimal way. If there is a flaw or glitch, it is pretty good at catching it. Max explained. Everyone got back to work as soon as Max moved to the station, and he could see that they were making the most minor of adjustments, trying to save as much weight as possible so that they would bring down the raw material requirement of the mecha. Even if they could only squeeze out a few % worth of savings, it was worth it in the long run, as that was an extra few dozen mecha when they were produced on a regimental scale. There wasn't a commander in the entire human race who would object to more mecha for his materials. A few hours after Max joined them, the next shift came in to say hello before they came on duty. Similar to the previous one, they were a giant and Valkyria pair on command and weapons, but this shift had 2 humans instead of a human and an Inu for engineering and communications. "It is an honor to meet you, Commander," lead researcher. "We will be in your care for the foreseeable future." The giant greeted them with a smile. His mind was all on duty and what he needed to get done this shift, but the Valkyria's mind was all on how to convince Nico to help her pass a level in the VR combat game she was stuck at, while the 2 human crew members were intently pondering the mesmerizing way that her backside swayed as she walked in the heeled boots that the Valkyria preferred. "I think you should take a look at Max." Could already tell that this crew was going to be a fun one. The shift's crew finished their introductions and went to relieve the last shift of their posts while the development team got to work on the next fully constructed prototype. Only after it was fully constructed and tested would they be able to tell if there were any issues that the simulations missed, so great care was taken to make sure that everything was exactly to specifications. On some projects, that was the hardest part, getting the actual unit assembled to the design specs. The replicator system was very good, but any small inconsistencies would destroy tight tolerances. So, for the sake of experimentation, most things would be created in pieces and assembled. That would also reveal any flaws in their design that would make the unit hard to perform maintenance on. Once the team had put it together, taken it apart, and put it back together again to begin testing, they could say for sure that it was actually possible to do and make notes on any design changes that might need to be made to get it frequently serviced parts. That was an issue that had gotten many ambitious designs scrapped in the past. If the field technicians couldn't quickly and easily service it, then it was not suitable to be taken on the battlefield. If it couldn't be immediately repaired, it was scrap iron before it was ever damaged, just waiting for its first breakdown, when it would be abandoned by the unit. It was the opposite of many civilian designs, which were designed to be difficult on purpose so that the dealerships could make more money on service calls. They were only just past the main skeleton when they ran into the first issue with the construction. The holding frame for the power pack was designed to be modular, but when it was reinforced, there were extra brackets added, and now it couldn't be put in after the main skeleton was assembled, and the whole mecha would have to come apart to take it out again. So, back to the drawing board they went. The partially assembled frame was tossed into the recycle bin to be used for the next round of materials, and Max started reviewing the cockpit interior, the portion that he had chosen to refine today. It was the part best suited to optimize since most pilots would be roughly his size, so Max started tweaking the layout of the control panel again, trying to make it more familiar to users of previous generations of mecha without losing the more rapidly accessible portions of its design. On the next attempt, everything at least went together. Taking it apart was a minor nightmare, though, as many of the bolts which would make the process easier were blocked by later additions, so the unit had to be dismantled in a specific order. That was not good for the battlefield either. You didn't want to take half the mecha apart to get to what you needed, so they would have to redesign that again after the disassembly and reassembly were completed. Chapter 858. The eccentric crew. By the time the prototype was back together, it was time to call it a day. Unlike Nico's preference with the main design team to work non-stop until someone interrupted them or they began to collapse from exhaustion, they were working more normal shifts here. They had time, and the research team needed to write their college papers, as well as work on new theories to improve the mecha and earn their doctorate, which was no easy feat within Inu society, where standards were incredibly high. Now that they were released from their work duties, the students dragged Max to what they called Muscle Beach, the sand-floored workout area. The other humans showed us the joys of this place. We can work off energy before bed, and once we're done that, we can lay on these lounge chairs here, enjoy the heat and humidity while we watch the others work out. One of the researchers explained. There was a line of small changing rooms all along one wall, each with a single-purpose replicator to make workout clothing, so Max went and got changed to start his daily routine. The team of Inu came out only moments later in matching spandex shorts and sports bras, running toward the obstacle course. They weren't particularly concerned about the extra muscle strength, but more flexibility and agility while burning energy was a top concern for them. As Max bumped up the gravity generator underneath the machine he was working at so that he could actually get a workout, they started giggling and swinging through the air, twisting between obstacles and making their way around the perimeter of the room. You know, there are more settings for that, right? The obstacles can move, and some of them rotate. Max called out as they finished the first lap of the course. Seriously, how do we do that? Oh, never mind, it will be on the computer. The first Inu to finish replied, then started to scan through the gym settings to change the difficulty of the obstacle course. Perfect, I have the setting that we need. Chaos mode sets every obstacle to random difficulty, changing every 15 seconds. She exclaimed with a huge grin on her face. This round of the obstacle course was a very different experience for the Inu. The obstacles were moving, changing distances, and some of them would fall away a split second after you grabbed them, forcing you to move on or fall. And fall, they did. There were constant landings on the sand floor, dampened by a reduction in gravity so that they didn't injure themselves. It made walking anywhere but near the equipment in the middle of the room or the lounge chairs a falling object hazard, but they were certainly having fun, especially when Nico came in to catch them. By the time they were exhausted, it was time for dinner, and the third shift came to say hello. Made up of 5 people, including the ship's doctor, who was technically on call, not assigned to any shift, this group was just as eccentric as the last one was. It was quite clear that the female Valkia and the human communications officer were lovers, while the giant who had been put in command was wearing a T-shirt with an equation that both proved and disproved that there was a 7th dimension. As far as Max could determine, you really couldn't get nerdier than that, while the Inu engineer was quickly absorbed into the conversation between the design team members and nearly forgotten by her teammates until it was time for them to work. I think you should take a look at, as you might have guessed, everyone here is a volunteer. I wouldn't say that we were all encouraged to leave our last post, but being on a nearly empty ship doing research on the far side of the universe did have a certain appeal to everyone on board. The Dryad doctor laughed as the rest of the staff left the cafeteria. I heard that you are on a mission to improve multi-species medicine, so it made sense that you were here. I just assumed that a lot of the others had been pressured by the Alliance to join the mission. I haven't dug deep into anyone's thoughts, though. It's considered somewhat impolite. Max replied, well, that is likely also true. Since the giants all work for Alliance intelligence, they were likely pushed to take the job, but they volunteered in the end before their superiors could choose someone at random from the department. The Valkia on this shift was the first to volunteer. She's from the Envoy ship, and there's still some discomfort there with the whole interspecies thing. For Dryads, that's not really an issue, but a Valkia doesn't do that, as a general rule. Other than that, we've just got the students, who are enjoying their first taste of freedom, but they'll calm down eventually, and the engineer and the giant from the first ship who have this whole sexual tension frenemies thing going on. Max chuckled at the description. I take it you're a big fan of romance books? He asked the Dryad. Oh, most definitely, yes. Especially the human ones. They get really spicy. She giggled, with a slight blush on her cheeks. Well, it's good to know more about my crew. If we're going to be together for a while, we shouldn't encourage them to be strangers. Max told her with a wink. Is it wrong that I'm cheering on the Valkia and human love story only because I really want to be the pediatrician to their firstborn child? The Dryad joked, making Nico give her an interested look. I wonder whether they would have wings. Humans are too dense to fly easily, but if they got the Valkia hollow and extra strong bones as well, would you really be able to tell that they were a hybrid? Nico asked, what if they got feathers that weren't in a grayscale? Human hair and eyes come in so many colors. With the right combination of genetic codes, we could have a Valkia with the most amazing blue, green and red wings. The Dryad sighed happily, lost in thought. That would be quite a sight. A parrot-patterned Valkia. Chapter 859 Movie night. The next morning started out at a much more sedate pace now that the students had kept themselves to one medium latte each. That was enough to get them going for the day but not enough to make them overly hyper. So, they got right into the reconstruction of the mecha that they had stopped at the end of the day yesterday and then compiled all the notes that they had made about the process. There were a lot of items on the list, and they were put forward as a group so that they could all brainstorm ideas together and come up with changes that would work for everyone. I think that if we make all of this a separate subassembly, which we can pull out by removing these side armor plates, it will make it much easier to get to the access panel for the temperature control module. One of the students pointed out. That's right, but those modules connect, and you can't troubleshoot the climate control with it removed. The climate control needs the power module here to operate. We could move it here, but then we will run into problems with thermal control since that area gets really hot. One of the others countered. That was how their entire day went, making small changes, then realizing that half their changes caused new problems, so they had to start over. It was a huge mess but perfectly normal for a design team. The team was exhausted at dinner that night, and Nico couldn't help teasing them. You really thought that designing was easy and smooth, didn't you? Don't worry, we will eventually get to the fun parts and research new technologies. But first, we need a chassis to put them in. She reminded them, we know that in theory. But in practice, it's a lot of work. One of the girls sighed. How about I show you the perfect way to unwind at the end of the day? Max suggested. There is a standardized procedure. They asked hopefully. Not at all. It is a personal secret of the experienced designers and pilots. Nico, would you like to get the auditorium set up? I will get the snacks and meet you there in 5 minutes with the rest of the team. Max replied with a wink for Nico. Letting her pick the movie was always fun because you never knew what you were going to get, and Max knew that the students wouldn't complain no matter what. She picked since they hadn't seen any of the human classics yet. Alright, everyone, head out ahead, and I will be behind you with the traditional snacks for an evening of relaxation. Trust me, the surprise is worth it, Max instructed, sending all the researchers down the hall to the auditorium after a few minutes. When they entered, Nico had the mood lighting set, all of the sofas set out facing the movie screen, and the movie of the night all set for viewing. Welcome to the inaugural viewing of the human film classic, Scarred Face. A mafia movie that has stood the test of time in the centuries since its first filming. Nico welcomed them, and I have the snacks. We have popcorn, milk duds, chocolate mints and Kepa Cola. Grab one of each, and feel free to trade if there is one you don't like. It's a tradition during movie viewings. Max added, I think you should take a look at the researchers cheered as they collected their drinks and snacks, then settled into the couches, which had large cup holders in the armrests for exactly this reason. The movie started, and the lights faded, leaving the room with only the three-dimensional projection of the movie for light. There was a round of happy squealing as the researchers discovered the joys of human snacks for the first time and some confusion as to how the buttery, salty popcorn went with the sweet chocolate treats and the acidic tang of the soda. Within seconds all of the day's stress was gone, and their minds had forgotten all about work, focusing only on the snacks and the movie, which they thought was a hilarious parody of what a crime lord should be like. When it finished, they were in a great mood and quoting lines from the movie to each other as they headed for their rooms. Max headed for the bridge to see how things were going outside the lab and ran into the crew that had just come off duty on his way. Did you teach the Innu something strange? They just passed by, and someone asked me to say hello to their friend, but I didn't see anyone there but the Innu. The giant asked. We just finished watching a human movie, a classic mafia movie. They were likely quoting the movie to you, but it wouldn't make any sense if you hadn't seen it. They were stressed out at the end of the day, so we put on a movie to help them relax. Max explained. Oh, well then, I hope their friend is alright. The giant agreed, still not quite getting that it was a line unrelated to actually having a physical friend present. The bridge crew jumped to attention when Max entered, and the communications officer passed him a list of messages that they had received since the last time he was there. There hadn't been an attack since the new Mecha arrived, and things were pretty quiet in the system, but there had been a number of missing cargo ships reported further out and more attacks on the neighboring nations, which had destroyed planets. It was a bit like they were an island of calm in a sea of chaos at the moment, with the attacks continuing as usual everywhere else, including some others in the Kaleska Empire, but nothing near them. Well, there's no need to stress out about it. They will attack when they attack, and the Mecha battalion will be ready to meet them. Max shrugged. There are no other major issues to report, but we do have one report from Absolution. They have scheduled a festival to match one of the Alliance's major holidays and are expecting extreme tourist volume for the next week. They say they have it under control, but responses to messages from the Council could be delayed while they are ensuring that the festivities are running smoothly. Excellent news, thank you. As long as everything was running smoothly at home, he didn't have much to worry about, and he could work here without concern. Chapter 860 Ready check. For the next 10 days, the design team was free to work without interference, constructing and deconstructing the line Mecha chassis until they were reasonably sure that they had it perfect. In fact, it had gone so well that they were about to put Nico in the cockpit to do movement tests inside the bay when the incoming enemies alert sounded through their cutter. Incoming Arisen vessels from the planet's interior side. 4 vessels in total, 2 are moving to engage the human fleet. The watch captain informed the ship in his deep baritone voice. Inform the other vessels to deploy their mecha but not engage at this time. Let the Arisen decide if we're fighting today. Max reminded them, if they wanted the humans to stay out of the fight, they would oblige, but the Kaleska had made huge strides in their piloting over the last week, with a new class of pilot graduates on the lines and everyone making use of both the learning machines and the VR gaming pods to improve their skills. The cadet corps flew up from the surface within minutes, and Max watched as the farmers pulled war machines out of the barns and aimed them skyward, intent on preventing orbital assaults, though the Arisen would normally just appear on the surface and not need to fly down like a normal enemy. 2 mixed regiments in 100 Titan-class mecha based on the design of cleansing light were deployed from the human ships, and the 2 Arisen cube ships stopped at a distance of 50,000 kilometers, sitting between them in the battle on the planet. But the battle never occurred. The Kaleska got fully deployed in under 10 minutes, and the Arisen army's fleet simply disappeared. Max was too far away to read the minds of the Kaleska commanders, but they were broadcasting their thoughts for anyone to hear, and they were not happy with being ready-checked by the Arisen. They had diverted an entire planet's population, sent hundreds of thousands of soldiers into space, and scrambled an entire battle group from the station and the surrounding ships, amounting to millions of total work hours, and not a single shot was fired. But the biggest problem was that it was making the politicians nervous. There was no way to tell if they backed down because they were outnumbered by the defenders with the human fleet here or if they really hadn't been intent on attacking if the Kaleska had done what they wanted and prepared the entire planet for war. If they sent the fleet away to reinforce the other war zones, would the next Arisen attack be much worse for them? Or would it be the same because they responded the same? The uncertainty was enough to rattle the politicians, even when it relieved the commanders. They didn't sign the checks, and the money wasn't coming out of their accounts, so why would they care if they did a forced ready check? They should be done at random anyhow, so why should it matter if the Arisen initiated one themselves? Well, that was fun. The leader of the super heavy battalion laughed. The Kaleska started to disappear back into their ships and returned to the planet while the human force stood guard, waiting until they were sure that the threat was really gone before they stood down. Max was about to return to his work when he checked the sensors one last time and noticed that not every alien vessel had departed. There was one Darkling attack craft hidden at the edge of the asteroid field, and the sensors of his cutter had detected the scans it had sent out to analyze the newly arrived human mecha. I think you should take a look at one small attack craft was no real threat, but it meant that the next time they met, the alien species would know a lot more about their capabilities than they had the last time. The real question was if they would assume that all of these mecha had the same capabilities as Max's cleansing light did or if they had already realized that they were a reproduction of the original and didn't have all of the same weapons systems since they had been optimized for ease of use and for fighting against the Arisen. After a few minutes, the small attack craft vanished into the asteroid belt, vanishing from his scanners, and the region was deemed all clear for the mecha to return to base. It was an interesting change but hardly important as the species already had a pretty good grasp of the capabilities of human mecha after being involved in a few battles involving Max and Nico. But the Innu took it differently. What if they're planning to change their stance on humans? Either to ask us to fight with them or to attack us? We should have something completely unexpected when we scale the line mecha up for lead researcher Nico's personal unit. Rapid-fire mass drivers and disruptors are an amazing combination and would be suitable for use on pretty much any class of production mecha, but for a commander's personal unit, we need something with more flair. The researcher explained this to Max as soon as he returned to the lab bay. Well, we will consider anything if it's effective and stable. But Nico has the last word since it's her personal mecha you're going to be working on once this line mecha design is finished and tested. Impressing her with your ideas isn't going to be easy. Even impressing the tenured professors to get your doctoral thesis approved might be easier. Max replied with a wink to let the Innu know he was at least partially joking. We will be done with the line mecha soon, I'm certain of it. My thesis is on layered space and the properties of the other spatial layers. I have a theory that we can breach them, and if I am right, we should be able to not only move more quickly but harness an immense amount of energy from the other layers. Max knew all those words but still had no idea what she was talking about beyond the most basic of concepts. Well, I hope that you can get an experiment approved, he informed her, which seemed to be enough to assure the researcher that he wasn't going to flat out reject her idea. She went back to work in a much better mood than she had been in a few minutes ago, and Max saw the dozens of professors and others who had called her delusional or insane for her ideas. But the true innovators always got called insane until they could prove that they were right, and that was ultimately the only way to tell a visionary genius from a lunatic or conspiracy theorist. She had certainly been sent on the right deployment, though. With the number of times he could see her being shut down in her memories, they were likely the only chance that she had to actually get someone to let her try to breach the layers in space, assuming that they actually existed, of course. Most of the other thesis ideas were more plausible, but none of them would be easy to accomplish on a practical level. They would likely spend most of their time here just trying to prove new theories, but if it led to a breakthrough, Nico might finally have the mecha that she had been dreaming about. Chapter 861 Can we shoot something? It ended up taking them another week of minor tweaks until they had the beta version of the line mecha ready for testing. Everything was properly modular, every part could be accessed with reasonable amounts of effort, and the most common service modules were accessible in under 5 minutes, except for a few which were simply unable to be relocated and took nearly an hour for a single technician in the field, or 15 minutes for one with a repair rack to get to. That was much better than the standard listed on the military procurement orders that any of the human military forces had issued, so Max was confident that the Cygnus force would find this to be an improvement worth keeping, even without considering the increased firepower and mobility. Well, should we get a hold of Sergeant Khalil and have him continue with the test pilot duties for the sake of continuity in the data set? Max asked. Nico nodded as she started lovingly at the now complete mecha. We should. I will make more of them as well so that we have multiple input points for the testing data, so you should request that they send a whole wing of line mecha pilotos from the Corvette class operators. Anyone else will be too slow to work the mecha to our standards, and Sergeant Khalil has a lot of extra training. Got it. Anything else? Nico smiled and looked around the room. Raspberry cheesecake ice cream cones. I think we need to celebrate. There was a replicator programmed for food right at the side of the bay, intended to resupply the mecha, which would normally be stored in there, so Max sent the request to Celia's love and went to fetch the snacks. We have received your message, Light of Truth. We can have them ready in 10 hours. Will you be sending a shuttle, or are we arranging transport? I will come to get them. I have a gift for you as well, for the generous loan of your men for our testing. Max replied. The truly good Reaver rum was only programmed into the Reaver ships and not every ship of the trade group, so it was always a welcome trade good. Every group within the human fleet had their own personal specialty, and the Cygnus fleet preferred vodka, while the Kepler forces often brought a form of brandy with them. They will be ready in 10 hours. Would you like to take a nap so that you're ready when they get here, or do we have more to do? Max asked as he went to get the ice cream. We will take a break after this. If it's a 10-hour gap, they should be rested when they get here, and we can go all out to get the data that we need. I will make some flying drones that we can shoot at as well. Having shields up on the remote-controlled ships should make better targets than simple asteroids, and we can test their skills and reflexes as we go. The best mecha in the world is a worthless hunk of iron if it's not intuitive and user-friendly, so we will give them the once-over on the controls before they go and then let them figure it out. They're Cygnus, so they're likely used to running with pure mental control and very little manual input, which means that their control rates shouldn't change much at all. In that case, here is the ice cream. Good work on getting the prototypes up and running, everyone. Enjoy your break, and we will meet again when the test pilots arrive. Max agreed. I think you should take a look at. 12 hours later, the 10 test pilots were assembled at a Nico-designed course through the asteroids, with 100 moving targets, all equipped with energy shields, which should withstand the output of the line mecha weapons, which had been toned down for the exercise, the same as a training mecha would be. Commander, are you sure that it is actually possible to complete that course within 15 minutes? One of the pilots asked. 100 targets in 15 minutes while under fire is the standard to pass the Corvette class certification. These aren't even going to be shooting back. Max reminded him, but look at the course. I don't even think that our Corvettes can move as fast as those drones. The pilot countered. I can have you replaced if you like, but I assure you that the course is possible. I ran it in VR testing already and didn't find any issues. Max informed him with a note of finality that shut the pilot up. How long did it take you? Sergeant Khalil asked. 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Nico finished in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. If any of you come in under 10 minutes, I will be impressed, but 15 is certainly possible with 100% drone kills. Truthfully, the course was actually brutal for a regular mecha pilot to complete at all, much less with 100% accuracy, but the drones were patterned to mimic the Arisen War Walker's mobility and movement patterns. If they couldn't keep up with that, then the human commanders were going to have to adjust their strategies when it came time to actually face the enemy or whatever had the Arisen army so scared. On your marks. The course begins in 10 seconds. Nico announced impatiently. The 2 hours to get the pilots familiar with the new mecha and get them set up outside the firing range after performing the most basic of movement checks to make sure the mecha had no major issues had been entirely too much for her patience level, and she was getting eager to see her new child start shooting things. The research team was sitting in the shuttle, right behind Max and Nico, who were in their own personal mecha, in case there was an issue with the experimental designs, and someone needed an immediate rescue. Now that most of the nervousness had been calmed, the excitement in the air was building up, and the pilots were completely focused on their lane of the course. 3, 2, 1, go! Chapter 862 Rocky start. With Nico's signal, the test pilots raced forward, firing their disruptors at the first targets. Sergeant Khalil was clearly the most skilled of the batch after all the extra training he had gone through with the time-dilated training machines, and he had taken an early lead, getting the first 3 targets out of the way at once, using his disruptors and both wing-mounted mass drivers at the same time. The explosive rounds that Nico had loaded in the mass drivers were doing an excellent job of preventing collateral damage to the area, and they were moving fast enough to hit the targets with ease, making the shields on the drones ripple as the target was deactivated, and the red kill light on the drone lit up. Khalil moved into the asteroid field and rotated his mecha so that he was facing upward from Max's point of view, allowing him to slip between the asteroids in front of him without slowing down, and then firing the mass drivers at the next drone before rapidly evading the next asteroid and looking for the drone he had just seen off to his right. Max could tell that the pilot was only able to tell that he was still on course because of the map. His sense of spatial awareness was completely shot from the constant hunt for drones and the breakneck pace that he was holding in order to try to meet Nico's standards for performance. Twice he missed targets and had to stop to reacquire them, but other than that, he was keeping a steady pace. On the 20th drone, Nico had put a twist into the program. It would charge them like an Arisen War Walker, slamming into their mecha if they were too slow to react. That one really threw the sergeant for a loop, and the drone was less than 2 meters away when he hit it with his disruptors. Max laughed as the sergeant cursed over the radio, but the pilots all had their reception muted during the run, other than messages from Max and Nico, so they didn't disturb each other. Khalil was getting the hang of the course fairly quickly, though, and his movements were becoming less mechanical and more like an elegant dance as he dodged the asteroids and hunted down the fast-moving drones with the experimental mecha. It was far from perfect, and he ran into a lot of floating rocks, moving them off course a little, but Nico had already prepared for that and was moving along behind the test pilots, putting the rocks back in place while Max stayed further back to get a full view of the proceedings. The other 9 were holding to Cygnus's standard maneuvering techniques, and they were way behind the pace that Sergeant Khalil was setting and not having an easy time dealing with the fast-moving drones. That was expected for the first run, and they would be shown a collection of replays after the course was run to show them where they could improve and how a better run looked. I think you should take a look at Max intended to show them the VR version of one of the researchers if they did well enough, sparing them the humiliation of seeing how he and Nico had done it so much faster. The best of the researchers had barely made it in the 15 minutes that were allotted, and they looked quite elegant doing it, as they had never received military training and had learned all their piloting skills from video games, where acquiring the target was the priority, and there was no risk of death. In practice, it gave them a fearless piloting style that worked well on the obstacle course and would probably do well enough against the Arisen army. It was enough to encourage the pilots to improve their skills and adjust their techniques, Max hoped. But it looked like Sergeant Khalil might actually do better than the researchers had, despite his somewhat shaky start, as he got used to the level of smoothness that was needed to pilot efficiently at high speed in space. It was a style that had nothing at all in common with piloting on the ground, and the targets could come from any direction that you hadn't already cleared, so they would have to change how they thought to complete the course in time. They were all slowly realizing that, but it was too late to salvage this run, and after Sergeant Khalil's 14 minutes and 30 seconds, the next pilot finished just over 22 minutes after the course started. Everyone, please return to the starting line while we compile data. Are there any complaints about the mecha's handling? Any lag, unexplained control issues or inconsistencies that you noticed from the cockpit? Nico asked. I think the problem on that run was more about how to operate the mecha properly in this environment than about the actual mecha's performance. The next run should be an improvement. One of the pilots, who had taken nearly 30 minutes to finish the course, replied grimly. He knew that he was at half the pace, but the fact that Sergeant Khalil, with his long disciplinary record, had managed to finish it on time was an insult to his honor and his skills as a pilot. He was certain that he could do better. He just needed the right mindset. Once you're in place, we have a collection of videos for you to review. First, watch your own performance to see where you made obvious mistakes, then watch either Sergeant Khalil or the best of our researchers on their run-through. They both finished just under the 15-minute standard, so they are an acceptable baseline for improvement. Nico instructed, "Do we have time to watch your virtual run of the course?" One of the pilots asked. "You should. It might not be as useful to you as the others which are within your capabilities, though. I will make it available for your viewing." Nico agreed. That was going to be a painful blow to the pilots, but maybe they would learn something from the dizzying view of Nico's fly-through. Chapter 863 Test Runs. The pilots all chose to watch Nico's footage first since it was only 3 minutes long, but what they found shocked them to their core. None of them could even keep up with the target data inputs. It was coming up, they could see it coming up, but before they could process that information and respond, Nico had already destroyed it and moved on to the next target. That was only half of the issue, though. The other half was that she was moving through the course at an insane speed, barely dodging the asteroids as she spun and twirled the mecha without concern for structural loading. Clearly, it could hold up to that sort of abuse, but the thought of trying to shoot while piloting a mecha through a tight obstacle course at those speeds was impossible for their minds to fully comprehend. "Can we see Commander Karras' footage? Perhaps it would be more enlightening than this one is," one of the pilots asked. "It's available on your footage now. I'm not sure it will help you, though. He finished the course even faster than I did," Nico replied with a laugh. Max listened to their thoughts as they watched him fly through. It wasn't as graceful as Nico's was, as his piloting style was more methodical and less flowing than hers, but with the multiple targeting from his system functions, it didn't have to be. His system input found targets even faster than Nico's direct link to the mecha's sensors, using the predictive functions of the nanobots, which allowed Max to get into position for most of the shots even before the drones powered up and became visible on his sensors. "You two are both insane. What if you had hit an asteroid?" Sergeant Khalil laughed as he saw the standard that they were judging everyone else against. Max could sense his annoyance that it was physically impossible to match up to the standard that the two commanders held themselves to, and the determination to do better than the minimum standards that they had set for everyone else. He had barely scraped by on the first run, but he knew after watching them run that he could do better. So, he switched feeds to watch the fastest of the researchers, who were all Innu, and not soldiers but amateur game enthusiasts who had run the course in virtual reality. They would have used the neural link the same as he did, so they wouldn't have an advantage there, and they didn't have a system backing them up, so it should be a good comparison. Khalil watched as the mecha moved elegantly through the course, using its own inertia to move around the asteroids without harsh inputs from the thrusters, and the way that so many seconds were lost between target acquisition and the actual firing of the weapons. That was understandable since the Innu weren't soldiers, but the fact that she was only a few seconds slower than his time and faster than the other 9 pilots was a harsh blow to his pride as a Cygnus soldier. They were using identical mecha with identical baselines, and still, the researchers managed to put up better numbers than the professionals. I think you should take a look at 3 times he watched the footage, stopping at various points and overlaying his own performance to see where he had made mistakes that they didn't. Then Nico called everyone back to order for the next round. "The data of the first run is compiled. Everyone, please return to the starting line and prepare for your next run. I hope that you managed to learn a few tips and tricks from the footage, and we have a bonus waiting for everyone who can make the standard by the end of the day's testing. Light of Truth has a Reaver rum cake dessert that only Reaver vessels are programmed with, and it's on the menu for dinner tonight." Nico informed them. "Now that's a motivation. Let's get this done." The pilots cheered while Nico started the countdown to the next run. They were noticeably less clunky, and there was far less hesitation this time, as well as higher velocities. They were too used to moving slowly and methodically in their mecha, which didn't suit a space battle, but they were adapting fast. This time Sergeant Khalil managed to get down under 13 minutes, decimating the previous record for pilots without a system advantage by over a minute, and 2 other pilots managed to get under 17 minutes, a vast improvement on their previous runs. Perhaps there is hope for you all after all. No runs over 20 minutes, and you all improved on your previous runs. This time we will give you a 15-minute break, so watch whatever footage you think will help you, and then we will send you through again. After that is lunch, and we will be returning to Light of Truth for a 2-hour break, including data analysis and a midday report. Max chastised and encouraged the group. The third run saw great improvements all around, and though there were a number of impacts with the asteroids as the mecha pilots increased their speed to make the run on time, they were getting better at multiple target acquisition, and it was shaving entire minutes off their times without any increase in movement speed. One of the researchers, who had been tasked with the collection of data to see if the standard they had designed the mecha to was suitable for use by a standard human, sent out a group text as the third run ended. It looks like they just needed to adapt to the new style of piloting. Their previous mecha units didn't include a lot of multiple weapon layouts, unlike the larger mecha. So, they're not used to having 3 independently targetable weapon systems on board, and they are treating them as 3 options on one weapon. That was a very good way of putting it. It also meant that the problem could be easily solved with a short trip through the learning devices to get them used to the weapon layouts. Chapter 864 interrupted, assessing the pilots as part of our test requirements as well. So, should we give them an hour in the learning machines to adapt before we send them out after lunch? We can do the reports ourselves just as easily, using their data as a reference. The researcher suggested, we still need their personal input, but we can make it once today instead of twice. I think the learning machines would be a much greater help to our testing procedure. We have 3 runs as a baseline for the adaptation speed of the pilots, and then we can run 3 more after the learning machine to record the changes caused by the rapid learning environment. Nico agreed. Agreed. We will inform them after lunch. Max decided. All units report to Light of Truth for the midday break. The researchers who were still on the main ship had a buffet ready when everyone returned to the hangar bay, including the rum cake, as everyone had managed to just barely pass the 15-minute cutoff to be considered passably qualified on the line mecha. I think they sent us here to be humbled, not as a reward. One of the pilots was joking as they got out of the experimental units a few minutes later. Right, finding out that we didn't even qualify as line mecha pilots at the start of the day because we weren't used to the complexities of space piloting was a harsh experience. But we're at least up to that standard now. Another agreed. Just be glad they didn't call it a Corvette-class unit and increase the standard. We'd all be grinding for weeks just to make the time limit. Max cleared his throat. Good news, everyone. After lunch, we agreed not to make you write reports. Instead, you will spend an hour in the learning machines, practicing multiple target firing drills and space piloting maneuvers. Then we will run 3 more trips through the obstacle course and measure your improvements again before the end of the day. Now, enjoy your break, and I will prepare your devices. The time in the learning machines did a lot of good for the pilots, and Max was certain when they got out that they would start putting some decent times up on the record sheet. They all got into their mecha, and Max piloted Cleansing Light out to supervise them for the final 3 runs of the day when an alien ship of a design that Max didn't recognize dropped out of warp close to Light of Truth. A sense of danger flared in Max's mind as the combined hatred of the occupants of the new ship reached him, and he immediately moved to action. Light of Truth, all hands to battle stations. Shields up. Prepare to be attacked. He ordered on the trade group's general channel so that all of the other human ships in the vicinity would hear him. The crew on duty reacted nearly instantly, and the shields came up just as the first ion cannon shots charged, and the newly arrived ship reversed its thrusters to come about for a broadside run past the cutter. Dozens more of the vessels appeared seconds later, in attack positions on the cruiser and the 2 destroyers, who would still need a minute or 2 to deploy their defensive mecha. They did at least have their shields up thanks to Max's warning and the early arrival of the one ship, but they were at a disadvantage in numbers and possibly firepower. I think you should take a look at test cancelled. All units target the enemy ship. Targeting data is up. Max continued on the research group channel. A barrage of ion cannon fire caused the shielding on the cutter to flicker before the captain got it stabilized, and Max unleashed a full-power orbital lance at the newly arrived vessel. All 10 of the line mecha joined him, with the warp field generators on their mass drivers activated, sending out a hail of small projectiles at close to the speed of light. They sparked all over the ship's shielding as they hit, and Max saw a few secondary explosions before his orbital lance hit, and the shields collapsed entirely. The unknown vessel began evasive maneuvers as more mass driver shells crashed into her hull, tearing apart the external plating before the light rounds vaporized from the force. The small explosions from the equipped rounds were inconsequential compared to the impact of the shell itself, as they were intended for training purposes, but the damage to the ship was severe before it could get its shield back up. It had managed to rotate 90 degrees, turning fresh armor plates toward them and getting the shield back up on one side before Nico's first mass driver round slammed into it with a fusion explosion that tore a massive chunk of the ship away and sent all the lights on board dark as the ship began to internally detonate. Test units, turn your mass drivers on the next designated target. Relieve the sentry ships until they can get their mecha out. Max ordered. The other ships were sending out mecha in an angular design, clearly not Arisen war walkers, but there was no explanation as to why they were attacking. Commander Yuri, who the feth are these guys, and why are we under attack? Max demanded on the Kaleska main channel. They're the Galen. They had been at war with the Kaleska for centuries before the Arisen attacked their homeworld. We all thought that they had been exterminated. Commander Yuri answered before Max had even finished speaking. So, we're under attack for helping you. Or perhaps just for driving off the Arisen. Well, we will see about that. Max replied grimly as he watched his orbital lance flash to indicate fully charged. The destroyers had scrambled their main weapons at this point, and one unfortunate cruiser from the Galen fleet took 12 simultaneous blasts, turning it into scrap floating in space in an instant. The rest of the ships began to scatter, moving into evasive patterns, which would make it hard to lock onto them with the slower firing heavy weapons, and the first of the Titan-class mecha began to emerge from the cruiser. If the Galen thought that facing cleansing light was bad, they were going to absolutely love it when the other 100 Titan-class units joined the fight. Chapter 865 Galen. The mecha began to pour out of the human vessels as the attack intensified, with the rapidly evading Galen vessels beginning to return fire and adapt their shields to the disintegrator beams that the destroyers used as their main weapons. Unfortunately, they had nothing that could deal with the mass drivers. Each of the Titan-class mecha that Uncle Lou had sent mounted 2 of them, one on each shoulder, as a last-minute addition once he learned of the situation here inside the vast nebula. With the warp field generator in the nuclear warheads, they were decimating the shields of the Galen attack fleet faster than the ships could adjust. It was beginning to look like a lopsided battle, but the Galen force wasn't as unprepared for the humans as they had seemed. Once the fleet was fully engaged, thousands of attack fighters, shuttle-sized boxy vessels with an array of lasers as their main weapon, as well as hundreds of gunboats, dropped out of warp. Now the humans were the ones outnumbered and possibly outgunned, but there was a reason that they had chosen to stay with Mecha instead of switching to an all-attack craft fleet. The irregular shape made it much harder to hit the Mecha when they were evading with their shields tight to their hulls, and the accuracy rate of the Galen fighters was bordering on dismal. The humans also had a long history of varied warcraft technology, and their shields were holding up well against the laser fire, while the Galen shields couldn't take a hit from a mass driver and were suffering greatly from the dispersed waves fired by the disruptors. Streaks of light and explosions lit the sky as the 2 sides engaged, and Max spun cleansing light to get a let out and intercept a close passing fighter, knocking it off course when his foot met the shields and making the entire volley from its main weapons fly wide. He could hear the pilot inside swearing, though he didn't know their language, and the panic as they realized his blade was penetrating their shielding and then their main engines, causing them to go critical before the small vessel was kicked away by the mecha into the void of space. Max split his disruptor fire into 2 beams, destroying 2 more attack craft, while Nico focused fire on the larger ships with her mass driver. Behind him, Light of Truth took a direct hit from a main ion cannon, drawing Max's attention. The giant barely evaded the next shot, stopping faster than the Galen's vessel had anticipated and giving Max valuable insight into the lead times on their targeting. Most ion cannons had very limited mobility, and the shots took time to reach their target, so sudden changes in velocity could cause a miss. They made up for it with the volume of fire, but the giant had Light of Truth set up for a broadside fusillade and put a dozen warp torpedoes into the Galen destroyer, shattering its shields and puncturing the bridge section with a warp speed projectile. Max watched as 3 of the Titan-class units were brought down by the combined fire of the fighters, but they didn't pursue the ejected cockpits, so the pilots were likely fine and could be recovered after the battle. The admirals had already sent out recovery vessels, small tugs with frames, to recover the pilots of fallen mecha and clean the battlefield after the fact. The Galen started to go for them now that they realized there was something valuable in the cockpits. But the action infuriated the other pilots to the point that nothing could get near the recovery tugs. When anyone got a chance, they would kick the cockpits of the destroyed mecha toward the nearest vessel to be recovered, either by tug or gravity beam, and keep fighting, knowing that their comrades would do the same for them. A shockwave rippled through the defenders as a lucky shot from a Galen laser managed to hit and detonate a mass driver round just after being fired, sending the nearby mech flying through space before anyone could recover control. The fighters took that as an opportunity to force everyone away and get a clear shot for their ships against the destroyers, but for some reason, the shot never came. I think you should take a look at. There was a massive destroyer-class vessel lined up and ready to fire, but it wasn't shooting at all. Then the Galen fleet realized that things here had gone horrifically wrong for them. 3 Darkling attack cruisers had appeared out of nowhere and were unleashing hundreds of attack craft to ambush their fleet from behind. Mecha, do not engage the third party unless they engage you. They didn't attack us when we were fighting the Arisen, so they might not be here for us. Max ordered on the command channel, commandeering the entire human force. He charged forward with cleansing light, going for the Galen destroyers, and was quickly flanked by a wing of Darkling attack craft. Max hefted his mass driver and put a round into the 3-kilometer-long vessel's shielding, then followed it up with an orbital lance shot, which the Darkling fighters chased toward the destroyer, overtaking his mecha with ease. The shields breached, and the fighters focused their fire on the hull of the Galen ship, creating a breach that they attached themselves to. It was a boarding effort, Max realized. They weren't here to kill the Galen. They wanted to capture them alive. That was almost certainly a fate worse than death, but Max repeated his orbital lance shot, keeping the shields down as more attack craft swarmed the destroyer. Form up on the commander. Sergeant Khalil ordered the test pilots, who all moved to protect Max's back as he fired rapidly, keeping the Galen fighters away from the doomed destroyer. For 3 minutes, they held the position as the Galen desperately struggled to retake the destroyer. But then the attack craft suddenly detached and returned to their motherships, accompanied by the anguished mental howling of the captured Galen prisoners. Vervik, da Umros Ath Slaverth, the Galen lead vessel broadcast on their main frequency, causing the fleet to disengage. They fled to warp speed as fast as they could, leaving behind one crippled cutter, which was swarmed with Darkling attack craft, and the abandoned destroyer. Max sent a direct message to Commander Yuri as they left. What did that last message mean? It seemed to be the voice of panic and not a standard retreat order. He asked. It meant, retreat, the humans are slavers. They think that you are working with the knife ears to help them harvest sentient species. The Kaleska commander replied in disgust, though Max couldn't tell whether it was for the Galen or for the thought of working with the knife ears. Got it, hopefully, they won't be back. I will contact you again once we have casualty counts. Max informed him, then focused his attention on the battlefield. There was a lot of raw material out here and a lot of destroyed vessels, with the resultant number of corpses to be disposed of. One last message, what is the Galen funeral ritual? So we can put the deceased at rest properly. Chapter 866 Merciful Max. The response to Max's inquiry about funeral rituals took a few seconds. They usually burn them in space in a plasma fire, with a ritual speech. We don't have anyone willing to give it, though. The hatred for them runs deep. Just send it to me, and I will make sure that our people take care of them appropriately. Max agreed. He knew it was a strange idea to the Kaleska, but it was human tradition to take care of the enemy dead if they didn't have anyone left to do it themselves. Nico, check that destroyer for survivors. Perhaps there is someone who can do the funeral rituals. Max ordered while the rest of the fleet started collecting their own dead and damaged. All 10 test units were still operational, though they had all taken damage. It was impressive for a line mecha unit, and the other line mecha units had suffered heavy casualties, nearly 10% disabled or destroyed units as far as Max could tell. It would have been much worse if the Darklings hadn't shown up when they did and scared the Galen fleet away. The standard mecha simply weren't agile enough in space to be well suited to a battle like this. They were sitting ducks when the attack craft approached, and they couldn't even turn fast enough to properly track them. Help lead researcher Nico clear the crippled destroyer. The line mecha are designed for that purpose. Just remember to fold your wings before you try to head down a hallway. Max ordered the test team, then moved to help the other units clean and gather up the remains of the Galen attack fleet. Every unit was carefully checked for signs of life, and a few survivors had already been found among the crippled attack craft. The main force was gathering them in the final cutter to fall during the battle, as it was still somewhat operational, and they could send the dead home to their families that way, along with the survivors. They didn't need prisoners, and it might buy them some goodwill with the Galen and avoid more attacks. From the ferocity of this attack, it seemed unlikely, but the soldiers didn't know anything beyond the details they were given about the enemy they were to fight. They didn't even know the name of the human race. They were ordered to fight, and they fought just as a good soldier should. Max searched through the records they had borrowed from the cooperative for a translation program, then uploaded it to an earpiece so that he could speak with the prisoners. Admirals, I will lead the dealings with the prisoners. Keep bringing the bodies and survivors to the same spot, and I will make sure that they are out of the system and out of our way as soon as the battlefield is cleared. Max instructed as he piloted the cleansing light over to the cutter. It was a tight fit getting his mecha in the bay door since they didn't use tall machines, but there was plenty of room inside the bay for him to stand up and greet the prisoners, who were being held by a single wing of line mecha. Max exited his mecha in augmentic armor with an archangel exoskeleton equipped over the top of it for an extra layer of shielding and more mobility, should the gravity plating in the damaged vessel fail entirely. I think you should take a look at it. Had clearly been damaged heavily in the attack, and there was blood everywhere, but only in small quantities, as if the Darklings didn't care if their prey was injured, only that it was taken alive. Good evening, everyone. I am Commander Karis Max of the Light of Truth. That was the first vessel that your fleet attacked today, so I have taken the role of dealing with the survivors of the battle. Max explained to the group. So, are you going to enslave us like your knife-ear allies? It won't be so easy for you, alien. One of the men spat back at him. We don't take slaves. We just don't care what the knife-ears do to our enemies. They don't attack us, so we don't attack them. If they want you, they can have you for all I care. Max replied, making the alien visibly flinch. They were stout and strangely shaped, making Max wonder what they looked like under that armor. They didn't have an internal monologue at all, so he couldn't check their ongoing thoughts for signs of what they looked like, but the armor had 2 arms and 2 legs, with no visible head but a sensor suite at the front. Either they were strangely shaped or hunchbacked to fit into that bulbous torso. Of course, it was possible that the armor wasn't form-fitting either, as Max hadn't checked any of the bodies whose armor had been breached other than to notice that their blood was a deep purple. Then what will you do with us? The same Galen spokesperson asked. We will put the ship on a preset course in the same general direction as your fleet fled, and we will evict you from this star system. We have a non-aggression agreement with the Kaleska, and we are stationed here for the foreseeable future, so if you find your people, please warn them never to return. Max replied, that's it, just like that. No forced labor camps, military prison or corporal punishment. The soldier asked, not this time. It was an unprovoked attack, and we don't take that lightly, but I am a generous commander, and I believe in second chances. So today, you will be released with a warning for your people and the chance to give the dead a proper burial. Next time we will not be as merciful. The terror that those words invoked were enough that Max was sure the Galen was taking him seriously, and some of them had vivid images of what that might mean the next time, from eternal torture in a vat of healing liquid as the knife-ears did to anyone who annoyed them, to a life of slave labor on a mining asteroid with a shock collar on until they starved to death. All were valid ideas, and Nico would probably have ideas on a better healing fluid to torture people in, but the Reavers were fairly merciful if they let you live. At least by this sector's standards, it seemed. Chapter 867 Cleanup, sir. All the survivors and bodies are accounted for. You may finish your procedures whenever you are ready. The leader of the search teams informed Max a few minutes later. Thank you, search team. The Galen vessel will be underway in only a few minutes. Max turned to the survivors, who were all gathered in one cargo bay while the rest of the ship was nearly packed with bodies, and gave them a casual salute. It was a pleasure fighting against you today, but it would be better if we don't do that again. The battlefield is clear, and we will now send you on your way. Feel free to perform whichever funeral rites you wish, as once you leave this system, you are no longer our problem. He informed them. Nico, can you send this ship underway as soon as we are off? In the general direction that their other vessels fled, so they have a chance of finding out that we didn't slaughter them all or mutilate their corpses. Max instructed his second-in-command as he walked back to Cleansing Light. On it, boss. As soon as you and the others depart, I will send it away. It's going to be a bumpy ride, though. The warp drives are running on backup everything, and their navigation system is totally shot. They can fix their own ship. As long as the warp bubble is stable and they're leaving, it's fine. The line mecha left first, followed by Cleansing Light crawling out the door, and then the ship went to warp. The amount of energy bleeding from the ship that was visible to Max's sensors made them look like a homing beacon in space, marking the way for anything that cared to follow them. But the Arisen and the Knife-Ears already knew where he was, and they were supposed to be the two biggest threats in the region, so what did it matter if someone followed the path back to him instead of following it to the crippled ship? As soon as they got the new line mecha distributed to the defense force here, there wouldn't be any issues defending against another Galen attack. Before the cutter was even out of sensor range, one of the Galen's vessels had circled back and taken the crippled ship into its own warp bubble, pulling it away from the battlefield without any messages being sent to the Kaleska or the humans. Well, that's our message delivered. As long as they talk to the survivors, that is. Now, let's get to finalizing any changes we need to make to the line mecha design for first-run production and send that destroyer back to Uncle Lou. Max instructed. The old man was going to love them for this. The Galen technology was completely different than what they were used to, and there was a good chance that he would be able to learn something new which could be used to improve the next generation of human vessels. They might even have other useful technologies on board, which Max was sure Nico was searching for now, as she was still on board the destroyer, despite the fact that it should be abandoned. Have you found what you needed? Max messaged her. I've almost got it all. There was a lot of stuff in here and more trackers from more species than I would have suspected. I get the feeling that the Galen have pissed off half the universe at this point, and they're living on the run. Just let me finish with this last tracker, and I'll have all the data transferred. Nico replied. Hopefully, she didn't miss anything. They were all alien programs, so there might be something that she wasn't familiar with, and it could potentially infect their own ship. I think you should take a look at. You're not sending it to Light of Truth, are you? Max asked. No. I made a whole box of data sticks when I saw what was in the computers here. I've gotten over 50,000 terabytes of data so far. It's practically a library, just for me. Plus, it's almost all on the lost species of this region. The ones that the Arisen wiped out are the Darklings farmed into extinction. That really could be useful. Not so much for them personally, as the technology had already proven ineffective at deterring the Arisen, but as development material. The humans were becoming an economic powerhouse in the Alliance based on the utility of their patents, so if Uncle Lou and his team could make a few dozen cool new things which were totally different from how the rest of the Alliance made them, it could be enough to propel the entire species into a life of luxury. By Alliance standards, they were a small group, only one galaxy, and they didn't even control it all or populate all the inhabitable planets they had found. The revenues that they would collect from a number of useful patents could renovate every planet that the species had and hire Alliance contractors to do it. Alright, I'm done. I have battle logs as well. It looks like they probably won't give up on attacking us. They're a bit like those Holy Light zealots back home, too dumb to realize their zealotry is getting them killed. They attacked us because they had data that the Darklings didn't attack us, so they decided that we were one of the evil species, as they call them, and wanted to wipe us out before we spread. Max resisted the urge to facepalm and took a few deep breaths before answering Nico. If they thought that we were an evil species, why were they so surprised when the Darklings showed up and started to capture them? He asked. Well, from what I can see, the leader of the Armada didn't tell any of his subordinates why they were here, only that we were an enemy of the noble species. They attacked because those were their orders, not because they had any idea what was likely to happen to them if they lost. Max shook his head at the stupidity of attacking blind without any sort of reconnaissance other than a few pilfered battle reports. And where is that leader now? He asked. He should have been on this destroyer somewhere. I've been searching for his hiding hole because he certainly wouldn't let himself be captured so easily, but I don't see anything. Not even with my sensors. Just vent the atmosphere back into whatever storage they use for it. If any pockets remain, you'll find the hiding spot. Or the leader's storage will run out, and they'll suffocate. Both are fine by me. Max suggested. Give me an hour and I'll have the ship fully searched. Chapter 868. The finishing touches. Nico didn't end up needing the whole hour to search for the leader of the attack. Only a half hour later, she sent Max an image of a destroyed hiding spot, with the blast door ripped from the hinges and signs of a fierce struggle. There is more data in here as well, and some new devices that I haven't identified. Uncle Lou will be very pleased with our gift, she informed Max as she finished up her search. Good work. Get it through the anomaly and then return back here once it is sent through a portal. I don't want anyone coming looking for it. Nico moved out as soon as she had her orders, and the destroyer was gone from the sector before anyone could ask what was going on. She was back within minutes, and Max could sense her joy, so the transfer must have gone well. I got approval from the Cygnus commander on the other side to swap out the line mecha for our new ones in the name of testing. They will send the old models back to the ships on the other side of the portal and call it a net gain for their firepower. She explained as soon as she was back to Light of Truth. That's excellent news. Now, we just need to make a lot of units. Max replied once she was out of her mecha and could reply directly. That's true. We will adjust anything that needs it, and then we can turn over 2,000 units to the destroyers and call them space battle ready until we create the next upgrade for zero gravity combat. They already came with modified fast attack pattern crusaders, so they're pretty good there, but I think that we should make some command variant line mecha to replace their Corvette class units, or there will be a gap in the lines. Nico explained. That's true. It would take too long to alter the chassis, though. Why don't we just alter the weapons and tweak the armor? Max suggested. The researchers rushed over at the talk of new designs, and they already had plans drawn up from previous proposals for the line mecha, which were rejected by Nico. If it just needs to look a bit more regal so that the others can tell that it's a squad leader, we can do that with my design. One of the Inu suggested while attempting to remove the helmet of her augmentic armor. It formed wonderfully to her tentacles, but when it came time to take the helmet off, the Inu were always excited about something, and their tentacles wouldn't stay straight, so they could remove the sleeves smoothly. That's so old-fashioned, though. Why not this? It makes it look like the super villains from Supernova Zero. You can't get much cooler than that. One of the other researchers suggested, referencing an Inu Kids cartoon with robotic villains. We can't make our team look like the bad guys. The bad guys always lose. The first researcher countered, and Max decided to intervene before it turned into a full-blown argument. Everyone present your armor designs to lead researcher Nico in 1 hour, and she will pick her favorite to be the command mecha for the new units, Max ordered. They hurried off to their respective desks and got to refine their designs in the time allotted to them, a quality that Max greatly admired about the Inu. Once they were focused on their work, he had never seen them slacking. Perhaps because he mostly gave them work that they were obsessed with. But still, it was an admirable personality quality. I think you should take a look at Max sat down and played cards with Nico while they waited. Blackjack, because it didn't matter if he could read her mind, as the cards were visible, to begin with. Time's up, show me what you've got. Nico called when her alarm went off, sending the Inu into a last-second flurry of work before they brought their data tablets over to project their designs on the tabletop 3D hologram projector. First up, I have for you the elegance of leadership design. The researcher who insisted that the design must be regal informed them as she brought up her design. It was very traditional in the design of ancient Valkyria royal armor, integrating the wings into the design of the mecha with a small adjustment of the mass drivers to move them inboard so the wings could be changed to a more feathered and vertical design. Not bad. Your design lives up to its name. Next up, bring up your design and minimize the previous one. We will bring them all back up at once when we're finished. Max instructed. One after another, they brought up their designs, some just a small armor modification to make it easy to identify the leaders, while others were a whole rework of the outer armor plating and some minor design points. Once they were presented, Nico brought them all up again, not in order of presentation, but by similarity to each other in the standard design. The closest was on the left, while the most eccentric was on Max's right. Now, there are some advantages to making minimal changes to the command units. It helps keep the enemy from immediately targeting them, makes parts replacement easier in the field and avoids storage conflicts. However, there are benefits to a more noticeable commander as well. They will draw fire from enemy units, reducing casualties in their own team, while the most capable pilots are the only ones being fired at. A fancy design leading the squad also inspires confidence and pride among the soldiers, which leads to greater combat effectiveness, much like sending a super heavy or Titan-class mecha to the battle would. So, as you can see, the choice isn't quite as simple as it might seem since we need to balance the requirements of the individual users. So, with that in mind, I have chosen Design 6. It's distinctive enough to inspire the troops and be spotted by the enemy but close enough to standard parameters to fit the regular storage and repair racks without any issues. We will give it a slightly upgraded armament so that it lives up to its role, and then we will send the destroyers 100 of these along with the 900 base models for 1,000 line mecha in total. Nico announced, earning the winning designer a round of applause. One last question. We're not really going to forgive the Galen fleet for that attack, are we? Even the giants are stomping mad about it. The winning researcher asked. Of course not. I tagged their ship with a virus like the Arisen used. Once they have it repaired enough to start sending messages again, we will quickly learn the location of every remaining Galen ship in the sector. Nico answered with a smile. That was the lead researcher that the Innu had all grown to know and love. Creative, practical and above all, ruthless. They hoped that they weren't attacked again, but if they were, the chances that it would be a surprise attack were very low. Chapter 869 Delivery 869,869 Delivery Nico's version of a slightly upgraded weapons capability was to change the capacitors on the disintegrators, allowing them 30% faster firing rates at a slightly lower output and to put a second mass driver at the shoulders to go with the one at the wingtips. The increased firing speed was only an advantage to the most elite of pilots in the Corvette class ranks since most couldn't target fast enough to outdo the weapons that it already had, but you could fire them in pairs, increasing the damage done, which would be an advantage of its own against the hardest of targets, which would normally be the ones that the command mecha would have to deal with. The command mecha construction was finished without incident, but the cutter simply didn't have enough materials on board for them to make a whole regiment full of line mecha at once, so they were going to have to relocate to the asteroid belt and pull in some sizable rocks to use as raw materials for the rest. Duty Captain, inform the fleet that we are moving to the asteroid belt to get supplies. They can stay where they are. Max directed, then got a strange feeling of being watched. He searched the area for stray thoughts, but there was nobody around except his crew, and the only one in the room who had heard him was Nico, who was eagerly waiting for the ship to move. He knew better than to pass it off as nothing, though. If his instinct said that something was watching him, it was. The question was, what was it, and how did he find it before it became an issue? Perhaps it was a tracking program or device. If it was interference from his implanted communications device, then it would make sense that he felt the sensation but couldn't find anyone. So, Max checked the device against the default specs and found that it hadn't changed in any way. That was a good sign and meant that he hadn't picked up a virus like the Arisen had implanted into everything else they met. But it didn't mean that nothing had hacked their communications. The sensation had been something nearby, so Max took the liberty to check Nico's communicator as well but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Perhaps it was just a bit of interference from another message that he had picked up, and the overlap made it feel like he was being watched. Without any evidence, Max decided to remain on guard against intruders in the ship who might be cloaked or otherwise disguised and started setting up for the mass production of line mecha. A cutter-class ship like Light of Truth really wasn't meant to have 1,000 line mecha stored in it, so they would have to build racking as well, allowing them to stack the line mecha 10 units tall along the wall for storage, but Nico seemed confident that they could manage it without impeding the construction process, so Max didn't ask what the plan was. Instead, he focused on picking out smaller asteroids to pull into the cargo bay to be broken up and used as fuel for the terraforming pods that had been repurposed as their construction shop. 10 at a time, the newly optimized models of the line mecha roll off the production floor in wheeled dollies, created for ease of movement around the hangar. The process runs all night long and into the morning, with both Nico and the research team foregoing sleep in order to finish the job and get the product moved to the destroyers as quickly as possible. As soon as they were done, Max sent a message to the destroyers that they were coming to drop off the new equipment and that they would be on break for the rest of the day afterward. The logistics staff understood very well that an all-night effort to get a resupply run ready shut everything down for the day as the crew got back onto a normal schedule, and the defense teams were happy to have the chance to be on guard against a return of the Galen fleet. A chance to test out their new gear would make everyone's day as long as they performed, as well as the VR testing and training suggested that they would. All of the line mecha pilots who were being switched over to the new units had been undergoing intensive training for the last day, practicing in the learning machines how to operate in a three-dimensional battlefield, as well as some additional close combat techniques that were better suited to the new mecha. Unlike Kepler pilots, the Cygnus pilots had close combat training as part of their core requirements, but these mecha were very agile, and the mass drivers were a directional weapon with limited adjustment, so they needed to work on their positioning to get the most out of their new equipment. Most importantly, they had been working on a 10-sided defensive formation which had everyone's back to the center of the formation so that they had no remaining blind spots, and the formation could be collapsed in on itself as casualties were taken, with the damaged mecha moved to the core of the formation for safety. That wasn't the sort of thing that a terrestrial force would ever need to know, and it had taken a lot of training to get the force even somewhat confident in implementing it in combat, but now that they were, the commanders were eager to get a chance to try it out. Greetings, gentlemen, your equipment is waiting for you along the far wall. Half are for you, half is for the other destroyer. We will send you the plans for your mecha construction devices now, so you can make spares and do any repairs or alterations you might deem necessary. Max greeted the crew of the first destroyer once they were docked. The logistics officer smiled back at him. The Admiral has already trained all our line mecha pilots on the new units, so I suspect that they'll be making enough for everyone under Crusader class certification to have a new mecha in the next few days. We won't be fighting on land anytime soon, and it's too big of a loss not to have our light mecha be combat capable. It's your call, but remind him that they are still experimental and that the vessels here are the test team, so it's best not to put all their faith in untested equipment and make sure that they have the heavier mecha back them up at all times. Understood, Commander. We're just eager to have our men back in the game. Chapter 870. On to the Nico 1. Nico smiled sweetly at Max as soon as the last of the line mecha were moved over to the destroyers for their final testing phase and out of her control. You know what this means, right? The line mecha are all gone, the bay is empty, we're all stocked with raw materials, and it is time to get started on my personal toy, she declared, nearly bouncing with joy. Let me guess, a bigger and better version of everything that is on the line mecha? Max asked. Nope, too predictable. I want to keep the tiny mass drivers as a secondary weapon system, but I will put them in a Gatling-style array, one on each shoulder, mounted on a pivot for better firing angles. Then I want to modify the Disruptor Lance to have a wider range of variability for different enemy shield setups. One of those won both forearms, as Cleansing Light has. Then my usual twin blades, and I think we need something special to make up the surprise weapon. The Darklings gave me the idea when they said that we were using their old toys. If these are their old toys that we're developing from, that means we're on the same development trajectory that they followed. They took it to ultra-enhanced augmentic suits, presumably over similarly augmented biological individuals, but they have a strong case that ever-increasing size isn't the answer. Larger mecha can't breach ships as easily, only destroy them. So I want maximum power output in a super heavy class mecha chassis. No larger than Shattered Pride, but with at least 5 times the firepower. Nico explained. Her cheerfulness was infectious, and not only the Inu but Max was also being pulled into her pace as she described the mecha that she wanted. She brought up a hologram as she continued. The Darklings gave me a great idea. They shred the outer hull of the Arisen ships to create breaches and render their armor ineffective. I had plenty of time to analyze their blades, as well as their unique energy weapons. As they said, they are similar to our disruptors, so that is the direction I will take with mine, but the blades are incredibly complex constructs. They're actually designed to create a harmonic resonance with the enemy by altering the energy flow, causing the target to actually destroy itself from the inside out. The blade cut isn't the major part of the damage. The cracking of the structure underneath is. I think that I can do it with my blades and the ones that I will mount to the forearms and shins of my new mecha. It will turn a simple kick or elbow into a mecha-shattering killing blow. Max smiled at the kill-happy little cyborg. So that's your secret weapon, mecha kung fu, shattering their ship with a simple strike. I like it. Nico shook her head. No, that's just a really cool knife. My idea for a special weapon is one that I found signs of after the Darklings cleared out that destroyer. They used micro-portals to throw prisoners back to their ships. Just small precision portals, likely with a tag of some sort. My guess would be a collar that the prisoners can't remove that returns them to a set point when activated. I want to weaponize that to open short-duration micro-portals all over a ship whose shields are down. It would explosively decompress the vessel, which almost any decent modern vessel can survive, but an unprepared crew would not. I think you should take a look at. Max took a second to process that war crime in the making. So, your plan is to let the pressure of the vessel vent atmosphere and people out at thousands of points through an enemy ship, and then just go in and clean up. Nico nodded and brought up her preliminary design schematics for the weapon. It's great, isn't it? It's also multi-purpose, as we can expand them and target people, so we can use it for rescue efforts and battlefield cleanup. If I get it working as precisely as I want it to, we could even equip it on mecha like an emergency escape button, returning them to their mothership when they've taken critical damage. It would not only be a tactical advantage, but it could also save lives. When she put it that way, it was hard to argue against Nico's latest weapon of mass destruction. A homing beacon would actually be incredibly useful in combat to save pilots' lives. Even if it was on the pilot themselves, the mecha could be replaced. As long as the pilot survived, they could fight another day. It can't be a standard portal, though. They're too unstable to use here. Max reminded her. Minor detail. Nico countered. We have a timeline. You can't be out of commission forever. I have things I want to get done, and they involve killing hostile aliens. Max reminded her. That is a dilemma. All right, I will put that on the side as an additional weapon and look for another suitable secret weapon. Maybe something retro, a weapon that they would never expect to be used against them, so they've forgotten to defend against it. Nico pondered. Her thoughts clearly weighed the potential for going to hunt down species that had offended her more highly than spending time developing her new weapons system, which was a relief to Max. They could turn it into a safety beacon later without risking giving the enemy ideas and having them use a similar technique against the Kaleska or the other human vessels. Nico pondered for a moment, then realized that the answer was with her this entire time. Predator probes. If we put recombining nanotech drones in a projectile, we can fire them against the enemy hull, then let them recombine and work their way through the ship. We can recreate the Scourge, but without the rogue AI, and unleash them on the enemies of humanity. She cheered. And you don't see how that is likely to go immediately wrong? One of the researchers asked. Fine, maybe it's not the most practical idea. One of the other researchers held up her hand, holding a data tablet that Max identified as her thesis. I have a theory that we can make a self-recombining organic acid. It would naturally eat through all things metallic, and keep refreshing itself so that it didn't get weakened by the sludge. If my theory is right, it is sure to earn me my doctoral degree, and I haven't ever seen any defense against acid attacks other than shields on a space vessel. Melting holes in their ship with acids instead of fire. That could work. Chapter 871. More creativity needed. The largest question for an acid weapon that needed to be deployed against a target without shields was exactly what the proper delivery method should be. If they got the acid stabilized and working, then they would still need to get it to the target, and putting it in a mass driver shell was unlikely to do anything but vaporize it. It would also need to be stable in a void, so nothing that would flash freeze in space or against a vehicle hull, which was often heated from energy weapon fire. It wasn't going to be easy, but the team got to it right away, and with Nico chiming in with chemical compositions that Max vaguely recognized from his last life, they were actually making progress on the first day. That didn't mean completed, of course, and after 3 hours, they decided to call it a night after their extended grind to get the line mecha delivered. The next morning, they started building the new version of Shattered Pride, as Nico had chosen to keep the name of her mecha for the next frame and rename the old one should it ever see service again. The design for the applicator was going more smoothly than the actual compound that they were planning to use. Nico's new design called for blades on each forearm, and they could put the applicator above the tip of the blade, letting it spray into the gouges in the armor and the cracks that the resonance caused, sinking in deep before the enemy could counter the attack. It was insidious, but it should be incredibly effective. This version of the mecha was much like their new ships, mostly flowing curves with some sharp lines and hard edges. It was reminiscent of the designs favored by the Darklings, but with a flair for the dramatic that was all Nico, and more closely resembled the demons from human video games than the Darkling ships. This time the actual structure was human again, with only 2 arms, but with the extra weapons on the shoulders, it shouldn't be losing out on anything. While the Inu and Nico worked on the weapons, Max worked on the armor composition for the new mecha, intended to optimize against attacks from every enemy that they knew about, as well as their own new weapons, in case they were reverse-engineered and used against them in the future. It was simply bad tactics to use a weapon that could easily be turned against you, so his part of the development, despite being only one single composition and energy field pattern, was just as important as the rest of the design. Max had just finished creating a new layered composite armor plating and was about to test it in VR simulations when a great idea came to him. The attacks of the blade caused a resonant frequency within a solid object that broke it apart, but Max had seen the reverse of that technology before. It was used on some of the mecha under his command in his past life and used an energy field to strengthen the materials of the armor well beyond their normal potential. Instead of simply putting the shield outside, he could imbue a second layer into the mecha itself, so if the outer layer went down, there would still be a secondary protective barrier in the form of the armor, which could actually take multiple hits without damage. I think you should take a look at it. Would be a huge shock to their enemies, who were used to being able to cut through armor with relative ease after taking down the shields. At best, the ablative armor would only take 1 or 2 hits before it was destroyed, which was great for the pilot, but not exactly awe-inspiring. Max programmed the energy field as he remembered it into the VR simulation and launched the prototype mecha that Nico had programmed in, based on her original design specifications before they started making improvements. The first target that Max paired it up against was a command walker. A simple ranged weapons check using the predictive algorithms of the ship's computer. He left the main shields down and had the simulated command walker fire a full power blast at the mecha. Normally, that would be enough to nearly take out the main shields or completely destroy most mecha if the shields were down. This time, it dispersed over the surface of the mecha with only a shimmer of crackling energy. Next, he had the command walker fire twice in the same second without giving the test mecha time to recover from the first shot. Still, the computer estimated that the damage would be minimal, with a number of blown-out power relays and some welding of the thruster nacelles due to the immense energy arcing across the surface. That could become an issue. They needed to adjust to aim the mecha, so if they were welded in place, Nico's mobility would be pretty much crippled. But most importantly, after 3 hits that might have taken out cleansing light individually if its shields were down, the mecha was still holding strong. The next step was to actually make a piece of the armor, energize it and test various weapons against it to make sure the computer simulations were correct. Sometimes you could get wildly inaccurate results if the computer didn't have all the data that it needed. That meant Max was the first up to the construction bay, creating a chest plate for the mecha and an energy field generator to attach to the back for the tests. "Oh, Commander Max has something cool. What did you make? Is it a new armor alloy?" "No, it's more than that, isn't it?" the closest researcher asked. "Indeed it is. We will do the low-power tests here. Then we will have to move the plate out into space when we break out the big guns. If this works the way that the computer predicted, we should be able to tank at least 3 more direct hits from a command walker after the main shields go down. It's a form of structural reinforcement field," Max explained. Again Max felt that strange sensation of being watched, only this time, it seemed to be approving of his actions. Chapter 872 Nergal loves autocannons. Max still couldn't find the source of that feeling of being watched, and it was beginning to annoy him. There clearly should be a good scientific explanation for the phenomenon, but he didn't have the requisite knowledge to determine what it was. At least it didn't feel hostile, which was a good start. Max got the armor plate hung up, and the backstop shields engaged so that the test firing process could begin. All of the researchers got into the augmentic armor and activated their defensive shields in case of backlash from the test, and Nico went to the armory to find some weapons for them to test the plate with. It was sized for use on a line mecha for practical reasons, so Nico returned with a dozen plasma cannons on a trolley. "We will fire on my mark. Everyone, please choose a cannon and aim it at the armor. Even if it shows signs of damage, continue firing until it is destroyed or you run out of ammunition. The cannons only hold 10 charges each," she instructed. It was the most basic form of destructive testing, and they would analyze the data afterward, checking it shot by shot to see the effects that the plasma cannons were having on the surface and the internal structure of the plating. It was also everyone's favorite part of the testing for obvious reasons. No other part of the testing involved going wild with a plasma cannon in your workspace. As much as you might want to, the use of plasma cannons was frowned upon during basically every other part of the development process. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, Nico instructed, and the researchers began to unleash plasma rounds at the armor plate as fast as they could. Max placed all his shots at different spots on the plate to see how it reacted with the varying depths of the composite layers and the constantly impacted energy field. They were nearly halfway through the test when the plate started to show visible signs of breaking down, and only a few shots remained when Nico called a halt to the test. The plating had slowly cracked through and crumbled, with some layers going noticeably faster than others. They weren't all intended to deal with energy weapons. Some were for dispersing kinetic and radiation weapons, so the result was predictable, but the plating had lasted much longer than expected. 107 shots out of 120 were fired before the test was halted due to the destruction of the target, Nico commented for the records. 100 plasma cannon rounds to the chest plate. That's just insane. Maybe it's just strong against plasma, one of the researchers asked. Nico nodded. "We will find out in a second. The next test is the autocannons, which are standard equipment on many line mecha that are deployed on the surface. They can't compare to the mass drivers, but they are the next test that is usually performed, and the mass drivers aren't suitable for use indoors. They weren't human portable weapons for most people, so the one that Nico brought out was equipped with a tripod to be operated from a firing bench. I think you should take a look at Max created another plate, but he already knew how this test was going to end. The plating was designed to take a mass driver around when it was Crusader class sized or larger, so the autocannon wouldn't likely do anything at all to it. Nico got the autocannon set up, and the Inu started playing rock paper scissors to see who would get to actually operate it. None of the college students had ever touched an autocannon before, and even the plasma cannons had been a brand new experience for them. They finished the game, and one of the girls came to stand next to Max with a scanner and a camera in her hands. I feel like I understand humans so much better today than I did yesterday. The thought of wanting to just fire weapons of war at something sounded insane, but now that I've gotten to test fire a plasma cannon, I totally see the appeal to destructive testing with real weapons and not a hydraulic press or focused laser array. She whispered so that she didn't distract the others. If you work with lead researcher Nico for long enough, you will get to test fire all sorts of new weapons. We might be doing mecha development now, but just wait, there will likely be a reason to help someone with infantry development again later, and that involves all sorts of small weapons testing, both for the new weapons and armor. You should have seen how much testing we did for the augmentic armor you're wearing. Her laugh was cut short as the autocannon began to fire, sending a hail of slugs toward the new armor plate. Most of them flattened against the plate, but some were deflected away as they hit a curved edge. The safety barrier absorbed the energy of the stray rounds, and the researchers cheered happily as the rapid thumping of the weapon and the sparks of the rounds against metallic alloy continued for a solid minute. I think I'm out of ammunition, the tester complained as the autocannon gave a series of clicks and stopped firing. Yes, that's what that sound means. Clear the range, step away from the weapon, and we will check the armor plate. Nico agreed. Max moved forward once the autocannon was safely stowed away and checked the plate with the hand scanner to verify what the sensors in the room told him. That there was no damage to the plate at all. Alright, that's a perfect score on the light arms resistance test. In fact, it's so good that I think we might want to adapt it to other purposes as well. But that's only part of the day's work. How did you all do on the chassis work? Max asked. We're 90% done. We're just working on the final weapon, and we should be able to start the construction. The design is close enough to a previous construction that we can skip a lot of the design steps and reuse old, previously tested portions of the design. The enthusiastic researcher beside Max replied. Nergal, her name tag said. With that level of enthusiasm, she was going to fit in quite well here, so Max took the time to remember her name right away instead of his usual policy of waiting until he was sure they were going to be working together for an extended period of time. Chapter 873 Moth to a Lamp. Of course, the last 10% of the design work was the part that took the longest out of everything. It was the refining, the precision fitting, and the attunement process that made a custom mecha into a work of art. There was no way to cut corners on it, even if everyone was worried about the next attack and when it might happen. The Galen had been resoundingly defeated, but it was the first battle, and traditionally those were used to sound out an enemy's strength, not as a deciding factor for an entire conflict. Even if they thought that the humans were working with the Darklings, they would almost certainly be back. It might be an ambush or a hit-and-run sneak attack intended to deal as much damage as possible before their ships were boarded and cleaned out by the Darklings, but Max couldn't see a scenario where the Galen simply didn't attack again. He kept them to a regular development schedule, though, 8-hour work shifts so that they had time to work on their personal research as well. You never knew when a new development or breakthrough could happen, and if it happened here on the ship, it could totally change the design of the mecha that they were working on. They didn't get much time for study, though. On the third day of the chassis refinement, the Galen fleet was back. Incoming vessels, the duty captain called, sending Max and Nico running for their mecha while the design team took out the helmets and sealed their augmentic armor. The Galen had a different plan this time. Their ships had taken massive damage last time, and they had lost 2 full crews to the Darklings. So this time, they came with a large transport ship and began disgorging their boxy little attack fighters everywhere. As soon as he was free of the cargo bay, Max unleashed an orbital lance at the transport ship, which was overtaken by a warp speed projectile from Nico's mass driver. She only held back a little bit today, and the projectile was a fusion detonation and not antimatter, but the impact was at warp 10 and hit the energy shields hard enough that the power completely blew out on the vessel. Max's orbital lance tore it to shreds, but the debris field showed that there was very little left in it. A disposable transport ship, he mused. That meant that they didn't expect to get any of these fighter craft back. It was a sad fate for the pilots, he thought. Well, right up until Nico let out a whooping cheer, and the fighters began to turn on each other. "They're drones. They sent drones to attack us." She laughed. Sending them against the Arisen was a recipe for disaster, but there was no way that they could have known that sending them against Nico was just a Christmas present come early for the ecstatic cyborg. The fighters began to turn on each other, and it caused the programming of the drones to go crazy. Max was still searching to see if they were just remote piloted and not autonomous, but there were so many signals and weapon signatures in the area that he couldn't pick anything in specific out. "I think you should take a look at Nico's drone controller. Skill was serving her well today, and she had been improving it at a rapid pace," Max decided. Out of the thousands of drones, over 100 at any given time were under her control, causing chaos in the ranks. Since she could switch in an instant, Max didn't even try to avoid targeting them if they were near a cluster of enemies. He simply fired on wide dispersion and wiped them all out, allowing Nico to pick more drones to commandeer. The new line Mecha was doing a wonderful job, and the small mass drivers were filling the area with explosions as the proximity detonated rounds went off when the shots missed their targets. Their accuracy might need some work, but even the detonations were taking out the drone fighters with ease, and the upgraded shielding on the new Mecha had prevented the level of casualties that they had taken last time. There were only a few Mechas damaged by the time the drones were beginning to thin out, and Max still hadn't moved from his spot by the cargo bay. This attack was just another probing strike, seeing their capabilities. Because they used different Mecha than the first time, it would confuse the Galen fleet, and they would have to spend some time deciding what the humans' actual power level was. Max was hoping that would buy some more time, enough that they could finish Nico's new Mecha and begin their own hunt for the Galen fleet. Once the battle was nearly over, Nico started self-destructing the drones, leaving nothing but scrap on the battlefield. "Not keeping any for research purposes?" he asked. "Nope, they're all broadcasting live somewhere, so I'll just destroy them all before they have time to figure out how we hijacked their attack craft. I fended off their cyber attacks a few times during this strike, so I don't think they know how I did it." Nico replied happily. She might not have gotten much of a fight, but she got to play orbital bumper cars with someone else's attack craft, and that was a new one for even Nico. "Alright, the show's over. Hit the scrap with disintegrators until it's dust. The enemy is tracking various parts of those craft, and we don't want to leave anything for them to recover," Max directed. The destroyers sent out a small group of shuttles, which used gravity beams to pull the scrap into clumps for the Mecha to finish destroying before everyone returned to their hangars. They would have to take the fight to the Galen soon. Leaving the Kaleska in danger because some random dying species was mad at the humans for existing wasn't an acceptable course of action, even if the Kaleska would gladly join them in the fight. Chapter 874 Couples Outfits. It took nearly a month and 2 more probing strikes from the Galen before the chassis of the Reborn Shattered Pride was ready. The attacks were nothing serious, and both ended within minutes once they saw the humans send out their Mecha. It seemed bold for them to be testing the response time of a fleet that they had never won a battle against, but in war, there was always a reason for everything that the enemy did, even if you couldn't fathom it. The research team had tested various chassis components to ensure that the new energy field saturation was effective on a variety of different object shapes, with excellent results, as Max knew they would get, and they were working hard to get the Mecha assembled and ready for weapons testing before the next Galen attack. But the plan had changed. They were no longer making one personal unit for Nico. The tests that they had done so far outclassed Cleansing Light by such a wide margin that they had decided to make a matched pair, one for each commander. Max's new unit would be equipped with his signature sword and shield, while Nico preferred twin blades, but they would be otherwise identical in everything but color. They had considered making another proper Titan-class unit, but the smaller target with more durability and firepower seemed like the better idea instead of trying to intimidate with pure size. Nico had decided to go with the bone and red scheme that they had created for their unit back when they were still Kepler soldiers, and Max had gone with the red and gold that was more common with the Terminus Trading Company's equipment. The units were coming together quickly, and Max had high hopes that they would be able to get them functional before the next attack. Nergal was whistling happily as she and a few of the other researchers attached one of the mass drivers to Nico's unit, while Max was resistance checking the wiring to the mass drivers on his new Mecha, making sure that there were no quality control issues with the production process. The machines were very reliable, and Max didn't have many concerns about the construction, but there was always the chance that something got miswired or a connection wasn't correctly bonded or tightened. So, He went over everything while the Inu fitted the weapons and then ran the preliminary optimization once all the systems were assembled. It looks like everything is working here. How is it going on your side? He called over to Nico using the implanted communicator and then got that same strange feeling of being watched again. This time there was no way that it was a corporeal person. He was in the cockpit of his mecha, with no interior sensor equipped, and the door closed. So, whatever it was, they must have been able to monitor their conversations and transmissions. Max had called out to Nico using technology and had seemingly triggered the response. He had also felt it in combat, where they were similarly communicating using technology and mostly reliant on their encryption and foreign language as security. Maybe it didn't notice if they were just speaking. It was worth a shot now that he had felt it too often to pass it off as an anomaly. I think you should take a look at. Max climbed out of the mecha and hopped out of his cockpit over to the arm of Nico's unit, then climbed up so he could talk to her without raising his voice. There is something watching us. I can feel it from time to time as we send messages. I don't know what it wants, but it seemed amused when we were fighting. I don't know if that means it's on our side, or perhaps it views our struggle as futile and amusing. He whispered. Nico was silent for a moment, tightening a fitting on her mass driver, then she nodded. I haven't felt it, but I know that feeling. Do you remember those energy beings? They gave me that feeling in our last life. The beings that she was referring to call themselves the new gods, and managing to actually detect them, much less do anything about their plans, was a tricky proposition. They were made exclusively of energy, and they could manipulate it to do a myriad of things, including intercepting or faking transmissions, controlling many species' minds by replacing the energy in their minds, operating equipment, or even resurrecting the dead. Presuming that the body was in a suitable state to stay resurrected, that was. If not, they just made a puppet for as long as their attention lingered. Come to think of it, that sounded way too much like the Arisen. The Arisen wasn't nearly as powerful as the beings Max and Nico were thinking of, but the basic elements were there. If they were a devolved or hybrid species, then it would make sense that they had the nature they did. Perhaps they vanished the way they did because, like the beings he was thinking of, they didn't belong in the material world but in a different portion of space. Like the layered space theory that the Inu was working on, Max knew that material space wasn't the entirety of existence. He simply didn't ever study the topic to learn how it worked. Only a few people on any planet in his past life would have even known the basics of how the theory worked. It was a deeply intellectual and esoteric topic with no relation to daily life, as so few species could even interact with the other layers of space, even using technology. It simply didn't matter enough for anyone to care unless it was their field of study. Even the flat space was part of the theory, though only the most basic form of spatial anomaly. Max didn't know how to make those in his last life either. Nico did, and that was enough to help them in this life, along with the prompting from the hunters. I think the Arisen might be descended from those things. They've got a lot in common. Maybe a hybrid species, Max suggested to Nico. She shuddered and frowned. If they are, then it's likely a good thing that they don't remember us. Chapter 875. Out with the old. Talking directly to each other definitely didn't avoid the attention of whatever was giving Max the feeling of being watched. As they mentioned the correlation to the Arisen army, he began to feel the sensation again, and Nico's thoughts said that she was feeling it too. Being watched by a being from another plane of existence, or whatever they chose to call the layer of subspace that they lived in, was not likely to be a good thing for any of them, but they were nearly finished with their mecha designs, so once they got the two new super heavy mecha with their increased defensive capabilities and firepower up and running, they could send the designs off to Uncle Lou. Nico had kept him updated on most of the developments they had made so far, but he didn't have any of the testing data yet, only the basic construction data. Once he had it, no matter what happened with the strange beings giving Max the creeps, at least the Reavers would have the latest and greatest development data from their lab. Max didn't get the feeling that whatever was watching wanted to kill him, but that didn't mean much. To the beings who called themselves new gods, in his past life, the death of a mortal was much like the death of an ant. There was no malice to it, they simply didn't care at all and turned their attention to the next ant which was doing something interesting. That was why making one of them bleed was such a satisfying experience. The smug bastards thought that they were invincible. It's close enough. Let's get this sent away, and then we can optimize and upgrade our system functions to make them just right. Max suggested once the last of the mechanical fitment was completed. Sitting in a whole new cockpit again was a strange experience for Max. He had gotten so used to the interior layout of cleansing light that even the luxurious interior of the super heavy mecha felt a bit strange and awkward. It didn't take him too long to get used to it, though. Nico knew how he liked his controls set up, and they were already very close to perfect, so it was just a matter of moving a few to more convenient spots for the new systems and adjusting his seat so that everything was at the proper distance. None of the panels required adjustment, other than the moved switches, so Max began the process of optimizing the mecha for his needs. The disruptors on the arms were nearly perfect already, but the reaction times of the mass driver pods were way off, and the targeting system was out of calibration. Both were easy adjustments to make since they were software related, but there were a few connections in the legs that weren't responding properly to the signals they were receiving. That turned out to be an actual design flaw, as the movement cylinder had been increased in size for more stability, but the line size hadn't changed, and it couldn't keep up with the input commands at maximum flow rates. It only took a few minutes to change out the line and increase the fitting size on both legs while Nico and the research team finished with her mecha and went back to work on the acid spray. That was the part that was giving them the most headaches out of this entire build, but once they had it worked out, Nico was completely certain that it was going to be the finest weapon that she had created so far. I think you should take a look at, and that was how the day ended for the next 4 days. 4 whole days of 99% complete mecha, just waiting for the chemical containers to be filled for their final weapon. It was on the 5th day when they finally made a breakthrough, though not in the direction that they were expecting. The self-perpetuating acid still eluded them, but they managed to find a chemical that created a massive endothermic reaction with a change in pressure. Once it was sprayed and landed on a target, it would suck the heat out of it in an instant, leaving most metals and alloys, even some ceramics and most polymers, extremely brittle. That wasn't quite what they were going for, but it looked like it was going to be effective, so they set up the testing as soon as the compound was confirmed stable enough for military use when under pressure. Their initial testing determined that it was quite stable at most pressures, and it was only the rapid decompression that caused the reaction. There were many refrigerants that operated on the same principle and would suck in the heat with a change of pressure, but the reaction of this one was particularly violent and extremely long-lasting. It might have been created and abandoned in the past, as it was useless in a commercial setting unless you had a massive area to freeze in a condenser which would not grow brittle with the repeated cycles of cooling. But, for now, it was obscure enough that they didn't think anyone would be expecting it. Let's get that into a blade injector and see how it works against various armor platings, Nico commanded, sending all of the Inu scurrying to create and set up target dummies. The first target that they would try was the Galen ship armor. Well, as close as they could recreate it, they only knew the composition of the material, not the construction method. When the blade hit the material, and the vibration effect started, the armor immediately began to crack. So, when the spray poured in behind the blade, there were already deep cracks, and the shrinking of the material expanded them in an explosive fashion, tearing the plating apart. Well, we can call that a resounding success. Now, we need to see if it works against the Arisen War Walkers as well, and then we can call it versatile in this battlefield. Max congratulated the team. Chapter 876 nearly finished. Nico moved the test weapon over to the stand for the Arisen War Walker armor and began the attack sequence. The armor plating held up much better this time, and only a few cracks were created by the actual attack, but again, when the spray rapidly changed the temperature, the cracks expanded. The plating held, so it would take a much heavier blow to destroy that plate that they had made, but it was still significant damage, and enough that it would give them a noticeable advantage in close combat versus the previous editions of melee armaments. Nico struck again, and this time the blade caused the plating to fracture. The plate had become temporarily brittle in the hyper-chilled area, and the blade easily cut through the remaining plate. The blade came to a halt less than 5 centimeters from the initial strike zone with a screech of alloy on alloy, marking the extent of the brittleness. As they watched, the plating began to regain its shine and return to normalized temperatures. If they did use this weapon against the Arisen army, they would have to strike quickly because the effect would only last for 10 or 15 seconds at the longest. That's passable. Now, to test it against all the other armors that we know. Nico noted while the research team took the more detailed notes and calculated larger-scale results for the process. One after another, the various types of layered, alloy and composite armors failed before the combination of vibration and rapid temperature change. Some would have failed entirely from the energy field that would go over that blade in combat, as it would cut through them like a hot knife in butter, but that wasn't the point of today's test. That's nearly everything, Nico declared as the simulated Clem exploded from the vibration churning up its insides before the liquid could even freeze most of the body. Nergal laughed as the dead Clem that they had created and propped up as a target exploded. Well, I must say, I didn't expect that one. Who would have thought that the vibrations were so effective against biomass? She joked before going to rinse the blood off her armor. I think that the lead researcher is rubbing off on that one a bit too much. One of the other researchers teased while Nico activated the cleaning process. Nico smiled back at them, ignoring the bit of Clem blood splatter on her own armor. It's good to see people enjoying their work. Plus, this is in line with her research thesis. It might not be quite what she was hoping for, but it's a step in the right direction, and any Inu should be overjoyed to see their thesis advance. The researchers considered that for a moment and then nodded reluctantly. Well, as long as she's not losing track of her studies in favor of watching Clem explode. They agreed. I think you should take a look at there might have been a moment where it was headed that way, but the overwhelming need to study cut it short so that she didn't get lost in the pure joy of blowing things up. Well, let's get these mecha charged up, and we will be ready to go. The attacks have been slow to come lately, but we should be ready for when the Galen decides to launch another full-scale attack. Max instructed as the researchers who had gotten splattered returned from the shower in the corner of the room, drying the water off their armor. The pressure vessels were made of a form of polymer which didn't suffer from degradation in the cold, as pressurizing the tanks before a battle caused the same reaction as depressurizing them during the battle, though on a different scale, as the pressure was increased gradually, instead of decreasing explosively. With that finished, Max went over and used Optimize to tweak Nico's mecha to the same standard as his own, while she used her mecha repair function to tweak a few spots in his mecha, which tested as fully functional, but the system decided weren't perfect. The lingering nanobots in the mecha after both processes would make it easier to do them both the next time, and Max was satisfied that everything was in full working order and ready for battle. Now, they just needed a battle to test them in. With the unknown force watching them, Max wasn't going to do a full-on weapons test for the new custom units. If the enemy didn't have access to their thoughts, it wouldn't know entirely what they were capable of, and that could give Max an advantage if the observer was hostile. Alright, let's call it a night, and we can get everything equipped in the morning. If we're going to put the older two mecha on standby, then we should move the personal effects over to the new ones before we need them. Nico sighed, casting a conflicted look between her two mecha. In theory, she could actually pilot both at the same time, but that wasn't really practical, and it could put a lot of strain on her mind. Unlike fighter jets, which were simple to control and mostly involved multiple targeting reticules and not running into anything, two giant mecha would be nearly impossible to work at full output. Max and Nico were lying in bed that night when the alarms went off, signaling that the Kaleska were under attack. The Arisen would certainly block them from interfering, but the tradition had been set. They would send out their mecha and observe to make sure that the Arisen army wasn't going overboard or trying to get through the anomaly again. They hadn't tried it in a while, but you never knew when the enemy was going to try something new, and letting them through that anomaly was still against the Reavers' best interests and Max's orders from Mother Terith. As expected, the Arisen brought in more ships to block the human fleet from the fight but were careful not to get between them and the anomaly. It was becoming a strange routine, and with every fight, the Arisen seemed less interested in actually fighting the Kaleska, who was improving at an alarming rate for a species whose technology hadn't changed. Chapter 877 What happened? Perhaps it was the sense of false security from the easy fights that they had been in lately, or perhaps it was a side effect of whatever had happened, but the next morning when Max was jostled awake, and the alarm went off, he just couldn't bring himself to feel particularly concerned for the first few seconds, when he would normally be running for his mecha. It was the panicked thoughts of the crew on duty that brought him to full attention and had him checking the sensor logs as he ran for the new mecha. I need a full situation update. What the feth is going on out there? Max asked the duty captain when he realized that the sensor data made no sense. Your guess is as good as mine, Commander. There was a spatial anomaly at our location for a split second. Then we were here. I can't get any bearings. It's like space doesn't exist here. Bah, that made no sense. But there is something wrong with space here. I don't detect any planets or other phenomena, but we are clearly sitting on the ground somewhere. The giant responded. Max climbed into his mecha to get a better look at the sensor data and froze in confusion. The giant was right, they were sitting on the surface of a planet. Or at least, it looked like it, but the sensors didn't detect any signs of life, or of a solar system around them, or anything but the formless mass of energy everywhere, extending as far as their sensors could detect. Captain, could we be in an enormous holographic projection? Max asked curiously. Not as far as I can tell. The energy here is strange, but it doesn't seem to be any form of a hologram that our combined databases are familiar with, nor does it appear to be directed by anything. Max considered their course of action for a moment while reading Nico and the researchers' minds to see if they could make any more sense of this than he could. Everyone seemed lost and confused about what this place was, and none of them knew how they got there. Captain, lift off and see what we can find from a higher elevation. Max directed. Understood. Gravity control thrusters are ineffective. Changing to orbital thrusters. Particle thrusters are showing limited effectiveness. Liftoff not achieved. Engaging warp drive for impulse motion. There we go. Expected rates of motion achieved. Max watched as the surface of the world moved further away from them, then paused in confusion when he saw the edge. How could a planet be a flat disk with nothing around it? Where did the light come from, and how did it have the gravity to hold them in place? The rules of physics in this place are broken. Nico mused as she saw the same data set. The research team was in a panic trying to make sense of the data that they were receiving when suddenly the cutter was back on the surface again. Max didn't detect any sort of movement on their part or that of the planetoid, but it was undeniable that they were on the surface again. I think you should take a look at. I can feel eyes on my back. It's creeping me out, Nico informed Max a few seconds later. I think that whatever has been watching us brought us here for some reason. What that reason is, I have no idea, but it's pretty obvious that it doesn't want us to leave the area. Max agreed. Ship sensors detect something on the horizon. Well, the edge of the sensor range passes for the horizon here. The giant on duty informed them, clearly annoyed by the fact that this place made no sense. Max switched sensor feeds and became even more confused. There were 6 Galen vessels in the same that their cutter was, sitting on the surface. But the Galen was under attack by some sort of mecha-sized monstrosities. Max optimized the sensors to get a closer look and found that the larger creatures weren't alone. There was an army of little ones with them as well. Oh, that doesn't look good, he muttered to himself while Nico's excitement level spiked. Neither of them had ever seen this species before, but going by the fleshy hide, they were supremely stabbable. If they weren't already engaged in combat with the Galen, Nico would have probably barged out the bay door to see what they were like in a fight. All hands to combat positions. I suspect that we will be under attack very soon. All personnel must be in protective armor and equipped with Reaver regulation combat weaponry or greater. Max ordered. That meant a pistol and one heavy weapon while wearing augmentic armor. That was enough that the crew at least had a fighting chance if the ship was boarded, but Max noticed that the research team wasn't going for the armory to get heavy weapons. They were headed for the terraforming array. Controls to make themselves something. Seconds later, a full wing of the new experimental line Mecha was waiting in the bay, and the research team was headed for a much more secure position than a simple set of augmentic armor. We did the design work and the testing in VR. We might not be qualified pilots, but we're pretty good with one of these things, so I think we should be fine to at least defend ourselves if we're attacked. Nergal informed him as she powered up her new unit. Well, I can't argue with that logic when I'm sitting in my own mecha now, can I? Nobody really gets qualified on the first generation of an experimental mecha. You just prove that you can operate it well enough not to get kicked out of the pilot's seat. Max agreed. We should upgrade them later like an oversized tech adept harness for a line mecha. We could do large-scale research from the comfort of a cockpit. Imagine studying spatial phenomena and dissecting giant monsters from the comfort of an ergonomic pilot's seat. One of the researchers sighed over the radio while the others laughed. Chapter 878 Definitely not friendly. Max was about to respond to the idea of equipping the line mecha for large-scale research projects when the creatures which were attacking the Galen fleet finally noticed that they weren't alone. They split off a group toward the cutter, and in an instant, the creatures seemed to cover half the distance between them and Max. It's not the distance that's messed up here. It's the flow of time. I recorded that event much more precisely, and I can tell exactly where they entered the time dilation and when they exited. Until we can isolate where they are happening, it could be a problem for ranged combat, but melee should be just fine. Nico explained after the creatures reappeared. Alright, I'm heading outside. Wish me luck. Max sighed. still not sure what to expect from the surface of a battlefield that logic dictated should not exist. His mecha's sensors indicated that it was near Kepler standard gravity, with a breathable atmosphere, 35 degrees Celsius, and 70% humidity. Warm for certain, but not inhospitable. Nico was right behind him, but the research team remained inside the cargo bay, with their weapons pointed out the barrier. That was the safest option in their minds, since they wouldn't get separated from the ship by any strange phenomena, but they would still be able to cover Max and Nico in the battle. The creatures which were coming for them greatly outnumbered a full mecha regiment, mostly small, pale-skinned humanoids with chitinous body plates that served as skimpy clothing and deformed hands that had become everything from the familiar spiked limbs of the Clem to crab-like claws. While they were running alongside larger red-skinned creatures that wielded vicious-looking blades, the two groups only seemed to be incidentally side by side, not working together. I think that it's a competition. We've been brought here to be the bait for their contest to see who can kill more efficiently. Nico suggested on the private channel between her and Max. Even if you're right, I didn't need to hear it. But, let's get this show on the road. He agreed, then unleashed the mass driver into their midst. The nukes aren't detonating, Nico noted as her own guns began to mow down the running creatures. This place isn't right, but, if those are the rules of the fight, we can still win. Max treated the mass drivers more like autocannons, sending hypersonic metal through the air as he readied his sword and shield for the inevitable arrival of the monstrous horde. The small creatures might be trouble, but the 5 and 10 meter tall ones looked like they were eager to find out what a super heavy mecha had for them. There was no fear or doubt in any of their minds, only single-minded violence. Not that they were unintelligent, they were forming intricate battle plans as they ran, but the only thing that mattered to them in the here and now was to win this bloody contest and bolster their pride. I think you should take a look at although the Innu were known as people-pleasers, who would go well out of their way to avoid any sort of violent conflict, the research team wasn't holding back as the horde charged at them. They were thinning the ranks as fast as they could, eliminating the faster-moving pale-skinned humanoids before they could get too close to the cutter, while Max and Nico focused on the larger ones, especially the largest red ones with huge leathery wings, who seemed to have an uncanny sixth sense which allowed them to parry projectile weapons at hypersonic velocities. Nico was enthralled by the performance, and though the creatures were slowly being overwhelmed by the combined firepower of the human mecha, they would soon be in close combat range. The smaller creatures were avoiding Max and Nico to head for the cargo bay where the line mecha were, while the larger ones kept the two commanders from intervening. Be safe, and don't be afraid to lock the bay door if things get dangerous. Max reminded the Innu team, then activated the warp drive on his back to use the thrusters to launch himself into melee range with a 6-armed pale violet demon that looked uncannily like the old Shattered Pride with 2 extra arms, and a paint job. Oh, it's cute. They've split up to give you the fast ones while I get the muscular ones. I wonder if it's because of the mecha or if they read your mind and learned you like them lithe and agile. Nico joked as she traded blows with an axe-wielding creature nearly as tall as her mecha. Or maybe I just got the leftovers after they fulfilled your muscle fetish. Max joked back as his mass driver obliterated his opponent's head at point-blank range. He slammed his shield out to the left on instinct, throwing away an attacker that had managed to flank him, then swept away the claws of another attacker with his blade, giving him room to circle to his left and back a step, putting all of the enemies back in front of him where he could shoot at them again. The creatures roared in frustration as a hail of rounds from the mass drivers tore the three of them apart. They didn't seem to feel any pain or fear of death, only frustration that they had lost the engagement. The battle was far from over, though, and 2 more demonic-looking monsters were already closing in on him, both large red ones, wielding vicious-looking axes that Max wasn't sure he could parry with his blade if he took a direct strike. The bursts from his mass driver rang off the axes as the beings seemed to predict his target, but the force threw the weapons back and put the creatures off balance when the chains holding the weapons to their arms pulled taut, keeping the axes from being lost in combat. It was a genius way to make sure you weren't disarmed and let you throw your weapon a short distance if needed, but this time it had backfired, and Max charged forward, carving a deep gouge in the chest of one and letting his shield take the impact of the other's fist. They certainly weren't any weaker than his mecha was, and Max was pushed back a few feet before his gravity control allowed him to regain traction and charge again, blasting holes in the opponents with the disintegrators, which healed in seconds. That regeneration speed is insane. Don't bother maiming them, it needs to be a killing blow. He informed the others, mostly the Innu in the line mecha, who didn't have the sort of practical combat experience that a veteran soldier would. Got it, boss. Chapter 879 Blood in the Dirt. Since the dispersed pattern wasn't working for the disintegrators, Max switched them to stronger beams, leaving himself without area of effect weapons since the explosions of the mass driver rounds weren't working here for some unknown reason. The concentrated beam of the disintegrator vaporized 3 of the smaller red demons at once, turning them to nothing but ash that seemed to float in the air for a few moments before being blown away. That was more like it. It wasn't affecting as many as before, but it was still enough to deal some real damage to the enemy. Max locked blades with one of the 6 armed violet demons, then laughed at its hiss of annoyance as he rotated to the side, and the overhand swipe of the claws all tore through empty air where he had been. His shield slammed the creature to the ground, and a stomp from the mighty foot of the 20-meter-tall mecha crushed the monster's skull, earning him an appreciative cheer from the red demons. If the rules of this place were tailored to the way these creatures wanted to fight, it made sense that none of their large-scale weapons worked and that the cutter hadn't fired a single round. Max was too busy to check on what was happening on the bridge, but under normal circumstances, they should have at least deployed the defensive weapons to keep the enemy away from the hull. There had been no announcement that the ship was under attack, though, and his mecha should have given him a warning if the ship's shields were taking damage. It was standard programming for space battles since losing the mothership could leave you stranded in the middle of nowhere, literally, with very limited life support. The sound of the rapid-firing mass drivers was still steady, though, so it didn't seem that any of the Inu had fallen or stopped fighting, and Nico certainly hadn't lost quite so quickly. Max checked his sensors and saw that she had moved over closer to the cargo bay door, and a mountain of bodies was forming around her thanks to the efforts of the Inu killing anything that tried to flank her. That allowed her to fight 1-on-1 or 2-on-1 as Max was about to be doing again, while the smaller mecha kept the cannon fodder at bay. The battle seemed to pause for a moment as 2 enormous red demons landed in front of Max. Each was twice as large as anything that they had faced so far, standing over 25 meters tall and dwarfing the mecha with their massive wings. It was as if the whole world was holding its breath as Max stared down the demons, who were idly twirling their massive 2-handed blades while they contemplated how to deal with this enemy. Nico stepped up to join him, and the 2 demons smiled, then took a step apart, giving each other room to fight. I think you should take a look at that. Was good enough for Max. He placed his blade on top of his shield and charged his opponent. The 2 blades met in a shower of sparks, and a mighty fist brought him to a halt, nearly taking out the barrier on his shield but leaving a trail of blood along the ground as the demon drew its hand back. It only took a moment for the hand to heal, but the demon didn't wait. The downward strike of its blade threw blood through the air, followed by a flash of light as the energy barrier on Max's shield collapsed. The shield itself was holding up well, but the capacitors were blown out. It would be out of commission for a while, but it was still an effective shield for a few more hits, at least. Max struck out at the demon's head, forcing it to lean back, then dropped his shoulder and turned the strike into a downward chop that cut a deep furrow into the demon's left side, adding more blood to the battlefield. The echoing roar that it let out was not pain, and Max sensed nothing of the sort in its thoughts. Instead, the demon was enraged that someone made it bleed. In its mind, that was the greatest insult to its prowess. It made others bleed, not the other way around. But its methodical attacks didn't slow, and Max was forced back as the jagged blade glided down his shield, then abruptly changed directions, going for his legs. Max kicked the demon's arm as the blade swung past him, sending it to the end of the chain, attaching it to its owner's wrist, and then unleashed his mass driver into the giant demon. Now it was truly enraged, both at being disarmed and at being shot. The red demon seemed to take the use of ranged weaponry as a cowardly insult and a dishonor to the art of combat. If Max had been trying to enrage the creature, he would have succeeded beyond his greatest expectations. The flurry of strikes that followed the attack, which had completely disabled the creature's left arm and only narrowly missed blowing its chest apart, shattered Max's shield and nearly knocked the blade from his hand. After this battle, he was definitely following their lead and chaining that blade to his arm. The hand of the mecha had a magnetic lock that should be enough to keep it from being disarmed, but only the wide pommel had kept it in his grip this time. Max discarded the shield and rolled backward to avoid the next slash of the demon's blade. The maneuver took him over a corpse, and Max grabbed a cruelly hooked blade off the fallen violet demon as he passed, allowing him to switch to a 2-handed fighting style. The hooked end would make for an excellent disarming tool, but Max had another plan. He hadn't gotten to try out the freezing liquid yet, as it was on the forearm blades, and he didn't want to get into the grappling range of a monster that was stronger than his mecha. But, if this worked out as planned, it would be the perfect opportunity. Chapter 880 Nico Needs Knowledge. The giant red creature seemed to get even more excited once Max had two weapons, but Max couldn't tell if it was because he preferred fighting against this style or if it was because of the new weapon he was facing. Max went on the offensive, knocking the demon back a few steps with his blade before hooking the giant creature's sword with the hook of the new weapon. The red demon smirked in joy as it flapped its wings and rotated, using the hook as a guide to drive his sword down into Max's shoulder. With a grating that sounded like metal on metal, though the mecha was made of the monomolecular alloy that all of their most recent designs were, the two-handed blade of the giant carved a gouge in the mecha but failed to penetrate. Before the demon could withdraw, Max dropped the blade in his left hand and grabbed the creature's arm, pulling them together with a resounding crash and allowing him to drive the forearm-mounted blade of his right arm into the creature's chest and inject the freezing liquid. The freezing spread rapidly through the creature's body, and the demon slowed to a halt. Only pure rage at having been tricked into having its chest impaled crossed the creature's mind as Max kicked it off his blade, and then nothingness as he followed through to crush the demon's skull. After a quick look around for his next target, Max found the battlefield nearly empty, with only Nico still in combat, fighting one of the 6 armed violet-skinned creatures. These creatures were big on duels and honor, or at least the bigger red ones were, so Max let them fight it out for the moment and checked on the situation on the rest of this strange battlefield. The cutter appeared undamaged, and all of the Inu were still standing at the door of the cargo bay. The demons had gotten close, but Nico had intercepted them and distracted them long enough for the Inu to clear out the small ones. The Galen force didn't seem to have fared as well. Max could see the path that the demons had left as they ran from one battle to another, and there was no movement at the site of the battle with the Galen force. There were mountains of bodies, both the brightly colored monsters and some sort of augmentic armor, which must be Galen's infantry uniform. If Max was right, this place would have restricted the use of their interceptor jets, possibly by making it impossible for them to fly the same way that the cutter couldn't escape the battlefield, and certain thrusters didn't work. Max started to search the bodies for anything that could be useful to them since none of this was in their databases and collected a few different swords, plus a few smaller corpses to bring back to the cargo bay for examination. Nico was doing the same thing, picking up a small sample of random items to test for later, but she also stopped to grab a few mecha-sized weapons to add to the pile. That wasn't a bad idea. If they couldn't replicate them, they could at least use these strange blades, which could cut into reinforced mecha armor without any sort of external power supply. I think you should take a look at it. Took a few trips, but they soon had a few of each type of demon body and a collection of weapons that should last them and the Inu through months of research or at least a few battles. The chains which attached the weapons to the creatures' wrists were part of the weapons themselves and not simply looped over them, Max found. It made the process of recovering them rather difficult unless he hacked the arms off the corpses, but generally, if he grabbed the weapon and pulled, the chain would come free on its own. Some of them were actually embedded into the arm of the wielder using small spikes, and the flesh of the demons had grown back around them, keeping the weapon secure but also as a permanent fixture in the creature's life. Max wondered what their lives must have been like to need weapons attached to them at all times. Even just to eat or sleep, it would make sense to remove the chains, but it didn't look like some of these had been removed in years. Some of the larger members of the group even had flesh grown through the tightly wrapped chains, as if it had been attached all their life and their bodies grew around it. All right, I think that we have enough to start our research. What should we work on first? Nico asked when Max brought the last few bodies he had collected into the bay. I say we start with trying to find out the physiology of these things so that we can kill them more easily. We don't know where their vital spots are or what they can regenerate at such a fast pace. I didn't see any of them regrow entire limbs, but when I hit them with the dispersed disintegrators, any surface damage that didn't kill them grew back in under a minute. Max suggested, but don't take off your armor. Nico reminded the Inu. It was a safety precaution in case the creatures weren't really dead and could recover from even these wounds. Or worse, if they were carrying an infectious disease that the scanners didn't detect. Nico climbed down from her mecha while Max remained in his, in case he needed to throw reanimated corpses back out of the cargo bay in a hurry. The chances seemed pretty slim, but they had chosen the most intact bodies that they could find for the experiments, and that meant a small risk that these fast-healing beings could be only nearly dead. Nico was just cutting into the first one when an alert from the duty captain caught everyone's attention. Commanders, check the external sensors. Something strange is going on out there. The giant nearly screamed into the microphone, and Max felt the ship power up in preparation to move. Chapter 881 More Strangeness. There really was something incredibly strange about what was going on outside the ship. There was a wave of energy passing through the area, seeming unaffected by the solid mass of land beneath them, and everything it touched except the land vanished. Full power to the warp drives. I don't care if it damages the ground. Get us up and out of here. Max ordered immediately. The ship lurched into action so suddenly that not even the advanced gravity control could compensate, but they were moving. This doesn't feel like warp. I don't feel the warp bubble. Nico noted from her spot at the examination table. She was right, the energy of the warp field forming gave off a particular sensation, even in their new ships, and Max hadn't felt it. Checking the sensors again, they weren't at warp, only at some level of sublight speed. They were rapidly leaving the ground below them behind, though, and with it, hopefully, the energy wave. We are clear of the projected path of the energy wave, Commander. The duty captain informed them a few minutes later. Good work. Keep us moving and away from anything that might damage the ship. If it doesn't seem right, just avoid it while we figure out what is going on. Max sighed. At least they hadn't gotten trapped on the surface as they had the first time they tried to leave the area. That could have been a disaster with the energy wave that moved through. Commander, we have an issue. I have made several course corrections, and we are still headed for a similar land mass to the previous one. The duty captain informed them in a panic. Nico, do you have any idea what's going on? Any suggestions on how to properly navigate our asses out of this place? Max asked. No idea how to leave yet. I don't even know how we got here. But I can say that it's like being in a fluid environment. There are currents here, and we are being pushed along faster than we can adjust at the moment. Once we get near that land mass, we will either get into an eddy, where we will be able to maneuver properly, or we will have to destroy it to avoid making an impact. From what I can tell, it is the same as what happened at the first one. We couldn't leave until the current let up as that energy wave passed through. Max sighed. Do you at least have some good news about the corpses? He turned around to look and found that they were gone. Simply vanished as if they never existed. Even the parts that the team had removed for dissection were gone. But strangely, all of the weapons that they collected remained with them in the cargo hold. As you can see, this is a day of strangeness. The sensor logs don't show any force that made them vanish. They simply ceased to exist. Forget the vanishing act of the Arisen army. We can at least track that. This is on a whole other level. Perhaps it's because of this space, but maybe it's innate to the species. Remember the talk of the energy beings? I think you should take a look at that. Wasn't reassuring at all. But Max didn't feel that gaze on his back at the moment, so hopefully, whatever was watching them wasn't responsible for this situation. Captain, check the surface for any other signs of life. If there is another force there like the Galen, which we saw at the last fight, it might be better to try to team up with them. Max ordered as they approached the distance where Nico had predicted the severe currents to change directions and begin to eddy around the object. No signs of anything else on the surface. Changing course to drop us out of the current. The captain replied, and the cutter came to a slow stop over top of the surface. We are safe from the currents. I am beginning an analysis of our travel windows now. The captain informed the crew. Getting drawn into another fight is the last thing that they wanted when they only had 2 actual mecha pilots and 10 overeager Inu gamers, who really shouldn't be placed in harm's way. But they didn't even know where the enemy was coming from or how it was targeting, so they couldn't even say for certain that the next encounter wouldn't be aboard their cutter if the enemy appeared here. With nothing threatening them for the moment, Max focused his optimize skill on the ship's shields with the intention of keeping the enemy out. The system was incredible at computing most of the time, so if there was some clue as to how to prevent the ship from being breached, it might have already deduced it and begun to come up with a solution. As he worked, Max went through the ship's sensors from the last battle to see where the Galen had gone wrong and what they had done right. The Galen had seemed fairly competent, though outgunned by their larger vessels, but perhaps it was the fact that they used drones controlled from inside the ship that caused this issue here. If they couldn't deploy the drones, or these creatures had some defense against them, they could have been in real trouble. It would also explain why they had sent out their soldiers unless those were androids or drones as well. Shield analysis complete. The display in front of him read. It was pages and pages of technical data, but at the end, there was one very important line. All vessels and mecha deemed to be impervious to penetration by energy wave penetration. That was all that Max could have hoped for and more. Even if they were stuck somewhere when another of those waves came through, they shouldn't have to fear being turned into nothingness by the energy wave. That didn't explain how the corpses from their cargo hold vanished, though. Perhaps that was separate from the energy wave, but it seemed like too convenient of a coincidence that the ones on their ship vanished just as the wave destroyed the other ones. Nico was thinking of it the other way. Her hypothesis was that the vanishing of the corpses was what had caused the energy wave and not the other way around. If they were an energy-based species, and the corporeal bodies were temporary, then a wave of energy when they reverted in large numbers would be both natural and expected. Chapter 882 Language Barrier. While they sat safely in the calm spot near the floating landmass in this insensible sort of place and tried to calculate a way out, as well as how to stay safe while they were here, the energy wave that they had fled from was rapidly approaching them from behind. Everything in the cutter seemed to pause as the wave reached them, with the crew fearing that those creatures would appear inside, but the wave seemed to pass right over them. Unfortunately, it also brought with it a gust of the current that drove the cutter to the surface. Here we go again. The creatures are forming on the surface. Prepare for incoming attackers in 30 seconds. Nico called as she ran for her mecha. Keep the bay door closed and use the ship's defensive weapons if they try to force their way inside. We don't need anyone getting killed today. Max instructed the Innu researchers. Got it, Commander. We will work on our theories with all this new information and keep the ship safe while you drive away the enemy. We will signal you when it's safe for us to lift off again, and you can come back. Nergal agreed. Max could sense Nico's excitement building every second as the chance to fight again approached. Her pre-trip inspection and system power-up was finished, and she joined Max in racing out the door to meet their opponents for the day, nearly cheering with joy before a moment of confusion set in. Hey, I already killed that guy once today. See the scar over the purple thing's eye? It's really recognizable. I definitely chopped his head off earlier. Nico complained as she realized it was the exact same group as the first time. Maybe we're doing a best 3 of 5 or something. Max joked as he powered up the disintegrators to clean out the smaller demons. That was good enough for Nico, and the staccato rhythm of the hypersonic mass driver rounds tore the air apart to signal the start of the battle. At this distance, nothing Max knew of could dodge that round, and the ranks of creatures began to rapidly thin as the solid projectiles punched through multiple bodies before being redirected either into the ground or out into the air. The two groups were working together this time instead of squabbling over who got to fight, and Mecha and the line had managed to maintain their coherence even with the heavy casualties from the 4 rapid-fire mass drivers operating at the same time. Once they were close enough, Max fired a dispersed blast from all his disintegrators that turned the smallest demons near him back into energy and left him with 6 rapidly healing greater demons to face. For some reason, they actually seemed happy about this development. Possibly because they carried no ranged weapons, and now they could immediately reach combat, but there was no sense of concern for their comrades at all. They also didn't seem to be interested in the cutter now that there were no visible targets in that direction. These creatures were here exclusively to fight, as far as Max could tell in their thoughts. Max was happy to oblige their desire. Maybe not as happy as Nico, but still, when his shield slammed into the closest of the fast-moving purple demons, the crunch of broken bones was immensely satisfying. I think you should take a look at the creature flew back into its comrades, and an immensely muscular red demon took its place. The 2 axes in its hands were fairly easily blocked, but only a burst from the mass driver kept it from throwing Max's arms wide apart and kicking him to the ground. Max took a step back and reconsidered his tactics. The creature was stronger than his mecha, and whatever it was made of, the 3 mass driver holes through its chest hadn't killed it. The 2 in its shoulder had left its right arm limp for the moment, though, with the axe hanging by its chain and dragging on the ground, so Max launched a flurry of attacks with his sword, trying to get a good angle at the massive demon's vitals. An upward strike flowed into a hard thrust, which bounced off of the demon's shield. Then Max engaged his thrusters to lift up a few meters and turn that strike into a downward chop. The demon's axe was too slow to come around, and the blade cut deep into its arm, shattering the bone and leaving it defenseless as Max's blade took its head. As soon as the one fell, 2 more took its place, and Max found himself hard-pressed again. Not only were these creatures nearly as fast as he was, but they were also stronger than the mecha. Mostly he just needed to keep them in combat and away from the cutter, but the only way that he could do that was to kill them as fast as possible, which was proving difficult. The disruptors being arm-mounted was usually a very handy technique for aiming at multiple targets, but at the moment, Max needed both hands to keep the flurry of claws from the 12 arms of his new opponents away from his armor. Finally, a knee strike with his shield left an arm free, and a concentrated blast of the disintegrator took out one of the two demons while the other tried to circle around to get at his back. Max spun the mass drivers to face behind him and moved forward to engage another pair of demons as the weapons rang out, and the head of the demon behind him exploded. The rivalry between the two factions of creatures was beginning to show now, and the red demons were laughing at the unfortunate ending of the foolish one who thought that Max's back was vulnerable. The demons pulled back for a moment, regrouping and trying to draw Max into a small dip in the open field, where they would gain a meter or two of height advantage. It would put the majority of the large demons in a better position to actually hit the vital areas of his mecha, while the largest of them would finally have the height advantage. Good try, but I'm not falling for that. Max laughed over the loudspeaker as he moved away from the sunken spot and engaged a group of demons further from the cutter. The red demons roared back, sounding like an angered beasts, but the violet ones hissed at him like snakes. Neither matched the incomprehensible language in their minds, an oddity that Max hadn't encountered many times before. Normally, what language you spoke was the one that your thoughts operated in. That might finally be a clue to discovering the secret of these creatures. They thought in the same language but did not speak it. So, if he could learn it, he could learn more about where they were and how to get out. Chapter 883 We Need a Plan. As Max parried a blade and kicked away another of the red-skinned demons, he devoted a bit of his attention to the communication between the two groups. They didn't make much noise as they fought, other than hisses and roars, but the strategy was effectively conveyed through gestures and body language. To be that effective, they must have fought both together and against each other countless times before. It made no sense to Max. Were they trapped in an endless loop of combat? Had this place doomed them to repeat the same situation over and over again, fighting every time that they materialized on a solid surface? Max did his best to translate the language in their thoughts, using Nico's skill to transcribe it to the computer for analysis as he received it from their minds. Somehow it felt like the creatures weren't really into this fight. There were only Max and Nico out there to fight against, and the sense of frustration was palpable. Most of the force was no more than bystanders, and from what Max could tell, they were not taking it well. They wanted even numbers, one-on-one fights, and glorious carnage. It was like they were the two sides of Nico's personality. The forthright, bored and must kill something, side, and the sneaky, assassinate them while they sleep, it's never a war crime the first time, side. Nico's thoughts said something completely different about their enemies. What she saw was the upright and honest, crush them by the rules, side, and the, just keep stabbing it until it stops being annoying, side. She wasn't really wrong, but it didn't tell Max much about how to deal with these creatures. Then, just as fast as they appeared, they began to disappear, with vortexes of energy swirling around both the living and the dead before the wind swept them all away. Well, that was intense. Good news for us, though, since it didn't toss us out into the currents again. Nico commented as the fight was suddenly over. It looks like we're all helping one of our researchers with her thesis. We need that layered space theory up and running so that we can get back before we're worn down and overrun in this place. Max sighed. I'm sure she will be overjoyed. But it's not all bad here. We're getting a lot of close combat practice, and we learned something new today about the capabilities of our mecha. No other species uses anything as we do, with the exception of the Darklings and Arisen army. So, if they ended up here, basically, any other species would be as doomed as that Galen patrol that got sucked in at nearly the same time that we did. Max looked up the data she was thinking about and found that the cutter's analysis showed that the fight started inside the Galen ship and had only spread outside after the Galen had failed to clear the infestation. They were driven out into the open and then slaughtered by an enemy who was far superior in strength and close combat weaponry. The thought that both the Darklings and the Arisen were aware of what was needed to shield against the energy of this place went well beyond suspicious and into the realm of near certainty that they were both aware of and capable of entering this place and exiting. I think you should take a look at the problem was that Max and Nico had never really learned how to emulate the travel techniques which the alien species used. They did have data on the topic though, and the Darklings had deliberately given it to them. Nico, you work on the layered space theory, and I am going to go over the data that the Darklings gave us about their transport technology. With enough experimentation and the use of optimize, I think that we might be able to modify the existing portal devices enough to let us move through the layers of space and back to where we started. Or at least somewhere near it, since we were carried so far by the currents. The pair split up to their separate tasks, and Max found himself at a workstation with Nergal, who was already pulling up all the various shield configurations that they had encountered since arriving in the Kaleska's territory. "We thought you deserved at least one helper. I know a fair bit about the warp drives and the portal systems, so I'm with you while the rest work on the theory together," the willowy Innu researcher explained. "Well then, let's take a look at what the Darklings were trying to show us. It might make some more sense now that we're here and we can see what they were most likely talking about." Max agreed. The two groups settled into their research at increasingly high volumes after the Innu decided that such a serious topic required an increase in their daily caffeine intake, but the drinks were good, Max had to admit, and they all had plenty of motivation to find out the answers to the topics of the day. Sitting on the surface of this strange landmass, there didn't seem to be any threats other than when the wind blew the energy beings through, but the crew was becoming increasingly uneasy with each passing shift. By the third day, they were all convinced that something was watching them from out beyond the currents, even though the sensors didn't detect anything. That feeling wasn't new to Max or even Nico, but the paranoia was building among the crew of the shift, and Max was considering having them head out into the current to try to find a new spot if the problem got any worse. They didn't have a positive method of navigation in the currents, but they could at least calibrate the warp drives well enough to avoid hitting anything now that Max had made a few breakthroughs on the processing of the glimpse of the Darkling technology that they had gotten. It was much like surfing. You couldn't fight the wave you were riding, it was too strong for that, but if you carved across it just right, you could go nearly exactly where you wanted to go. Chapter 884 Probe. One morning, Max, Nico and Nergal were sitting around a table, looking at the holographic projection that Max had just finished compiling while Nergal went to get them both breakfast coffees. "This is the best way to test the possibility that the Darklings can pass through this space to get from one place to another at an alarming rate of speed. From what we have determined using the data you provided us from the layered space experiments, it should alter the portal enough to simulate the ones that the Darklings used to chase the Arisen army. If this works, we should be able to pass through the barrier between layers of the universe, but at the moment, we have no way of navigating here or knowing where we are going to come out. So, it's a risk, and the computer is unable to fully simulate it as we don't have enough data to actually predict what will happen if we do open the portal. It's possible that we will end up somewhere else entirely or let something horrific happen to this layer of space." Nergal chuckled at that and pointed out the porthole to where a raging plasma storm had overtaken the currents beyond their shelter. "From what I can tell, something horrific has already happened to this place. That storm would rip the average world ship apart with its ferocity, and anything smaller would be like throwing ripe fruit in a blender," she remarked, completely serious in her evaluation of the situation. "All right, point taken, but we don't want to make it worse. I am pretty sure that we have calibrated the portal properly to return us home, so we can open it at a distance once the plasma storm fades and then send a probe through if nothing explodes, implodes, or gets sucked through." Max decided. "That's good enough for us. We should have enough completed on the layered space theory now that, combined with our data here, a successful portal home will confirm the last of the data points we need. Not only will it allow us to add another proven theory to our computer systems, but one of our team will have an incredible thesis to write." Nico agreed, then scrolled through the data for a second before continuing. "The question we should be asking is if this place can be useful to us in some way. If we can leave here, that means we can return on purpose. If we can return on purpose, it might be possible to travel without being discovered, assuming that we can find some sort of landmarks here that we can use to navigate. Even the massive nebula region that the Kaleska live in has plenty of stable waypoints to navigate, so you can at least find your way back to where you were. But from what we have seen so far, nothing here is stable. We are tracking multiple other landmasses in the currents, and they are all drifting, the same as we are. So, while we can navigate from one point to another within our line of sight, we can't count on the waypoint to still be there if we try to return or even accurately track it after we lose sight of it, given the erratic nature of the currents. The landmasses are not directing the currents except in their immediate vicinity. They are just as much at the mercy of the changes as anything else." Nergal put down her data tablet and looked around the room. "Is there anything else that we can do to verify that it is going to be safe to open the portal? I feel like I am missing something about the targeting system, but I just can't for the life of me tell what it is. I think you should take a look at so. They all went over the intricacies of the targeting system for the portals again until they found the part that was making the Innu uneasy. Normally, there was a verifiable input coordinate. Your current location was used to determine where you ended up. Since they didn't know that, and they were just trying to move back to the proper layer of space, they could end up nearly anywhere if they had drifted too far after their arrival. Well, we will only know once we try. Max laughed. There were so many unknown variables to this equation that it was basically a shot in the dark, even if it did work to get them back to somewhere familiar. Worst case scenario, they ended up somewhere even stranger. The storm cleared later that evening, ship time, and everyone set about preparing for the portal test. In the name of safety, it would be opened on the far side of the comm area around the landmass, and a probe would be sent through first to give them data about where the portal led and if their theory was correct. Everything is in position, Commander. The duty captain informed Max, allowing the eagerness to get home to creep into his speech. The giants weren't usually the emotional sorts, but Max had realized that they really were homebodies. They didn't like big changes or new routines. They liked reliable things and schedules. This whole mission had been a nightmare for them. Max nodded to Nico, who started the process, and a small portal began to open in the distance. The portal is now stable. The current size is 1 meter. No sign of any energy masses passing through the opening. The duty captain informed them. The probe was fired from a shuttle waiting near the portal, and the whole cutter waited eagerly for the first bits of data to come back to them. Data is coming in clear. No damage to the probe has been detected. I am attempting to establish telemetry now. Nico informed the crew. 5 seconds passed in silence, then 10, and finally, Nico had the data up on the screens. The probe is still in Kaleska space but over 10 solar systems away from the anomaly. She informed the crew, and a resounding cheer went up from every voice. Chapter 885 Risk It. The data stream is steady. I will now start issuing movement commands to the drone. Nico informed the crew. If nothing went wrong, moving the probe back and forth, they would send another probe with a living organism through and make sure it was safe for life to travel. There hadn't been any indication of harm so far, but it was better to be safe than sorry when you were in the human test group. The probe maneuvered back smoothly and picked up a small collection of plants and creatures that the terraforming array could create alive. They carefully monitored them for changes to their behavior and vital signs as they passed through the portal, but much to their relief, nothing seemed to change. Everything looks good from here. No signs of distress or hostility. No damage to the probe or anything on it, Nico said, looking at Max for permission to move on to the next step. Let's get out of here. Max agreed. Nico sent the command to the bridge, and the portal was expanded large enough for them to send the entire ship through. They were about to bring the probe back when one of the researchers noticed something strange about the data. Before we move, look at this. We can see out to the probe, but the probe isn't returning any data on the portal. It's like it doesn't exist on that side. It's just the probe floating in space. She explained. That led to another round of data analysis before the ship could move, but they didn't see any harm in the process, even when they moved the probe back and forth multiple times. As long as it moved to the correct spot, it would pass through without issue, even though its sensors didn't detect anything there. Captain, move through the portal. We have not detected any sign of harm or instability on this end, only an inability to detect the presence of the portal from the other side. Max instructed. The giant's reluctance to actually become the test subject was intense, but he followed the order, and the cutter smoothly glided through to Kaleska space. All hands, I need a status report. Any unusual emotions, physical sensations or injuries need to be reported immediately. Please perform full personal scans with your room's built-in medical scanners. Max ordered. Max had a theory that the Arisen and possibly even the Darklings might be the way that they were because of the interference of the subspace level that they traveled through. If it was making them violent or affecting their minds, he would have to put all testing on hold for the time being until they could determine what exactly the issue was. It only took a few seconds for the reports to roll in. None of the Innu or giants reported any issues. The Valkyria all reported a brief moment of nausea as they passed through the portal, but it had faded before they could finish the self-scan. All of the humans were reporting themselves to be in the same state as always. Maybe we picked the wrong test subjects. You see, the Innu lived to please others, while the giants and the Valkyria both conquered their home galaxies through force. I don't think that there is any disputing the violent nature of humans, so that leaves us with exactly 0 people on board who might be susceptible to trauma from their experience in the other layer. The researcher who was working on the layered space thesis explained. Nico smirked at her. So, what you're saying is that the violence likely isn't directly caused by anything on the other side unless it was blocked by our shielding. But there is the possibility that it could be caused by mental trauma resulting from a peaceful species being repeatedly forced to fight for their lives. The researcher nodded and then brought up the data that they had managed to gather on the fight between the Galen and the demons. It doesn't look like the Galen suddenly went insane or anything. They only started fighting once those things appeared in their ship. Nico's mind immediately went to ways that she could get back into that layer without shielding to see if the presence of living organisms would trigger the appearance of the demons, but the look on Max's face made her change her train of thought immediately. It was just an idle thought. She apologized, though Max could tell that she didn't really mean it. Just don't do it. You can think about it, but don't do it. He reminded her with a smile, and her thoughts went to ways to test the theory using the Galen as the bait. It was a bit more acceptable to consider throwing their enemies through a portal to hell that they had little to no chance of making it back out of, so Max didn't reprimand her again and instead ran a full system diagnostic while keeping an eye on the Kaleska fleet ships which were headed their way. There was a slim chance that they had returned to a different point in time, either before or far after they left, and interaction with the Kaleska would tell them exactly how long they had been gone. The species had been reasonable when the humans first came through the anomaly, so there was no reason that they couldn't negotiate with them now, even if they happened to be at a point in time when there wasn't an agreement. This is the Kaleska command vessel Kursk. Please state your name and identity. The lead vessel demanded as it came to a stop 30,000 kilometers away. This is the Terminus Trading Company Cutter Unit 404. We are on a technology development trip with Commander Karis Max and Subcommander Tereth Nico, originating from the vicinity of the anomaly to our galaxy. The duty captain explained. Commander Max, can you put him on the visual? We just received the report that the commander had welcomed a large number of new human soldiers to the region. The lead ship reported. Of course, ship commander. But first, might we verify the current time, date and spatial coordinates for outside verification of our experiment? Chapter 886. It's a great plan. The lead ship sent the precise time and location coordinates for where they were, and Max began the calculations. It only took a split second to match the ship's clock back up with the rest of the world and realize that while they had spent over a day in the other layer of space, they had only been gone from here for roughly 3 minutes. The time dilation at the site of their first fight had given him the impression that the time flow in that space was not linear. It was a solid theory involved in antimatter reactions and research, but nonlinear time wasn't really something that the average person would normally experience. If his calculations were right, it might actually be possible to exit the exact instant that you entered, but on the far side of the universe, and without leaving a trace. All they had to study was how to get around in that layer and how to tell where they were going to come out. They could open micro portals and send probes to check, but at the moment, Max didn't know if the 2 layers were equal in size and direction. It was possible that the currents were like warp bubbles, and the distances between locations in this layer could be very different based on where you were in the flow. Those studies would all have to be done once they had more information and knew a bit more about where they had ended up. Max hadn't seen any sign of the Darklings, the Arisen army, or really anyone else but the unfortunate group of Galen soldiers who had ended up near them. For all he knew, the other species weren't even going to that layer. Hey, I've got a question. Now that I think about it, we didn't see anyone but the Galen the whole time we were there, right? They arrived right by us at nearly the same time that we did. Do you think that there is a chance they created that anomaly, which pulled us through to the other layer of space? It might not have been on purpose since it looked like they weren't prepared to get sucked in too. But if we capture some of them, we might be able to learn how they did it. One of the Innu researchers suggested. What's this? Our innocent Innu are suggesting capturing and interrogating prisoners. Nico joked. The student shook her head vigorously. No, not at all. But if you should happen to have some Galen prisoners in the future or one of their ships, perhaps we could learn something. Nico smiled and patted her head, letting the girl's tentacles wrap around her hand and hold her in place. You know, we already have some of their ships. We can copy the data, and everyone can go through it for more information that might help their thesis studies. Max suggested. The lead ship in front of them broadcast again after verifying their story. We have confirmed your sudden departure from the anomaly region immediately before a Galen attack. The humans were victorious, with the only major casualty being your disappearance. The Kaleska destroyer informed them, "We should return and verify our survival. One Galen ship was pulled through the unstable portal with us, and we can confirm its demise." Max replied, "Excellent news. If their new weapon failed in such a spectacular fashion, they might reconsider their strategy of surprise attacks against the humans. Your new mecha are much too advanced for them to expect to defeat." With that, the Kaleska patrol retreated back to their position, assured that this wasn't some Arisen army trick to come out of nowhere and pretend to be allies. Max ordered the duty captain to set a course back to the anomaly at maximum warp and then settled down onto a comfortable couch to decide what should come next. Likely upgrades to the cutter. It needed to be faster and able to maneuver in that strange place they were sent to. Even if it wasn't where the other species were ending up, it was a great way to sneak up on people. Once they learned how to travel in it. Plus, there was the possibility of using it as a training ground for their special forces once they got the navigation thing under control. Being able to fight an enemy that didn't die and kept returning was a great way to train pilots without wasting huge amounts of time and resources or needing an ongoing war. The Alliance would likely freak out if they knew that Max was planning any such thing. All that had been openly speculated about was finding ways to navigate through that space and find a way out, so the crew members who had openly admitted that they were sent as observers had no reason to suspect that Max was planning something out of the ordinary, much less something that would lead to an even faster military development for the human species. There was really no need to worry them like that. The humans would find a way. They always found a way to get better at war. The new cutter was surprisingly fast. They had made a breakthrough in the warp bubble design since the last generation, and this one was capable of sustaining warp 30. That was a game-changing level of speed, allowing the movement between galaxies within a reasonable time frame without portal use. Here on this side of the nebula, that kind of speed was nearly unheard of, which made communication and reinforcement somewhat difficult, with troops sent from other galaxies arriving weeks or months later. Even across the same galaxy, it was a pain without portals, but the makeup of the region made them too unstable for general use. "Alright, the design team. I have directions for you once we get back to our station. We will begin the warp drive modification process next. I know there are a lot of things that everyone wants to try, but I have 2 new items for the list. I want to optimize the creation of portals in and out of the other layer of space, and I want to come up with some way of overcoming the currents while we're there. Even if it's not brute force, we need a way to get around to make that a viable resource. I don't care if you turn the ship into some sort of energy barrier surfboard. Just make sure we can get around." That was the key to getting the Innu to focus. Vague directions so that they would be able to get as creative as they wanted and wouldn't get bored doing only one thing at a time. "I think we can do most of that. We might not have enough information about the surfboard idea, but I like it. We were carried around by the current, like racing through the gravity slides, so maybe the surfing method isn't that far-fetched. Or you may be part Innu yourself. That's a genius idea. Hey Nergal, the commander thinks that we can use the ship as a surfboard," a researcher rattled off as if the rest of the team wasn't standing right there listening as well. "Don't worry, boss, we will come up with something." Nergal laughed, then led her over-caffeinated friend back to their workstation. Chapter 887 Ship upgrades begin. The basic hull of the cutter seemed to be already fit for every purpose that they had for it, not like some of the earlier designs, which couldn't hold up at higher speeds or in certain new situations. This one was nearly perfect already, and their warp speed travel was well above average, though the ship's warp drive hadn't been optimized for extreme speed. It had more than enough power for portals, weapons, shields and everything else that they had asked of it so far. By that standard, it was hard to complain that the engineers didn't go further in trying to make it extremely fast. It was designed as a scientific research cutter, not a military interceptor. Those two might be the same thing with Max and Nico on board, but that was beside the point. So, while the research team worked on a way to theoretically get back to that layer of space and navigate through it, Max worked on more practical matters. He planned to start by making the ship a bit more livable. It was currently close to stock, with a lot of extra space, and Max thought that it needed some form of entertainment and relaxation. With the Arisen around, they couldn't risk an android crew, but they had the technology to make solid holograms, and that should be enough to run at least a water park and tiki bar. That was the most popular attraction aboard Terminus, especially for the Innu and the Giants. There were a couple of empty hangar bays that he could use, but that would become inconvenient when they needed to bring random objects or visitors into the ship, so Max focused on using one of the empty gymnasium areas that weren't in use by the crew at the moment. That would be large enough that he could make a proper little park with a sandy beach, some pools and hot tubs, as well as a bar area. It didn't even require extensive design since they had made dozens of them aboard Terminus already. All that Max had to do was design a gravity slide course and then copy the rest. But now that he understood the Innu and the other Alliance species better, Max had an improvement to make. He would make the uppermost 2/3 of the tube transparent so that you could see the world spin around you as you looped through the course. Max grabbed one of the terraforming array modules from the construction bay and placed it on a cart to roll through the ship. If anyone saw him, they would immediately know that he was up to something, but a cutter was made to carry thousands of people, not 30, so the chance that he would be intercepted was pretty low. The location that he picked was close to the dining room that most of the bridge crew used, so it wouldn't be out of the way to go there to relax, and it wasn't far from the gym that they were actually using either, keeping everything convenient. It wouldn't do to have his crew get lazy from just hanging around the pool for every meal. The terraforming device took longer to program than it did to create one single room, and Max looked with pride at the intertwined maze of waterslide tubes he had created. The side that the artificial gravity would hold you to was colored to hide the gravity plating, but the rest was clear, letting those inside see out and those outside see the strange sight of water flowing on the top and sides of the tubes in defiance of natural logic. Rap D Alpha S Novell. C Omicron M, that should do, Max muttered to himself, then realized that he had a visitor. Nergal cleared her throat and stared at the slides with pure greed. Commander, lead researcher Nico says that we have a breakthrough. She has managed to attune a sensor to track both this layer and the other layer of space at the same time. It still has some issues, or perhaps it doesn't, and that's just how space is there, but we have a visual of the other side that we might be able to use to navigate. Max gave the room one last look before he turned toward Nergal and the door. Alright, let's finish up in the lab, and then we can come here for dinner. I programmed it with a holographic bartender, and the full food menu is available, so you won't be missing out on any essential nutrients if you should choose to come here for meals and test the gravity slides. See, you really are too good to us. The clear tubes are going to be awesome. But how do I keep this secret for the rest of my shift? That's a lot of stress for one person, Nergal asked, with her head tentacles twining together in worry. It's 1 hour. Surely you can keep a secret for 1 hour until it's time to surprise the others, right? We can lead them all there, and you can enjoy their shock when they see it for the first time without knowing what they will find, just like you did. Max suggested. The Innu nodded slowly, steeling her mind not to blurt out what she was so excited about. The task was made easier when they got back to the bay, and Nico had a large 3-dimensional view of the sensor feed up in the middle of the bay. The sight was familiar, just like the currents they had faced when they were on the other side, but now it wasn't empty anymore. Off in the distance, at the edge of their ability to detect other objects, there was an arisen cube passing through, surrounded by a strangely glowing blue energy barrier. That alone was a vindication of the effort they had put in. If the arisen were moving through that space, they needed to be there to detect them. It would finally give them the advantage of early warning before attacks and solve the mystery of how intense an attack was going to be once and for all. Chapter 888 New Break Room. It didn't appear that the ship had detected their sensor sweep, so the arisen shouldn't know that the humans had found them and were on a following course toward the anomaly in Kaleska space. As they passed by various Kaleska-inhabited systems on their way back to their station, they saw even more arisen vessels staging for attacks, sitting in the other layer of space and waiting for some sort of signal. That was just cheating. No wonder they were always ready to block the human vessels. They already knew where they were, and they had time to stage ships to deal with them. As they approached the other human vessels, Max watched the cube disappear into the distance, not headed for their system. There also weren't any other arisen vessels waiting here, and the space in the other layer was particularly turbulent. It was almost like someone had turned on the jets in a hot tub, and the currents were swirling madly. Rap D Alpha S Novell. C Omicron M Nico was already working to analyze the pattern, which only seemed to be partially affected by the anomaly. Something else had made it turbulent and left a detectable mark on the region. I've got it. The center of the vortexes is where we detonated antimatter weapons. The explosion seemed to have stirred up the other layer enough that it is affecting space here, Nico declared after a few minutes of silent calculations. That sent the Innu into a flurry of action, double-checking the data and trying to determine if there was something that they could do to stabilize the layer or prevent actions here from affecting it at all. None of the experiments that they had done at home had ever had this sort of effect, so it opened up a whole new range of possibilities as far as scientific theories went. It's like the barrier between layers is thinner here than it is at home. Or perhaps the other layer is different at home. Do you think that the war that everyone talks about, the one that destroyed all the stars here in the past, affected space to that extent? Someone asked while Max was distracted by calculating the likelihood of major attacks on the systems they had passed. Nico shrugged. I can't say it's impossible. We don't even know what species were involved, though, so we can't even begin to guess what they used as weapons. But look here, there is a gravity well on the other side where the star is here. The layers must be affected by each other somehow. The Innu worked on their theories for a few minutes before the one doing the layered space thesis side. We need another sample set, more spots around the region, and then through the Alliance and human space. There isn't enough data in this set to support the theory that antimatter weapons are causing irreparable instability. She explained. Max shook his head. I think that we already have evidence that it's not permanent. Look at the interference patterns and then cross-reference them against the time and scale of the explosions. You can see that the older ones have significantly degraded, while the more extreme and more recent ones are still holding closer to their original levels. Going by that data, we should be able to estimate the amount of time that it would take for space to normalize after a significant antimatter battle. That got them all going for the last few minutes of their shift until the alarm dinged to tell them it was the end of their shift and time to eat. That was Nergal's cue to burst out with the excitement that she had been holding back. Everyone, follow me. The commander made a new spot to have dinner, and it's amazing. I mean really amazing, like you wouldn't believe. She gushed. Nico's eyes went vacant for a second as she searched the ship's cameras for what he had done, and then a smile came to her face. No overtime tonight, ladies. Let's go see what Nergal is so excited about. If the commander made it just specifically for us, then it has to be good. Nico informed the research team. It's for the whole crew, but I admit that the research team is likely to love it the most. He laughed as Nergal started dragging teammates toward the door. She raced down the hallways with the others chasing behind her and Max jogging to keep up. Then she stopped right outside the converted bay and turned to the others. Welcome, everyone, to the greatest lunchroom ever built in a cutter-class ship. That was probably Max's job, to introduce the new ship features to the crew, but when they raced inside, they weren't the only ones there. All 4 of the crew members who had just gotten off duty on the bridge were there as well. Welcome back, Commander. We saw the power draw on the ship's status window and came to see what was happening. This is incredible. The ship's engineer, a human woman who was now in a black bikini with a light sarong tied around her waist, greeted them. The Innu were already gone, at a dead run for the gravity slides with a trail of clothing behind them. The giant was shaking his head in dismay while Nico picked up their armor and piled it next to the bar so that they could pick it up when they got back down to the bottom of the slides. They never did have a sense of propriety. The big man sighed. They're Innu, plus they're still students. Don't tell me that you didn't have a wild phase during university. Max joked, and the giant looked vaguely offended. Of course, my species are quite serious about our studies and our personal reputation. He replied quite seriously. Max noticed that Nico was bringing swimsuits to the landing pool at the bottom of the slide and subtly moved over so that everyone else was looking away. The armor suits were self-cleaning and temperature-controlled, so the chances were that the Innu were wearing very little underneath them, and the giant would be even more scandalized if he saw 10 naked researchers rocketing through the transparent slides. Chapter 889 Annoyance. The next day, Max focused his energy on trying to determine what the end game was for the species who were fighting through this chaotic region of space. The Arisen weren't going all out on the species they had targeted. They were trying to train them up. Then there were the Darklings, or Knife Ears, as the locals called them. They were most likely an evil culture by almost any standard, but they also weren't trying to wipe everything out. They were farming various species in the region. Neither of them had the technology to actually knock out all of the stars that had been destroyed here unless they had lost it over time. So, there was another major player here that Max hadn't seen yet. He might be sensing it, but there weren't any really clear signs of its existence. There was something about that group that they fought in the other layer of space, though. Something familiar was tugging at Max's memory, but he couldn't seem to pull up the associated memory. That alone was unusual for Max. Part of his system ability was to recall things that he had learned in the past from other people's minds or his own past life. He should be able to recall what it was with some focus, but it was missing. It was almost guaranteed to be related to the energy-based species that he had seen in his past life, and he remembered a lot about them, so not remembering this particular tidbit made no sense. So, he studied everything that he had learned about the demons they had faced. That probably wasn't the proper name for the species, but it fit their appearance, so Max was sticking with it for now. The way that they vanished and coalesced when they were destroyed gave him a clue as to what the Arisen army was doing with their own casualties. Max didn't think that they were able to do it with the War Walkers, but the power controlling them might be like the demons, just a raw mass of energy and will. It would naturally return to a mothership in the other layer if the container was destroyed, and they could make more War Walkers at their leisure to attack over and over. Since no other species had detected them there, they didn't even have to move, only build more ships to adjust the scale of their attacks. Perhaps they were limited in troop numbers and had to move them around. That seemed to be the logical answer, though if the whole species were energy, then he didn't have enough information to even know how or if they reproduced. The Arisen vessel that was waiting near this solar system didn't seem to have noticed that Max had detected them even after a full day of investigation, but Max was able to gather a lot of data about their technology. Not so much about the War Walkers, but they knew a lot about them already. What he gathered information on was the cube itself and how it held itself stationary in the currents. Their technology was very different from what the humans were familiar with, but the modulation of their energy shields was something that Max could replicate using what they had. What he really needed was to get closer to a vessel in motion so that he could record the modulation changes as it passed by various currents. That would show him how to do it and tell him if it was generally considered better to ride the current or if there was a way to let it wash over the ship without throwing it around. But he would settle for what he had here, and it appeared that part of the equation was what the actual hull of the ship was made of. Both Max's new cutter and the cube were made of a similar form of monomolecular material, and Max noticed that the currents that pushed through the shielding on the Arisen cube slid along the surface of the ship and made it bob up and down, but when the research team tried to insert a piece of metallic alloy into the other layer, it proved to be impossible. Rap D Alpha S Novell. C Omicron M. The force of the energy flowing inside the layer prevented the material from entering, even though Max could see that the micro portal had been successfully opened as he was looking from the other side. They all thought that their effort to stabilize the opening had failed until Max showed them the data from the probe, which touched off another round of experimentation on what would be immediately ejected from space. It might not be their primary goal, but if they could force targets out of the other layer of space with a specially designed weapon, it would bring a whole new dynamic to the battle. He was about to mention the theory to Nico when he felt that strange attention on him again. The first thing that he did was to check the other layer for changes or another being in the region, which seemed to amuse the sensation. He wanted to tell the others to keep the discussion of weapons that worked between the layers silent for now since the attention was attracted to them again, but it was too late. Plus, there was no guarantee that their efforts weren't watched all the time. After a few minutes, the feeling faded, but Max was beginning to get fed up with not knowing where that sensation was coming from. It didn't feel internal, it was more like something was watching him from outside, but not a single sensor that they had could detect it. As he was recalibrating the sensors for the 43rd time that day, Max noticed something strange going on in the other layer of space. The Arisen cube had suddenly vanished, and a cluster of Darkling ships had appeared in the region, suddenly dropping in from somewhere. They had to be using another layer, and Max had gotten thrown to the wrong one entirely. Their hints might have helped him get home, but he had totally misunderstood the message. Chapter 890 News from Home. Message from Alliance Central Government for all Reaver companies. 2 worlds have been reported missing as of this morning. The entire population has vanished, leaving no trace of violence, conflict or the source of the attack. The message in Max's daily morning brief informed him. Now, that was much more concerning than the usual messages about trade conflicts, the Reavers introducing disruptive products to the market and the petty political squabbling that never seemed to end. Whole worlds full of people didn't just go missing. That wasn't a thing that happened. At least it wasn't on their end of the universe. Here it happened with alarming regularity, and everyone knew where they were going. But what would the Darklings need with a bunch of peaceniks from a backwater colony in the Alliance? They didn't have any advanced technology that the Darklings might be interested in, and neither planet had a particularly high population. It didn't make any sense for the Darklings to have taken them, but there weren't really any other suspects unless there was something on those planets that the memo didn't mention. Watching who came to claim the empty worlds would give them a much better answer as to why they had vanished than simply speculating from the other side of the universe. There was also news from Uncle Lou. They were working on a mass-production super-heavy mecha based on the schematics for their new units, which Nico had sent over. He had grand plans to redesign the whole aesthetic to be more to his tastes, which Max feared would end up as a walking cathedral. There wasn't much he could do to stop the eccentric man, but someone would surely step in if he tried to put simulated stained glass windows on the armor plating. His message had also come with a request that Max send over more data. Nico had sent the completed design, but none of the research data, design steps or the half-dozen new scientific theories that had been implemented in order to make the mecha work as well as they did. Nobody on his staff could determine how or why it worked, only that it did, and if they messed with it, it stopped working entirely. Max could sense the frustration in his message, even with just text, so he prepared the information that the man had requested and then scrolled through the rest of the messages. They had another birthday coming up soon, and Mary Tereth was requesting that they return if possible. The Reavers had 10 more destroyers full of new pattern space-capable Titan-class mecha ready to finish out the requisition that the Kaleska had made nearly a year ago when Max and Nico had first arrived here, so their presence wasn't urgently needed, other than for research. The daily updates from Felicity were as entertaining as always. The AI had taken on the role of a nameless marketing executive, giving advice to businesses aboard the world ship, supposedly as a government service. She provided them with market data and various plans to improve customer service, loyalty and public happiness, which she declared was the direction of Max himself. Rapdi Alpha S Novell. See Omicron M. In a way, it was. He had told her to take good care of them and keep them happy within the regulations set forth. The video clips that Felicity had sent from various events on board were all looking like a good time, and from what he could tell, crime was down. Both arrests and reports were down, and requisitions for building goods in established neighborhoods were way down as well, suggesting that property damage was declining, whether criminal or for the purpose of renovation. The world ship's economic data looked good, and the memo that he got from the governing council said basically the same thing that Felicity did, though without the personalized touch of the AI, who seemed quite emotionally invested in the enjoyment of the events that she was asked to help plan. The report from Terminus was much more interesting than the others. The students were on school vacation, and they had stopped at a newly renovated resort world in the Deathwind territory, with following stops along the border nations. The unfortunate admiral was drowned in students, parents, and Alliance tourists to the point that every room was booked full, and they were having extra guests try to sneak in above the room occupancy limits so that they could get a space at the party. It sounded like utter chaos, but in a good way for the ship. The Academy was building a reputation for excellence, and they would be hosting an international science competition once the next semester started, in which they had high hopes of winning podium places, according to the headmistress. That would be an incredible accomplishment for any new academy, especially for one that was being run by a multi-species group. Focused learning techniques for a single species often turned out the top minds in the Alliance, and that was a model that the Academy on Terminus had totally avoided with their all qualified students are welcome attitude. Other than that, things seemed to be normal, but the 2 missing planets worth of colonists kept popping up in Max's mind as something that should be looked into by someone with more knowledge than a low-paid investigative police force from a planet that had never heard of the colony before. Not by him personally, though. It needed to be done quickly, and Mary Tereth would probably show up like the Arisen army to murder him in his sleep if he didn't bring Nico back for at least one major event a year. Plus, it was her birthday, and that was a cake holiday. Once she remembered that it was her birthday coming up, she would definitely want to go back home for a day or two. It might do the researchers some good to see what a human family interaction was like, even if it was a family as insane as the Tereth family. They were here to learn new things, after all. Chapter 891 detected the Darklings weren't as unaware of Max's observations as the Arisen army was, it seemed. Not long after he noticed their mass arrival in the other layer of space, they sent a small attack craft to block the millimeter-sized micro-portal that he had opened to watch the other layer. They didn't attack it or attempt to interfere with it. They just put a ship in front of it so that he couldn't see anything but a small piece of hull. For a group that was known to capture and enslave entire populations, it was an ingenious trick and one that would work with regular portals as well. If you knew where they were going to open, You could just put a ship on the other side and let everyone come through directly into your holding cells. But though Max couldn't see anything with the sensors, he now had a much more informative source of information. The crew themselves. At first, it was nothing but the most basic of crew interactions, but once they were settled in place, Max could get much more from their minds. Be careful near the portal. The Violent One's divine being has been watching the humans. Getting too close to the portal might attract their attention while we are still dealing with the interference of the others in our plan. Someone was instructing the others aboard the ship. That was both helpful and incredibly frustrating at the same time. Now he knew that there really was something watching him from the shadows, but he didn't know how to find it, or really even what it was, since the description of violent wasn't really clear enough to narrow down what species they were talking about. For all he knew, it could be a deity worshipped by part of their own faction. Then the group's thoughts turned to the meeting that was going on in the distance. The ships had gathered for a larger attack on the Arisen army, and the hatred for them was palpable. Their thoughts flicked back and forth too fast to gather everything they were thinking, but from what Max gathered, much of the technology and some of the ships that the Arisen used were gathered from an attack on the Darkling's cousins, and they viewed it as the greatest of insults to imitate their war walkers with the spirit of an Arisen inside of them. Max had already suspected that the war walkers were simply possessed by an energy being, but having confirmation was a great reassurance. It also meant that the Arisen were never truly being killed. They were just ejected from their possessed bodies and returned to whatever home vessel they had waiting. Max wondered if they were related somehow to the energy beings that he referred to as the demons, since they also turned to energy when their bodies were destroyed. It would make some sense for them to be related since he had seen both in this layer of space, and both were extremely hostile. They didn't seem to be the same, though, because the Darklings were keeping watch for the Undying Ones, as well as the Arisen. The names suggested a relation, but perhaps it was just a matter of literal translation from their language to the human standard that Max used in his thoughts. The names were essentially a basic observation of the species. One didn't really die, and the other kept coming back to life when they possessed a new body. Then the thoughts turned to more basic daily things, like the new Galen pet that the leader of the crew got in the last attack. It seemed that the Galen was chained down on the floor in the leader's bedroom, waiting for them to return with directions to greet them warmly and prepare their nightclothes. That was the pet Galen's entire purpose in life now. They greeted the commander and put out the commander's pajamas. That was it. Other than that, they were chained to the floor and simply waited all day long. Even the other Darklings thought it was insulting in a waste, but it seemed that the commander had been offended in some way, and this was a punishment. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be an engineer, weapon repair tech or other specialists on this attack craft for Max to mind read, so he was limited in what he could learn. He had still picked up a little bit of useful information, though, and he had gotten a good interior layout of the attack craft, which he could relay to Nico, so her team could see if there was a design reason for some of the odd flowing shapes of the doors and walls. The skulls and weapons were obviously decorations, but the hull of the ship seemed to be a more ancient design than the more brutalist interior decorations, as if they had been making them that way before they were used as military ships. Then, just when Max was about to give up, they received a message from the main fleet that caught his attention. You can leave the ones from the ancestral home who are watching from the eternal battlefield. They are not going to attack. They are too busy trying to reverse engineer technology from before the Arisen woke up again. That was true, even if it felt like Max was being mocked for trying to develop technology from a historical relic. The research team was now working on trying to analyze the shape of the attack craft's interior. But it seemed that while the Darklings could see what they were doing, they hadn't realized that the humans had just learned it from the attack craft. If they had realized, they would be much more annoyed at the trickery. But the main force was completely focused on their attack on the Arisen army, and Max could see that they were going all out this time, with over 1,000 large vessels in the fleet plan and an opposing force of hundreds of Arisen cubes and larger ships. That scale of battle here in Kaleska territory would completely destabilize the region, which was likely why they were fighting in the other layer. Or perhaps it just wasn't easy to lure the Arisen out of hiding, so they were hitting them at home. Chapter 892 Can't miss that the Darkling force headed out for somewhere that Max couldn't detect, and he did his best to record every energy signature that he could from the fleet moving out, as well as what he had gathered from the attack craft. That would all be invaluable to Nico and the others, who were currently working on the way to move through that layer while they studied the design of the attack craft to see if it was involved in the process somehow like the material of the outer shell was. How about we work on this somewhere else? There is a special event coming up a few days back in our home galaxy that we should be there for. Max suggested to the room full of Inu. Do they have bigger gravity slides? One of the girls asked hopefully. The walk back up the stairs to the top of the slide was the bane of their existence, even if they knew that it was essential exercise to keep their muscles toned. The Inu weren't really bodybuilder sorts, but they recognized that not taking proper care of the body led to illnesses and inferior workplace performance. That last part was the important part. If they were burdened by deliberate neglect of their body, they would be worse workers, unable to keep up with the others in their group. Disabilities could be accommodated, but being out of shape was embarrassing. Of course, with the amount of running between workstations that they did, they would probably stay in decent shape anyhow, but they still used the stairs to the top of the slides instead of using the lift that the giants had rigged. The sound of their own feet on the metal steps annoyed them, so they made a rope and pulley system with a gravity plate on the first day. One tug of the rope and they would be pulled right to the top of the slides. Unfortunately, they might not have gravity slides. Those were made by our Reaver company for the first colony ship that we renovated. They're a very new invention, so unless the location we are going to has been renovated since we were there last, there won't be any. Max explained to the disappointed researchers. Is there at least something cool there? Nergal asked hopefully. Indeed, there is. There are a lot of human technology relics that they have kept around for sentimental reasons, which you won't have seen before. But most interesting of all will be the chance to meet lead researcher Nico's mother. Max chuckled. Their eyes lit up in excitement at the prospect of getting to meet more of Nico's family, and Max resisted the urge to tease Nico about how popular her mom always was. Half of the time, it was because she was willing to spill childhood stories about Nico, so it was a sensitive topic. But once Max mentioned it, Nico checked her calendar and realized that her birthday was coming up and that Max had scheduled her to get home in time for cake. Well, what are we waiting for? All of our studies can be done no matter where the ship is, so we can start heading back to my mother's place now. Or we can stop off and visit Absolution first so that the researchers can experience the full joy of the gravity slides again. Nico suggested. Nergal nodded. We didn't get time to go on them last time. We saw them at the water park on the upper floor, but we were only there for a day before we shipped out here, so we didn't get time to do anything but adjust to the ship's schedule. Alright, we have one spare day, so we will stop off and make sure that Absolution is running smoothly in our absence, and then we will spend the day playing in the water parks of the aquatic floor. It has plenty of open airspace and various intellectual attractions, so the giants and Valkia should be happy to hear the news as well. Max decided. What about the other humans? Will they be happy to be aboard Absolution as well? Nergal asked. Nico laughed. More than you might expect. Humans are among the finest of party species. We will turn any chance to relax into a celebration if we are given the opportunity. The Inu smiled at each other. They had been told the same thing about the humans, but they hadn't really believed it, and there hadn't been much downtime after they arrived here, so they hadn't experienced the joys of a large-scale human party. The human crew members were always gathering after work, but so was the Inu, so that didn't seem out of the ordinary. Nico's birthday would be their first real party. While Nico relayed the message to the crew on duty to head for Absolution and inform the rest of the ships in the area that they would be gone for at least a week, Max sent a message to Mary Tereth to see what the birthday plans were. Where were you planning to hold Nico's birthday party? I have a very excited cyborg and a whole Inu research team that's eager to meet you. Max sent to her, using the implanted communications device to bypass the need to go through the ship's communication systems, which Nico would be tracking. We were planning to hold it on Absolution for the extra space and so that the family members who haven't gotten to see the world ship would have an excuse to go visit. It's her 18th birthday, after all, even though you two don't act like the growing young soldiers you were meant to be. Just think, if everything had remained as usual, you would just be graduating from the academy now and heading out into the world for your first deployment. Mary replied, feeling nostalgic. Did you honestly ever think that Nico would have a normal career? But we were already planning to go to Absolution first so the Inu could experience the aquatic level of the ship. I will keep your intentions secret until we arrive in 2 hours. I will be there with her father and a number of other commanders when you arrive at Absolution then. We are already aboard the ship, but we weren't sure if you were going to be coming today or tomorrow. Chapter 893. Back home after a short inspection for alien species in. Signals on the human-controlled side of the anomaly, followed by a few drinks with the ship's admiral, a portal was opened to the last reported location of absolution, and they were finally on their way home for Nico's birthday. But when they reached the coordinates, there was a surprise waiting for them. Hundreds of Reaver ships had gathered for the party, and as soon as the portal closed, they set off a magnificent orbital fireworks display. "Happy birthday, commanders," the explosions read, surrounded by hundreds of sparkling lights. Max picked up the intercom and addressed the gathered Reavers. "Thank you all for the warm welcome. It is an honor to have you all here to celebrate another year, and I welcome you all to Absolution, the home base of the Terminus Trading Company." Max laughed, triggering another round of fireworks from the ships and thunderous applause from inside the world ship that Max could sense even from where they were, tens of thousands of kilometers away. Nico gave the order for the cutter to return to their personal hangar, the secure area where their own mecha were usually stored, safely out of sight of anyone who might want to study them. Then she turned to Max with a smile. "It looks like everyone has a surprise for us. Felicity has decided that our birthday is a company holiday, and the whole world ship is decorated with birthday party-themed events." Max could only imagine what the AI had gotten up to while it was deciding on the scale for a birthday party for the pair of them, but it looked like she had managed to convince the board of governors that it should be a grand event. That shouldn't be as surprising as it was, though. The commander's birthday and the company's founding day were often holidays on a Reaver vessel. But the scale of it, when applied inside a world ship, was on a whole other level. "Everyone, please gather at the rear cargo bay doors once the ship is secure inside the hangar. We will exit from there as a group, as this is a secure area." Max informed the crew. The hangar wasn't empty, though. The governing council, Felicity and Mary Tereth were all waiting there for them to disembark, eager to see the commanders again after months away and after seeing multiple reports of new technological developments sent by them. Mary stepped forward with a smile on her face to greet the group. "Welcome back. We had hoped to have everyone here to greet you, but Uncle Lou is still on his way. He made a last-minute breakthrough on a side development project and couldn't tear himself away." Max had expected something like that to happen. Lou wasn't the most social of people unless it was about research, and he would certainly come to track them down eventually, but not at the expense of breaking his daily workflow. "Oh, what did he discover?" Nico asked curiously. They had sent him all sorts of things lately, but none of them with obvious alternate usages. "It was an odd experiment on the armor plating that you sent to him. I don't know the details yet, but he found that the new technology, where it was energized to stabilize it, could be used on water pipes to both break free deposits and instantly heat the water more efficiently than the current water heater technology. Apparently, it's over 99% efficient at heating water, with the remaining 1% being heat loss into the pipe itself. They found a way to install it into a faucet so that only cold water could be fed through the lines, and the temperature could be set at the point of exit. Instant water heaters already existed, but they had a fairly significant power usage to rapidly heat the water. Max didn't concern himself about it, but on most planets, power was still billed by usage, unlike on the Reaver's ships, where the basics were just the basics. Everyone got them no matter what. "While we wait for the other commanders to get here, let's go greet the people. I have a broadcast station prepared for you on the main level, over top of the city center. It will be broadcast all over the ship, and the people are eagerly awaiting a word of greetings from their leaders." Mary added. The Innu all got excited at the prospect of getting to take a tour of the city before going to the gravity slides, and the level of energy in their thoughts was beginning to buzz inside Max's head when it combined with the millions of other mental voices on the ship. It had been a while since he was somewhere this crowded, and it felt like his mind was more sensitive than usual to the noise, making it harder to block things out. But at the same time, it was easier to sort them into categories so that he could focus on groups when he needed an answer to something. That was a pleasant change and one that he hadn't expected. Maybe all he really needed was a bit of time to let his mind relax. Max sent that thought over to Elithid, who was currently in the security office covering for the senior staff who were off for the day. One Elithid could do the work of 50 standard security officers, so though it wasn't his job, he had agreed to give them the holiday afternoon shift off, and the other shifts would be lighter on staff to give more people the extended holiday weekend. The silence of the minds is a blessing, but watch out for complete silence. It lets the mind wander too far, and it can attract strange thoughts. The Elithid warned him in return. It was a folk tale of theirs that if you went out too far and cast your mind into the void seeking silence, you would find that the void cast its thoughts back at you. There was a similar saying among humans about staring into the void, and it was a very real possibility to Max, who had experienced that strange attention on himself multiple times now. Chapter 894 Speeches. Max took to the floating stage with the council, Nico, Mary and the Inu behind him while Felicity stepped forward to do the introductions. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Felicity again, here with some excellent news for our lovely absolutionists. The commanders are back home for the birthday celebration, and they have some kind words for you all. Max wondered for a second what the AI was on about, then read the council members' minds and realized that not only was Felicity doing advertising work for the businesses on the ship, but she had also set up a motivational streaming channel, highlighting all the great things to do aboard the ship, like a travel blogger, but exclusively aboard Absolution. She had become quite popular, and her food recommendations were considered to be the finest among human food reviewers. It seemed that the general population didn't know that Felicity the idol and her alter ego as an advertising specialist were the same person. They did realize that she worked for Terminus Trading Company, but as her actual job wasn't clear, most people thought that it was the sponsored streams, not that she was the AI in charge of ship operations. Max stepped up beside her and wrapped an arm around her shoulder for the cameras, then waved to the watching crowd. Thank you all for such a warm welcome home. We have been working for far too long, and it is amazing to see how much everyone on the ship has done since we left. You have all accomplished so much, and the love I feel from all of you reminds me that no matter how far we might travel through the universe, this is home. Max could hear the cheering from the city below the platform that they were broadcasting from, and he stepped back so that Nico could give a speech to the city. Greetings, everyone. It is so good to be back here for my birthday. After spending months on a small ship without all the luxuries of the big city, I could really go for some custom-made pastries that aren't in the replicator system. But seriously, thank you all for the birthday wishes, and I sincerely hope that you all enjoy your long weekend. She stepped back, and Felicity gave one last parting speech, then summoned a public transit pod for them to head up to the second level where they would go straight to a resort, and the Inu could check out the gravity slides that spanned an entire resort city. There were over 300 kilometers of them in total, and the Inu guests and residents loved them more than any roller coaster. The view from above the ship's ocean was incredible, with clear blue waters over white sandy beaches, sharp granite cliffs and surrounding lush green islands. The Inu sighed as they saw the variety of landscapes that were present aboard the ship and then looked to Max with hundreds of questions in their minds. All right, I will start with the easiest answers. Yes, this is all publicly accessible. None of it is off limits to a resident of the ship, though we do limit development based on the region to keep the population spread under control and avoid employment issues. Most of the cities you see on this level are tourism-based, and there are over 60 Alliance cruise ships currently docked with Absolution, letting their guests enjoy a shore excursion on this level, or the city below, which specializes in designer goods. Yes, there are nude beaches, and no, that is not where we are going now. We do have swimsuits available for you, but I know that all of you are actually wearing one right now, as you were so eager to get into the water that you only threw on a sundress over the top to get through the public appearance part of the day. What else should I cover? Max asked. Where are we staying? Nergal asked with a smile. In a resort right where the gravity slides exit into the ocean. You can take short trips through them to land in the water, or you can take them the other way and loop through the city first. For the rest of you, there is a public rings arena, a GPS-marked scenic flight route, various arcades, gaming centers, and a library. And this weekend, they are hosting a legal theory symposium, with group legal argument presentations open to approved entrants. If the Giants want, I can get you a spot, Max informed them. It sounded incredibly boring to Max, but getting to flex their logical muscles was a favorite pastime of the Giants and a point of pride among the species when they could defeat groups of their peers in a logical argument, such as a legal proceeding. Felicity smiled at the group. We also picked this location because they have crew upgrading courses over the next few weeks, so everyone can gain experience in reaver policies and procedures, as well as take on virtual challenges of delicate situations which you might face in the future. So, it's a bit of a working vacation, and you can gain valuable skills that will keep you among the elite of the Terminus Trading Company's crews. Skills upgrading was a regular necessity for a ship's crew and was often done during downtime just to make sure everyone was on the same page. Doing it on a tropical island, with beach bars, natural hot springs and unlimited fresh fruit, was distinctly more pleasant than the average course, though. The pod landed at a resort by the beach, and Max had to grab the nearest few Inu before they could escape. Check into the hotel first. Then you can go play. He reminded them. Mary cleared her throat to catch their attention. You all have 4 hours before the more exclusive birthday party starts. As part of his current personal crew, you are invited. The main research team will be here, as well as a number of dignitaries and professors from all over the Alliance, nearly 1,000 in all, so be sure to requisition something that is within the formal wear guidelines available in your room. Got it, Mrs. Tereth. We won't let you down. Nergal cheered with a cheeky salute and then broke into a run toward the hotel. They're a lively bunch, aren't they? Mary asked Max with a smile. The whole species is like that. These ones just have extra energy because they're young and caffeinated. Chapter 895 Surprise Guests. Max stopped the moment that he walked into his room and remembered that Mary Tereth had been in charge of the bookings. The room was incredible, a single bedroom suite, with soft white furniture everywhere, flowers in vases all over the room, comfortable robes hung by the shower door to change into as soon as they left the warm artificial sunshine outside, and finally, an enormous round bed, scattered with rose petals, and sporting soft red silk sheets under a thin white comforter. There was no doubt about it. She had put him and Nico into the honeymoon suite. It looks like your mother isn't going to be subtle about the desire for grandchildren anymore. Max laughed as Nico walked into the room behind him. Subtle and Mary Tereth only go together if she thinks that it will work better than brute force. What we saw before is nothing compared to when she is really trying. But if we hold out a little longer, she's got more children who can give her the grandchild fix. Nico joked. Max smirked. As long as she doesn't withhold the cake, I think that we can keep stringing her along. But the day that she starts sending biomechanical experts to you for some insane fertilization experiment, we might have to hold a meeting on the topic. Like there is someone more skilled in the topic than I am. Don't worry, I've already got answers prepared for her. But now that you tied Dad to the world ship, she's been able to bother him more, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were more children on the way soon. He might talk a big game, but I know that he's actually a sucker for babies. Nico stripped as she talked and wandered into the shower to inspect the various scents that had been arranged for their use. What do you think? You can be coconut, and I can be citrus. Or do you want to be one of these pheromone-enhanced scents? They don't work on me, but I bet that they will make the party way more fun. She suggested. Coconut is fine. The party is going to be insane. To begin with, if they've assembled that many Alliance businesspeople in one spot, and you never know how a pheromone is going to affect an alien species. We wouldn't want to cause an international incident. Max joked. Nico's thoughts said that it might be more fun if they did, but it was also more paperwork, so she wasn't certain that the cost-to-benefit ratio worked out in her favor. Their outfits for the night had already been picked out for them and placed in the hanging closet by the shower. An elegant red dress for Nico that perfectly matched her cybernetic eyes, and a black suit for Max, with a shirt and kerchief that matched Nico's dress. Well, that makes things much easier. Let's get freshened up, and then we can have a short nap before the party. Max suggested. The short nap turned out to be a 3-hour-long structural integrity test of the honeymoon suite's custom bed, which left them just enough time to shower again and get dressed to go down to the meeting room where the main portion of the party would start. Once that initial meet and greet was finished, they would move the birthday party outdoors so that everyone in the resort could join in on the festivities. This wasn't the official party. That would be a more exclusive event held the next day on their actual birthday, involving family, friends and trusted subordinates. But it was the main event of the social calendar, and Max could see the transit pods headed this way were already packed 2 hours before the public portion of the party was set to begin. We will have to switch resorts every year so that the others don't feel snubbed. They are going to get a huge amount of business at the bars and restaurants around here, and the beachfront tiki bar waitresses might need to be put on suicide watch. Max whispered to Nico as they walked through the lobby. Don't worry, Mother is on it, and they've brought in 200 more staff to run drinks all over the beach and then a full cleanup crew for the morning to make sure everything is pristine again before the sun comes up and the tourist crowd wants to play in the water, Nico whispered back. The door to the event room was opened as they approached, and both Max and Nico were pulled into crushing hugs by the family members waiting at the door. Nico by her mother, and Max by Dave and his little sisters, who had grown up so much since he had seen them last that he barely recognized them. Welcome home, big brother. The girls cheered while the 2 youngest brothers waved at him from further back, where Molly was standing. It's good to be home. How have you enjoyed your time here on Absolution? I wasn't sure that I was going to see you today because you had school. Max replied. then ducked down so he could hug them back properly. We got special treatment. The Admiral let us come along with her shuttle for the long weekend, but the girls have to go back on Monday for school. Dave laughed while the girls pouted. There were a lot of attractions on Terminus, but there wasn't an entire ocean for them to explore or large forests. Everyone, pose for a picture, please. First by individual families, then as one large group. Mr. Tereth, that means you too, no running away. It's your wife's orders. A man with a fancy, Alliance-made, holographic camera system requested. Nico laughed and pulled her dad in on one side, with her mother on the other, both dressed in light gray, which made the red of Nico's dress seem even brighter. Mary Tereth really had thought of everything, right down to how the family photo would turn out. Unfortunately, she hadn't managed to bring the other children, as they were all busy in school, and this wasn't a long weekend for anyone but the Terminus Trading Company. Max could hear her making plans to get them all together for the next major holiday, though. She hadn't managed to get a full family photo in years. Chapter 896 Big Business. The photos were a quick process, but the family photos were only the beginning of the formalities for the day. After they finished the photos, they began a meet and greet with Alliance dignitaries who had been doing business with the Terminus Trading Company or the Tereth Reavers and hadn't had a chance to meet Max or Nico yet. There were more than Max had suspected, and many of them on a much larger scale. To be fair, he didn't pay much attention to the actual business side of things, as the royalties and distribution were taken care of by various subordinates. This is Sector Governor Dudebro, current CEO of the Dudebro Planetary Resort Conglomerate. They have already purchased over 100 planetary-scale terraforming arrays from us, and he wanted to come directly thank the one responsible for its development. Mary Tereth explained. Nico smiled at the four-armed Titan, a 6-meter-tall subspecies of giants that they had first encountered on the Black Market Station. It's a pleasure to meet such a loyal customer. Tell me, have you had good customer reports from the newly developed world? The first few years are the most important to the customer referrals for a terraforming service. Nico asked. The Titan delicately shook her hand and smiled back before straightening his suit. Indeed we have. The arrays completed their work even faster than the estimated maximum time, which allowed us to get the staff situated well in advance of the official opening and even do a soft opening on many of the resorts to shake out the bugs in our expansion. Originally we were like Terminus, a colony ship-scale resort company, but with the financial backing of Archibald Finance Corporation, we managed to purchase the rights to a number of rural worlds and your new terraforming arrays. I admit, it was a gamble, but we have had over 1 billion tourists in the last year. Archibald Finance rang a bell with Max, and he wondered if it was related to the black market as well. They had been given the earliest leads on the terraforming arrays well before they were common knowledge in the Alliance, so it would make sense for them to be among the Terminus Trading Company's best customers. Nico was positively beaming with pride at the success of her development. That is excellent news. At that rate, you won't even need an extension on your loans. Timely payment will also give you better rates on the next batch, should you choose to finance them through the same source. If that isn't possible, the Terminus Trading Company also offers financing with very reasonable rates. The Titan chuckled at Nico's sales pitch. Perhaps we will talk about that in a few years when this expansion is finished and stable. But for tonight, happy birthday to both yourself and Commander Max. It has been an honor to meet you. After he moved away, it was a constant stream of well-wishers interspersed with butlers bringing snacks and drinks. That was a relief, as it gave Max a few seconds where he didn't have to be talking or smiling for photos. But he eventually noticed that the focus of this event was mostly for the customers and friends of the Terminus Trading Company to network, as all major functions involving high-level businesspeople were. The resort planets needed a lot of things, and the manufacturers were here, and the manufacturers' suppliers were here, and so on, all over the room. But there was also a fair bit of brewing romance, possibly due to the copious consumption of Reaver rum that the staff had carbonated like champagne and served in wine glasses. For some species, like humans, 2 of those were more than enough for a night. But for some species, that was way too much, and the staff had already discreetly removed a few excessively intoxicated guests before they could embarrass their companies. They were also down 2 researchers, Max noticed. They weren't with the group or with the main research team, so he sent a quick thought to find them. They were upstairs in their room with an Innu businessman, so Max stopped searching. If he was good enough to distract them from research and gravity slides, he deserved to have an uninterrupted good night. Attention everyone, the outdoor portion of the event is now open. A portion of the private beach has been reserved for the use of hotel guests, while the remainder of the shoreline will be an open party area. All food and beverages in the resort area are compliments of the Terminus Trading Company until midnight Sunday night, so please feel free to enjoy your weekend. Felicity announced all through the hotel and surrounding areas. Max laughed at that announcement. 200 more serving staff for the tiki bar were not going to be anywhere near enough. Even if it was for every bar and fast food place on the shore, it wouldn't be enough. There were hundreds of thousands of people in town and on the beach right now. Their missing researchers came back down after the announcement, pretending that nothing had happened but wearing different outfits than they were earlier. The main research team gathered them and their new friend right away and dragged them off to the gravity slides, hoping to get there before the lines got too long, while Max and Nico headed for the beach. The spot that Mary had chosen was a prime surfing spot, and the tide had just changed, creating a great swell with the artificial wind that blew through the level to keep the air properly circulating through the ship. "Commanders, are you going to hang out on the beach for the day?" someone asked as they passed. "Later. First, we are going surfing. The swell is just right for us to go out at the cove," Nico replied with a wink. Max looked to the cove and noticed that the swell there was reaching 3 meters, with a nice curl when the waves broke on the shelf just offshore. It was definitely a good day to go surfing. He just had to hope that his coordination got him through it. Chapter 897 Surfs Up. The surfboard rental shop at the beach was happy to create a fresh set of boards for Max and Nico when they arrived and provide hints on the best spots to paddle out to get into the surf that was breaking against the cove. With physical skills like theirs, he wasn't concerned about them getting hurt or their level of expertise. The Crusader-class pilots rarely had an issue surfing unless they made a bad judgment call or their body was still recovering from a major injury or cybernetic replacement. The cove was part of the private area as well, not open to public surfers to land on unless they wanted to jog down the shoreline to get out of the resort's portion of the beach. For that reason, anyone who surfed there was considered a bit of an elitist, and the waves were empty. They had to borrow the surf shop's change room to get into swimwear, but after that, the crowd was happy to let them through and see the two superhumans head out into the water. It wasn't every day that they got to see someone who had no fear of the ocean head out into the surf, and these two were the reason for the long weekend. Nico hopped into the water, and Max laughed at the wake left behind as she paddled out to the far side of the breakwater to get set up faster than most powerboats were moving through the water. He was right behind her, planning to take the next good one after she picked her line. There was timing to the waves, even here on the terminal ship. Unlike the conventional logic of the videos Max was hastily watching so he didn't look like a fool, the waves here seemed to have a larger curl every fourth and not every third wave. So, once Nico paddled out into the waves and hopped to her feet, riding up the side of a curl, Max started watching the waves come in and looking for just the right spot. If he got into it right at the edge, he could ride it further, but he didn't want to go all the way to the far side and end up on the rocks. Even with his constitution, that would be a painful experience. Instead, he would double back to stay near the center of the wave, in the largest rise where a particularly sharp underwater shelf had forced more water to the surface. Nico made it smoothly to shore just as Max was paddling into the wave, trying to properly match his speed to the movement of the water. Then, as he got near the top of the swell and it began to rise at the breakwater, he hopped to his feet and raced down the ridge into the fast-growing curl. As he cut back and forth through the water, Max began to understand why the amphibious species loved the ocean so much. This was a lot of fun, just gliding across the surface, turning himself nearly upside down in the curl, and then rolling the board back underneath himself to continue his journey. He didn't know that was not how normal people surfed. He had seen it in the live stream videos of the pros and it looked fun, so he just went with it and did whatever he felt like. The rush of the ocean drowned out the cheering of the crowd, and Max dulled his mind reading to the point where he would only feel extreme situations, leaving himself essentially alone with the wave, right up until it began to crash on the beach and he had to race forward to avoid being crushed underneath it. "Well, aren't you just a natural in the water? We've got a whole ocean on the ship and I think that this might actually be the first time you've ever been to one," Nico teased as Max picked up his board and walked onto the shore. "You know, I think you might be right. The taste of saltwater in my mouth is definitely a new one. It looks like we're not the only ones who are feeling like a trip through the big curls today though. See the two headed out there now," Max replied. Seeing the commanders going to Snob's Beach, combined with the quality of the waves, was enough to lure more surfers over, much to the dismay of the elite resort staff. Don't worry about them, they're only here for the waves. I doubt that any of them care about the dignitaries further up the beach, Max informed the nearest of the staff members. True, we will just keep an eye on them anyhow. There is enough armed security on the beach that nothing short of a war should cause a major issue, but the boss doesn't want that war starting on his shift. The bellboy laughed. Understandable. There is always tension when so many politicians and wealthy business sorts are in one spot. It's not easy being a hotelier on days like this. It looks like he's done a great job though. I don't sense any major complaints, and that alone is an accomplishment with this group. I will wait until we're not in public to tell him so, Commander. Now, where did that last man go? Oh, there he is. That was a hard crush. The worker chuckled as a surfer missed the timing to exit and tumbled through the surf under the weight and motion of the collapsing wave. Max and Nico headed out again, showing off for the crowd and enjoying the waves for a few hours before the beachfront dinner service began and they had to come back in and put proper clothing on again. It was a bit of a shame. They should have tried to muscle the guests into making it a tropical-themed event so that they didn't need to get all dressed up again. Well, mostly dressed up. Nico still had her bikini on under her dress. Chapter 898. But as their cake after the dinner was finished, the dessert was brought out, a chocolate torte that left Nico immensely eager for the day to end so that she could hound her mother for cake. The torte was amazing, and she loved it, but it was also chocolate and that only reminded her that there was an even better chocolate dessert in her near future. When the night finally wound down, Max led her back to the room, and found that it had been fully cleaned and restocked while they were out, and the flowers switched to ones that gave off a calming scent that should encourage good sleep. The hotel really did put the effort in to keep their guests happy. Max was impressed that they had gone to the trouble of changing all the flowers in the room twice a day, even if they were in vases so that they didn't just die constantly and need to be refreshed. They were both up bright and early the next morning, but there were already messages from the INU students, who had been up all night talking with the main research team and were now eagerly waiting for the breakfast buffet to open so that they could see what the chefs had come up with today. Eventually, they would need to sleep, but an extreme level of caffeine intake had kept them theorizing all night long, and they had barely even spent any time on the gravity slides. At least by INU standards. In reality, it had been 5 hours that they had spent on the slides during the night, but they still considered it extremely moderate to have come back to discuss their thesis developments with the researchers. None of them were going for their doctorates. The main research team had chosen to diversify their skills instead of mastering one to the point of a doctorate. That had led both the former tech nomads and the newer members to a level of fame that few in the Alliance could match, but it was a different sort of achievement than the students were going for. Max couldn't hold out long. The Inu would barge into the upper floor of the hotel soon enough to come pounding on his door and tell him about the breakfast buffet if he kept ignoring them. That was just how they were, and they practically worshipped Nico. We just need to shower and then we will meet you all down at the buffet. Save us seats at your table. Max replied by text message. That was enough to keep them happy for the half hour it took him and Nico to get showered and dressed, but there really wasn't a big rush. The place was basically empty as everyone slept off a long night of partying and overexposure to the ship's simulated sunlight. It was designed to emulate the bright sun of a tropical beach, and that's what it did. But many of the revelers now had sunburns to go with their hangovers. That could be easily fixed with the in-room medical treatment devices, but when they first woke up it would not be a good morning for them, or much encouragement to get out of bed. With that in mind, it was a good thing that the Inu were morning people. That level of happiness the morning after an all-night party was enough to drive many people insane. Good morning, commanders. The researchers cheered in unison as the duo entered the room, waving unnecessarily to help Max find them. Good morning, ladies. It's good to see you so chipper this morning. Did you make progress on one of your thesis topics? Max replied, we did, but the doctor did as well. She was helping someone who hurt themselves at the beach and made a connection between the Umwe species and the Kaleska genome that she thinks will be a great breakthrough for medicine. They don't look anything alike, but she says they're internally similar enough that some medical treatments might be effective in both species. That would be excellent news for everyone. The Kaleska had excellent medical facilities. Not that the Alliance didn't, but the combination of the two sets of medical knowledge for exoskeletal species was definitely a good thing. We also made progress on one of the warp field modulation theories that we are eager to test once we get away from the world ship again. An unstable warp field can cause extreme damage, so we will have to rely upon lead researcher Nico's skill with drones to do the practical testing. It's a combination of the data we were using for higher warp speed stability and the data that was gathered from the darkling force in the other layer. We struck out on the layered space theory though. We used the same methodology here, but it was a failed experiment. Nico shook her head. That can't be right. What did you find? Was it impossible to open a portal? That might be a modulation issue since the other region is so heavily damaged from past battles. The researchers all sighed in unison. Well, we opened the portal, but there's nothing there. No current, no fluid energy, no floating masses, nothing. It's like staring into space if none of the stars existed. We didn't have time to do more testing, but I don't think it will even be possible to move a ship there unless a conventional warp field works. There's just nothing, like this region of space never got finished in that layer. Nico sighed. That topic will need a lot of time. Let's delay it until after breakfast. We will need a lot of energy for this one. Those were the magic words. Everyone, Max included, went to refill their plates and get more coffee, and the conversation turned to the proper scheduling of their time here. They had studies to do, theories to work on, new designs to approve, and most importantly a very well-planned birthday celebration that would begin just after lunch. Chapter 899. There is after lunch. Mary Tereth came in person to collect the guests of honor and led them to the prepared location for the family-exclusive birthday event. She had put it in one of the upstairs suites, so it felt more like home, with the large living room and kitchen, while only Dave, Molly, Max's siblings, and a small assortment of the closest of the Tereth Reavers were in attendance. Nico's father came in only a few seconds after Mary led them into the room, and the matriarch of the Tereth clan called the guests to attention. Welcome everyone, and happy birthday to our not-quite twin commanders. She joked. They might come from very different families, but the two of them have been tied together from the very start. They first saw each other on the way home from the hospital the day that they were born, and they have been together since the academy assigned them as roommates on the very first day. With that said, Mary brought out a montage of childhood training videos, taken from the academy on Kepler Terminus. That footage should have been very highly privileged and classified, but Mary treated it as a childhood photo album for both Max and Nico, with the time references removed so that it looked like she had watched them grow up together over the course of a number of years. Dave knew better, as did Mary, but the rest of the room was mostly unaware of the accelerated timeline or of the true youth of the two commanders. Thank you, Mother Mary. You've outdone yourself this year with the birthday celebrations. A whole world ship worth of party is quite the event. Max joked as Mary paused to take a breath. You're welcome, darling. But that's not going to stop me from replaying my montage of childhood photos. Mary laughed and then changed the feed to show more scenes from their first field trip, then their first deployment aboard Abraham Kepler, which Max recognized as having been taken from General Tennant's point of view. The old general could very well have sent her the footage in advance instead of making her search for it, but Max knew that she had simply hacked the Kepler military mission logs when things got chaotic on Kepler Terminus and saved everything that might be worth taking, with the expectation that the rebels would start to destroy what that they could as soon as they realized that they were going to lose. Look at them, receiving their first Crusader-class mecha. Mary reminisced, while the others began to laugh. They were both still very baby-faced, as they had received Stalwart and Tereth's Rage at not even 13 years old, but with the accelerated growth of the system, they looked more like young adults than young teens. There were a few scenes of them around the ship, celebrating their new acquisitions, but there were a lot of missing moments along the way when there wasn't anything recorded for her to display. That was a problem that Max could fix though. Nico had it all recorded herself, and there was a lot in the ship's computers that they had downloaded from their mecha while they were servicing them. Max collected a montage of those, and sent them directly to Mary's wrist device, making sure to only cast himself and Nico in the best of light. Mary smiled and added the extra footage to her files, while the staff of the hotel came around and dropped off drinks and some of the hotel's specialty pastries for the group to snack on. They all knew that Mary wasn't going to be done reminiscing too quickly, and then there would be some time and socialization before they moved on to the actual cake. Nico wasn't the only one in the Tereth family who was obsessed with trying to get the recipe. She was just the one who had the most luck getting parts of it from her mother. After Mary finished talking, Dave was up next and gave a nostalgic smile at Max before he began. You know, this boy was barely 3 years old when we first met. He was outside my room with one of his parents' tablets, because the data network in his parents' house had been cut off and he wanted to hack my Wi-Fi. Even at such a young age, his system talent had made him more mature than any other child I've ever met, but what really made us solid friends was when he came over to warn me in advance the day that the police came to raid our building. That's a level of loyalty that it's hard to say no to, so I took him in and let him stay all he wanted at my apartment. We learned the basics of Mecha together. I taught him his first lessons of command, and then I sent him off to the academy where they could do their best to undo my teachings. The Reavers laughed and cheered, while Max resisted the urge to remind Dave that the reason that he had been so eager to help was partially because it was his job to keep an eye on Max and make sure that Max's worthless parents hadn't done anything that would damage the government's alpha-grade asset. One after another the people in the room stood up to give a recounting of various incidents where they had encountered the two, or a reminiscence of the time that they had spent at the Tereth household. Getting to tease Nico about her baby years was their favorite pastime, but Dave had a surprise up his sleeves. He too had a montage of footage from the building's security cameras that he had saved of a young Max at play. There isn't nearly as much here, since we had to destroy most of it for security reasons, but I do have a bit of footage of young Max. He laughed and then played the two of them hacking on his outdated computers, or out for walks to let Max gather intelligence as they passed the police station on the way to the convenience store to get more beer and snacks. The speeches finished and Mary gave the room a huge smile. Now the reason that we're all really here. It's time for the cake. Mary informed the room. Chapter 900 Studies. Once the cake course was finished and the room started to talk again, Max was surrounded by various Reavers who had plans for how they should expand the influence of the humans through the Alliance. Now that we have so many different products to sell, I think that we should limit the number of companies who subcontract for us to make more of our products ourselves. We are primarily a delivery-based culture, so if we make more of the finished products ourselves it's like an in-house shipping agent. We can mark them up enough that we can make a proper profit, and we can meet more and more new species who appreciate our approach to development. One of the Tereth men was suggesting, we have already started to renovate our ships so that we can produce more on board. Most of the Reaver ships now have at least one terraforming module on board for making everything from living plants to small shuttles, but most of us aren't really equipped for making larger objects that some of the colonies are requesting. I know that Absolution has an order on the board for 100 cruiser-class luxury cruise ships. That's not something that most Reaver companies can make on the spot, but when they need overhauls and don't have an Inu handy to do the work, we can bring them the parts and let their ship's engineers do the actual replacement. The delivery fees are quite worthwhile since we can open our own portals, so we can get quite the cut off the top. We just need some way to organize it all so that we don't end up stepping on each other's toes. Another of the men agreed. Max didn't know that they were making 100 cruise ships for someone, but with some of the orders that he had noticed, it wasn't completely unexpected. He did have to wonder just how heavily armed the ships would be. All the designs that Absolution had on file were primarily military-based, so even if they were retrofitted as cruise ships, they would likely still have much more firepower than the Alliance considered to be normal for a civilian vessel. I think that we can set something up. The demand keeps growing, so it's not going to put any of our current partners out if we start offering more direct delivery orders. For smaller items, we can assign them directly to a company through the base on Ray 5. I will talk to Mary about setting up a load board so that whoever gets the delivery can stock up on raw materials and make the product they're delivering. Just be sure to get the raw materials from systems that we don't care about. Either far-flung Clem-controlled ones, or ones from uninhabited solar systems outside our territory. Max reminded them, don't worry, we have a plan to get all the materials that we need, even for the Alliance's orders. There are entire dead galaxies out there, with no signs of life. We can use them for resources since nobody is going to want to settle that far from civilization when there is no easy way back home without their own portal generators. Luke Tereth explained to Max. That's not a bad one. If you grab the materials there, nobody will ask questions. The Alliance can't get on us about stripping systems from their materials, as we will have what we need to get out products to market. I think that it's a great idea. We can make humans famous all over the Alliance. All that really need now are the instructions to make that cake and we can really start to become legends among the species. Mary Tereth laughed at that, but the Inu had been just as eager to get the cake as anyone else. They weren't at this more intimate family gathering, but Max knew from Mary's thoughts that there would be more of the cake to go around at tonight's official birthday celebration. That one would have more of the senior staff, but not all of the Alliance and outside forces. She had made a number of large versions of it for that celebration, and they were currently in a mechanical lock box in her shuttle. That was the only way to keep them safe from a prying Nico, since any and all electronic locks would fall before her in a matter of seconds. Now, we've gotten through the most important parts of the day, but we still have one last tradition to follow. Dave announced as he got to his feet. Everyone in the room began to sing the traditional Kepler Terminus birthday song, usually reserved for kids' birthday parties, while Max and Nico laughed. Thank you all for coming today. I know there are plenty of forms of entertainment here, so let's get to it. For Nico that meant going to find the Inu, so that she could work on the new theories that they were developing, but Max found himself quickly carried away to the arcade with some of the other commanders. They had discovered a new Mecha strategy VR game. Not a fighting game, but a combat strategy one where you could develop your civilization through the centuries of Mecha, and pit your small but growing base against other players. It was both strategic and easy to play, while physicality didn't affect it at all. The players watched the game from above like gods, and they could trash talk to each other as they sent their armies out to do battle. That was an unusual way to use VR gaming, more like an immersive version of a tablet strategy game, but once Max was inside the simulation, it all felt quite familiar. Leading from the distance in his past life, in the god machine Gloriana was quite normal. The most powerful of Mecha stayed in the distance, since their weapons would destroy the entire system if they fought each other. That led to them being nothing but a deterrent for most of their career, with only a few isolated clashes against each other. Even a single kill of another god machine would make you a legend, and Max had killed dozens over the centuries. Seeing this now was nearly enough to pull him into a full reminiscence mode, and by the time he recovered, he was already over a minute behind on his development. I guess it's time to build a defensive strategy. They're definitely coming for me. Max chuckled to himself as he arranged his resources and technology development for the task. Chapter 901. A proper day off with a whole day spent relaxing and playing video games. Max was able to call this a proper birthday for once. There was no work, no insane mother-throwing princess-themed parties for him, and nothing to distract from his day off. They did run into a number of the Alliance dignitaries at the arcade though. The games were becoming increasingly popular all through the Alliance, and they wanted to check them out from the source instead of relying on others to bring the games to them. Many VR headsets had made their way through the Alliance, but they usually only had one or two game options, instead of the hundreds which were available here, and the full immersion pods were still incredibly rare outside of the Reavers, ships. There just wasn't anywhere for most species to put them unless they started a dedicated arcade like the humans had, but that was a big business risk since most of the species didn't even know that such a thing existed, so they would have to not only market their business but try to push enough of a cultural change to bring in steady business. Only a few species, namely the Valkia and the Inu, had fully embraced the gaming culture of the human species. The Valkia treated it more like a form of training, while the Inu were simply enthralled by the game mechanics. So, the types of games that they liked varied, but the planets held by both species had already started to bring in large numbers of VR pods for public use. While Max enjoyed the arcade, Nico and the research teams had their hands full with the most recent breakthrough that they had made. The experiments to modulate energy fields to enter the secondary layer of space had led to a breakthrough in warp field modulation that allowed them to theoretically push the limits of their traveling speed well beyond what they currently were capable of, at a much lower energy cost. For the Alliance vessels, this was incredibly important, with their limited power supplies, and it would lead to higher energy ration distributions on long trips and fewer slow-moving large vessels being built in the future. For now, it was a practical matter. They needed more power than the warp drives of their design could produce, but the ship itself was a tested and approved design that would be recognized by repairmen all over the Alliance. Being able to hire technicians without needing to do a long training course for new equipment was a big deal for the average businessman. New things were great, but if nobody knew how to fix them, you could only call the manufacturer, and that left you at the mercy of their pricing scheme and technician availability. Building warp drives was a science, but keeping them running right was more of an art form. Lead researcher: we have the simulation data ready to go. Should we start testing in virtual reality? Nergal asked Nico with a smile that only barely hid her need to shake Nico and demand that they start testing now. The energy level in the room was through the roof, and everyone was on edge waiting to see if the ship's computer would agree that their newest design was going to work as well as the theory suggested it would. It was close enough to the existing data that it should be possible to replicate it without doing a series of physical tests first, but sometimes you would just get a data error as the computer ran into a situation that it couldn't calculate. Go ahead, let's see what the simulation says, and then we will prepare a shuttle and take this prototype out to do some physical testing. Nico agreed. The simulation ran well for the first few minutes, but the pulse modulation wasn't something that the computer could calculate. It understood fluctuations in warp field collapses, but the deliberate modulation seemed like a suicide mission to it, as an error could collapse the field, or crush the ship inside. Nico knew that was going to delay the adoption of this design by any sane species, but she had high hopes that they could find a way around that and build in some safety measures so that warp travel at extreme speeds wouldn't be counted as an extreme sport. Though, in the worst case, it could be called a successful failure, as almost all the failure models showed the warp drive going supercritical and exploding in a most impressive manner. If you couldn't use the design, you could always weaponize it. Hey Max, the data on our warp experiment came in inconclusive. The computer doesn't have the data to process it. We're going to send out a shuttle with a prototype to do some testing by drone if you want to come to watch. Nico suggested. I think I'm good. The Valkyrie teaching is to play rings in the VR simulator soon, and that looks like it is going to be a good time. Max replied with a laugh. Both he and the Illithid were doing their best to tune out the nearly hypersonic pitch of the mental excitement in the design bays right now, and he wasn't all that eager to subject himself to that level of hyper at close range. So, Nico packed 4 of the researchers, 2 from the main team and 2 students who were working on warp theory, into the shuttle, and they took off for an empty area of space between solar systems where they could safely do their testing. The test vessel was an unarmed warp torpedo, with sensory equipment that would stream back the data of the test loop in real time. That would give them a huge amount of data for the computer, assuming that this did work and didn't blow the prototype up the instant that it tried to do the modulation. If that were the case, this would be very anticlimactic. The field would need to modulate over 100 times a second in order to maintain the targeted warp 20 with maximum efficiency, so the test would be over in under a second.